organizing master classes, student entrepreneurship, students' academia-industry linkages are forged to enable meaningful engagement from both sides. Corporate Accelerator Program and Market Access. A 16-week accelerator program enables corporates to access emerging technologies and business models. Corporate Mentorship. Startups Mentorship Network supports startups' growth with targeted interventions that matches their needs with that of industry. Startup Accelerators Program and International Market Access. Startups benefit from the incubator and accelerator programs as well as CIS's international network. ICON. ICON is an open virtual platform that enables startups to offer innovative solutions to corporates. ICON Alpha, a community-driven resource forum. ICON Alpha is an online app for establishing important linkages and alliances. Awards and recognitions. CII Startuppreneur Awards recognize startups for excellence in cutting-edge technology and innovation, wealth creation and employment generation. The impact. Under its various programs, engagement of 1,000+ corporate offices, 102+ family offices, 300+ corporate mentors, and 241 startups enrolled for mentorship. The Center of Excellence is already empowering entrepreneurs in India, and the journey has just begun. Taking forward its 125-year legacy of empowering the Indian industry, CII is launching its 10th Center of Excellence, the Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups, in partnership with the Government of Telangana and Pratiksha Trust at T-Hub, Hyderabad. The massive 15,000 square feet center houses 170 hot desks, boardrooms, meeting rooms, cabin workspace and corporate zones. CII CIES offerings are becoming a game-changing phenomenon for startups in India. Policy advocacy. Engaging with relevant policy sectors, the Government of India and state governments, CIES takes up various policy issues highlighted by mentors. Capacity building program. Building a symbiotic relationship between startups and enterprises by organizing master classes. Student entrepreneurship. Students' academia-industry linkages are forged to enable meaningful engagement from both sides. Corporate Accelerator Program and Market Access. A 16-week accelerator program enables corporates to access emerging technologies and business models. Corporate Mentorship. Startups Mentorship Network supports startups' growth with targeted interventions that matches their needs with that of industry. Startup Accelerators Program and International Market Access. Startups benefit from the incubator and accelerator programs as well as CIS's international network. ICON. ICON is an open virtual platform that enables startups to offer innovative solutions to corporates. ICON Alpha, a community-driven resource forum. ICON Alpha is an online app for establishing important linkages and alliances. Awards and recognitions. CII Startuppreneur Awards recognize startups for excellence in cutting-edge technology and innovation, wealth creation and employment generation. The impact. Under its various programs, engagement of 1,000+ corporate offices, 102+ family offices, 300+ corporate mentors, and 241 startups enrolled for mentorship. The Center of Excellence is already empowering entrepreneurs in India, and the journey has just begun. Taking forward its 125-year legacy of empowering the Indian industry, CII is launching its 10th Center of Excellence, the Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups, in partnership with the Government of Telangana and Pratiksha Trust at T-Hub, Hyderabad. The massive 15,000 square feet center houses 170 hot desks, boardrooms, meeting rooms, cabin workspace and corporate zones. CII-CIES offerings are becoming a game-changing phenomenon for startups in India. Policy advocacy. Engaging with relevant policy sectors, the Government of India and state governments, CIES takes up various policy issues highlighted by mentors. Capacity building program. Building a symbiotic relationship between startups and enterprises by organizing master classes. Student entrepreneurship. Students' academia-industry linkages are forged to enable meaningful engagement from both sides. Corporate Accelerator Program and Market Access. A 16-week accelerator program enables corporates to access emerging technologies and business models. Corporate Mentorship. Startups Mentorship Network supports startups' growth with targeted interventions that matches their needs with that of industry. Startup Accelerators Program and International Market Access. Startups benefit from the incubator and accelerator programs as well as CIS's international network. ICON. ICON is an open virtual platform that enables startups to offer innovative solutions to corporates. ICON Alpha, a community-driven resource forum. ICON Alpha is an online app for establishing important linkages and alliances. Awards and recognitions. CII Startuppreneur Awards recognize startups for excellence in cutting-edge technology and innovation, wealth creation and employment generation. The impact. Under its various programs, engagement of 1,000+ corporate offices, 102+ family offices, 300+ corporate mentors, and 241 startups enrolled for mentorship. The Center of Excellence is already empowering entrepreneurs in India, and the journey has just begun. Taking forward its 125-year legacy of empowering the Indian industry, CII is launching its 10th Center of Excellence, the Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups, in partnership with the Government of Telangana and Pratiksha Trust at T-Hub, Hyderabad. The massive 15,000 square feet center houses 170 hot desks, boardrooms, meeting rooms, cabin workspace and corporate zones. CII-CIES offerings are becoming a game-changing phenomenon for startups in India. Policy advocacy. Engaging with relevant policy sectors, the Government of India and state governments, CIES takes up various policy issues highlighted by mentors. Capacity building program. Building a symbiotic relationship between startups and enterprises by organizing master classes. Student entrepreneurship. Students' academia-industry linkages are forged to enable meaningful engagement from both sides. Corporate Accelerator Program and Market Access. A 16-week accelerator program enables corporates to access emerging technologies and business models. Corporate Mentorship. Startups Mentorship Network supports startups' growth with targeted interventions that matches their needs with that of industry. Startup Accelerators Program and International Market Access. Startups benefit from the incubator and accelerator programs as well as CIS's international network. ICON. ICON is an open virtual platform that enables startups to offer innovative solutions to corporates. ICON Alpha, a community-driven resource forum. ICON Alpha is an online app for establishing important linkages and alliances. Awards and recognitions. CII Startuppreneur Awards recognize startups for excellence in cutting-edge technology and innovation, wealth creation and employment generation. The impact. Under its various programs, engagement of 1,000+ corporate offices, 102+ family offices, 300 plus corporate mentors, and 241 startups enrolled for mentorship. The Center of Excellence is already empowering entrepreneurs in India, and the journey has just begun. Taking forward its 125-year legacy of empowering the Indian industry, CII is launching its 10th Center of Excellence, the Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups, in partnership with the Government of Telangana and Pratiksha Trust at T-Hub, Hyderabad. The massive 15,000 square feet center houses 170 hot desks, boardrooms, meeting rooms, cabin workspace and corporate zones. CII CIES offerings are becoming a game-changing phenomenon for startups in India. Policy advocacy. Engaging with relevant policy sectors, the Government of India and state governments, CIES takes up various policy issues highlighted by mentors. Capacity building program. Building a symbiotic relationship between startups and enterprises by organizing master classes. Student entrepreneurship. Students' academia industry linkages are forged to enable meaningful engagement from both sides. Corporate accelerator program and market access. A 16-week accelerator program enables corporates to access emerging technologies and business models. Corporate mentorship. Startups Mentorship Network supports startups' growth with targeted interventions that matches their needs with that of industry. Startup Accelerators Program and International Market Access. Startups benefit from the incubator and accelerator programs as well as CIS's international network. ICON. ICON is an open virtual platform that enables startups to offer innovative solutions to corporates. ICON Alpha, a community-driven resource forum. ICON Alpha is an online app for establishing important linkages and alliances. Awards and recognitions. CII Startuppreneur Awards recognize startups for excellence in cutting-edge technology and innovation, wealth creation and employment generation. The impact. Under its various programs, engagement of 1,000 plus corporate offices, 102 plus family offices, 300 plus corporate mentors, and 241 startups enrolled for mentorship. The Center of Excellence is already empowering entrepreneurs in India, and the journey has just begun. Taking forward its 125-year legacy of empowering the Indian industry, CII is launching its 10th Center of Excellence, the Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups, in partnership with the Government of Telangana and Pratiksha Trust at T-Hub, Hyderabad. The massive 15,000 square feet center houses 170 hot desks, boardrooms, meeting rooms, cabin workspace and corporate zones. CII CIES offerings are becoming a game-changing phenomenon for startups in India. Policy advocacy. Engaging with relevant policy sectors, the Government of India and state governments, CIES takes up various policy issues highlighted by mentors. Capacity building program. Building a symbiotic relationship between startups and enterprises by organizing master classes. Student entrepreneurship. Students' academia industry linkages are forged to enable meaningful engagement from both sides. Corporate accelerator program and market access. A 16-week accelerator program enables corporates to access emerging technologies and business models. Corporate mentorship. Startups Mentorship Network supports startups' growth with targeted interventions that matches their needs with that of industry. Startup Accelerators Program and International Market Access. Startups benefit from the incubator and accelerator programs as well as CIS's international network. ICON. Icon is an open virtual platform that enables startups to offer innovative solutions to corporates. Icon Alpha, a community-driven resource forum. Icon Alpha is an online app for establishing important linkages and alliances. Awards and recognitions. CII Startuppreneur Awards recognize startups for excellence in cutting-edge technology and innovation, wealth creation and employment generation. The impact. Under its various programs, engagement of 1,000 plus corporate offices, 102 plus family offices, 300 plus corporate mentors, and 241 startups enrolled for mentorship. The Center of Excellence is already empowering entrepreneurs in India, and the journey has just begun. Taking forward its 125-year legacy of empowering the Indian industry, CII is launching its 10th Center of Excellence, the Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups, in partnership with the Government of Telangana and Pratiksha Trust at T-Hub, Hyderabad. The massive 15,000 square feet center houses 170 hot desks, boardrooms, meeting rooms, cabin workspace and corporate zones. CII CIES offerings are becoming a game-changing phenomenon for startups in India. Policy advocacy. Engaging with relevant policy sectors, the Government of India and state governments, CIES takes up various policy issues highlighted by mentors. Capacity building program. Building a symbiotic relationship between startups and enterprises by organizing master classes. Student entrepreneurship. Students' academia industry linkages are forged to enable meaningful engagement from both sides. Corporate Accelerator Program and Market Access. A 16-week accelerator program enables corporates to access emerging technologies and business models. Corporate Mentorship. Startups Mentorship Network supports startups' growth with targeted interventions that matches their needs with that of industry. Startup Accelerators Program and International Market.
A very good morning to all and welcome to the CII EVOLV NextTech event. May I please request the delegates in the tea coffee lounge to please come into the main hall. We'll be shortly starting the function. Thank you. May I please request the delegates in the tea coffee lounge to come into the main hall as we'll be shortly starting the program. Thank you.
Innovation. Engagement of 1,000 plus corporate offices, 102 plus family offices, 300 plus corporate, 41 startups enrolled for mentorship. The Center of Excellence is already empowering entrepreneurs in India, and the journey has just begun. Taking forward its 125-year legacy of empowering the Indian industry, CII is launching its 10th Center of Excellence, the Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups, in partnership with the Government of Telangana and Pratiksha Trust at T-Hub, Hyderabad. The massive 15,000 square feet center houses 170 hot desks, boardrooms, meeting rooms, cabin workspace and corporate zones. CII CIES offerings are becoming a game-changing phenomenon for startups in India. Policy advocacy. Engaging with relevant policy sectors, the Government of India and state governments, CIES takes up various policy issues highlighted by mentors. Capacity building program. Building a symbiotic relationship between startups and enterprises by organizing master classes. Student entrepreneurship. Students' academia industry linkages are forged to enable meaningful engagement from both sides. Corporate Accelerator Program and Market Access. A 16-week accelerator program enables corporates to access emerging technologies and business models. Corporate Mentorship. Startups Mentorship Network supports startups' growth with targeted interventions that matches their needs with that of industry. Startup Accelerators Program and International Market Access. Startups benefit from the incubator and accelerator programs as well as CIS's international network. ICON. ICON is an open virtual platform that enables startups to offer innovative solutions to corporates. ICON Alpha, a community-driven resource forum. ICON Alpha is an online app for establishing important linkages and alliances. Awards and recognitions. CII Startuppreneur Awards recognize startups for excellence in cutting-edge technology and innovation, wealth creation and employment generation. The impact. Under its various programs, engagement of 1,000+ corporate offices, 102+ family offices, 300+ corporate mentors.
कुछ है क्या? A very good morning to all our distinguished guests. It gives me immense pleasure to extend a very hearty welcome to all of you to today's event, the CII EVOLV NextTech Summit. The eminent gathering is well represented by senior participants from the government, industry, deep tech innovators from the Silicon Valley, investors, and our media partners. A very warm welcome for sparing your time to join us today. We are happy to invite the members from the Silicon Valley innovators, and we would be hearing about the innovations during the proceedings of the day today, and we would have an opportunity to interact with them during our networking breaks. All the distinguished guests would also be attending the CII B20 session over the next 3 days, which is a side event to this event. Few housekeeping announcements before we start the proceedings of the day. Request all to kindly keep your mobiles on silent mode. We request your active participation to make the summit useful for all our participants. Kindly ask your queries at the end of the session so that we can keep with the flow of the session. On behalf of CII EVOLV Silicon, let me extend a warm welcome to all our distinguished guests to today's summit. To start today's proceeding for the opening inaugural session, which is an introduction to the CII EVOLV Silicon Initiative, may I please request Mr. Rajan Nawani, Co-Chairman, CII Silicon Valley Committee, Chairman, CII's India @75 Council, and Founder and CEO, Jet Synthesis, Mr. Ram Reddy, Co-Chair, CII Silicon Valley Committee, Chairman and CEO, Strategy R USA, Mr. Rahul Garg, Co-Chair, Unicorn Forum, Chairman, CII Delhi Startup Panel, and Founder and CEO, Mobilex, Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan, Chairman, CII Center of Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups, and co-founder, Infosys, to please come up on stage to start the proceedings. Mr. Rajan Nawani, Mr. Ram Reddy, Mr. Rahul Garg, Mr. Chris Gopalakrishnan. Thank you. May I please request Mr. Rajan Navani? Come, sir. May I please request Mr. Rajan Navani to give the opening remarks and set the context for the session and take over the proceedings of the session, please. Thank you.
Thank you. A very good morning to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this EVOLV initiative of CII. And on behalf of the Confederation of Indian Industry, it's really exciting to see this bridge now finally taking shape with a very nice delegation of Silicon Valley entrepreneurs, coming to India. The work around the EVOLV platform and the Silicon Valley initiative for CII started, a couple of years ago, and we wanted to figure out how to build this bridge. And I think it's such a joy to see what started in Silicon Valley a few months back, now having a delegation here, culminating in a pretty large event that we are hoping to have in February. So again, a very warm welcome to all of you. It's a pleasure and honor for me to welcome Chris Gopalakrishnan, who is not only, the past president of CII, which I think you missed mentioning, but an anchor for technology and any discussion around, startups from India, with so many government roles, but truly has become the face from India when it comes to technology and startups. And I know Chris very well, so I can also add that more than anything else, he's a phenomenal human being. And truly, the pain of the entrepreneur, he feels it in the right place in the heart. And I'm not exaggerating. I've seen how Chris operates. And I think that's the beauty about building value, going through a journey of an entrepreneur. I think that doesn't change globally. I think what an entrepreneur goes through globally stays the same. It's just about how do we create an enabling ecosystem. How do we really support all of that to result in outcomes like the ones that Infosys, has had, and also do it around the right values, right? I think I still remember a conversation with Chris, and sorry, Chris, I'm going to mention a little bit of that when Infosys hit 100 billion market cap, the excitement for Chris was not what he had created, but he said 14 billion of that went to the employees who have been a part of that. And that has triggered so much in the Indian economy, if you look at, in terms of spending, consumption, young people. So, when we talk of a startup and we talk of an ecosystem and we talk of examples and we talk of entrepreneurs, I think it's these pieces that we, fail to recognize. We only talk of the big success and, what happened and what didn't fail. And I think the Indian, support ecosystem, the Silicon Valley, aggression and understanding of disruptive value creation, together, I think can create models that the world, can emulate. And I think, we're sitting at a time when the G20 presidency is with India. We have celebrated, 75 years of Indian independence, Amrit Mahotsav, and, I've had the pleasure of, being a part of that journey through CII for the last 15 years. I think we are at a pretty momentous point in history where the next 25 years, as we move towards India at 100, I think we can really see the positioning of India on the global stage very differently. And I think this bridge, EVOLV, we would really like to see it become one of those very, very important initiatives, even as CII, as we move forward. I also want to welcome Rahul Garg, who is the co-chairman of the Unicorn Forum, which started out as the Future Business Forum. CII said, how do we bring scaled new age businesses, from India and really see how that can drive the future of Indian industry as well. And, thank you, Rahul, for being here. And, I think the journey of Moglix, what you have built is one that, will benefit significantly from, these kinds of connections. But I think more importantly, the ability of bringing startup, scale up, large corporates from India together from here, connecting with the Silicon Valley, I think is, again, a big part of this entire journey. I also want to, of course, finally welcome my partner in crime, somebody who has put relentless hours of effort. I mean, I don't think this EVOLV initiative would be where it is without Ram Reddy. Celebrated Silicon Valley, serial entrepreneur, makes a lot of investments and does a lot. But again, somebody who is passionately driving this engagement, between our two countries, as someone who has recognized not only the potential of this, but also I think it'll be fair for me to say, his purpose in life is to really see how to support entrepreneurs from both sides and really build this bridge, very strongly. So all the three gentlemen you have, on the dais here are truly people who will help shape the future of what this platform will be. But coming to that, and I think my role was to just help talk a little bit about what were we thinking when we were really looking at this global entrepreneur kind of partnership and initiative that would be shaped through EVOLV. First and foremost, I think EVOLV is also a very strong data-driven, data-led platform that will connect businesses, startups, investors, government regulators, around a strong fundamental basis that looks at data as its source of decision making. And I think that itself is a big shift, from many, many angles that we have seen in any form of collaboration between any two areas. And when I say that, we really look at anything that we do is from a data angle. How do we do that? So fundamental building block is that. But I think at the end of the day, what will unlock value in any relationship, in any partnership, as we all know, is that people-to-people connect. So, when you add the right people-to-people connect on top of a very strong foundation, I think that's when we hope magic will happen. And the whole idea of the EVOLV platform is really to see how we can support, Silicon Valley entrepreneurs as they access India, the Indian markets, access to large corporates in India who are also growing, significantly here and, globally, using technology capabilities, IPs that are built from the Valley, which has always been a supporting ecosystem, for the world in terms of innovation. But also look at, the other way around, how do we see Indian startups, Indian scale-ups, Indian unicorns who are growing globally, and what can Silicon Valley add to that? Many of them would have a first base probably in the Valley, especially depending on the kind of capabilities that are being built, and then expand globally. So I think it's going to be a two-way journey. It's going to be something that is going to bring the best of India and Silicon Valley together as a premise. I think the second and most important differentiator that we see with the EVOLV platform, that while 35% of the I think startups in the Valley are of from citizens of US citizens of Indian origin or Indian residents who are based there, I think a large number of other innovation that is happening in the Valley today encompasses the rest of the world. So we believe that the best of global innovation can be tapped into from an India angle through the Valley, and EVOLV can definitely aspire to become that one platform that connects global innovation, around the world, and the best of global innovation to India, again, through this one bridge. So again, that's a very ambitious, objective that CII has set up for itself. But this entire ecosystem actually then falling together in an institutionalized mechanism is really the goal and hope. So what we are doing today is really, I believe, if we look back maybe at India at 100 and maybe sooner, because I don't think, we have the time to wait for 25 years. It is a journey. We'll probably keep evaluating the success of this platform on a year, 2-year, 5-year basis. We could be really, hoping that we have created something very significant that many, many companies globally will benefit from and really be able to strengthen this platform through their richness and through that experience. So I think, with that, we're going to, of course, have Ram talk a little more about the scientific approach of EVOLV and many, many other things. So over to you, Ram, to take us through other aspects of EVOLV. And again, very, very good morning, and thank you, everyone, for being here.
Good morning, everybody. I'm going to load up a slide that will be a lot more narrative of what I was going to talk about. I need somebody to open this up for me, please. Where's the presentation deck? Can you help? That's fine. Perfect. Thank you. So what Rajan so eloquently put in terms of how we envision a process where we're going to connect the innovative engagements globally into India's growth engine, this picture here, this is a kind of a narrative of the global map where you see all of the innovation hubs globally connecting into Silicon Valley. In fact, most of these are already represented in the Silicon Valley. How do I stop this? Somebody put this in presentation mode. Okay. Okay, I got that, yeah. Thank you so much. So basically, the whole process of putting together a data-driven engagement that is really action-oriented, where the entrepreneur, based on the need of the hour, that is based on the staging of his or her, company, early stage to mid stage to late stage, the needs are changed. The needs change, dynamically based on the technology, the domain, the geographic location, and of course, most importantly, the staging. So early stage, you're all about raising some money to get a POC. Once a proof of concept is all established, then you would look for an early stage round, and after that, you're looking to scale. So all of the needs are addressed in the way we have built the data-driven process. So what I would like to impress upon you is the India's powerhouse CII and its massive growth engine, the engine of economy that I believe something like 80 to 83% of the entire GDP of this country is driven by their member base. So it is humongous. And so there is a way to really leverage that powerhouse and connect that to the ecosystems of the world through this data-driven engagement. So that is the whole mission of EVOLV. And EVOLV, of course, in the underpinnings of that is you're never static. You're constantly evolving. You're constantly thinking, changing the dynamic based upon who you are. So, and startups are the best representative of that. So I'm going to give you a little bird's eye perspective on the data side of it, and then talk about how the program actually works. So let me just go to the next slide. Okay, so this is the slide that kind of like gives you a narrative of the global innovation system that exists out there. If you see, there are about 730,000 active startups. The way I put that is those that actually have a proof of concept. Anything other than that is just a website, in my opinion, because there's a lot of failures, and not only that, there's a lot of companies that are concepts, that stay concepts for years because of non-engagement or whatever. So we've seen that, and so if you look at data from websites like, let's say, Crunchbase, which is a democratized version of anything for anybody, you'd see Air India showing up as a startup, although it's got 50-some thousand employees, and it is how many every years old it is, But so that is what happens when you put data in, and nobody, questions that. Then there are other much more better elevated portals like Deal Room or PitchBook or companies like that, but they're very pricey, and the way they control data and the way they share data is a pay-per-view kind of thing, and it's not really something that the entrepreneur can really dig in and use. Of course, venture capitalists really use that very extensively to understand the space and where the money is moving and what they should be doing about it. So what we've done is flip that. So we're going to use data in a democratized model, but through an engagement platform that we will control without having the startup to have to pay for it. It's all based upon real value creation and genuine caliber, and willingness consensually from both sides. When I say both sides, I mean the startup on the one side. On the other side, you have other larger, more successful startups, big enterprise that actually would be primary landing point for their scaling and consumption, investors who are seed rounds, as well as the late stage, VCs. And of course, governments a whole lot of times are big buyers of technology. For example, California is one of the largest tech buyers in the world, being the 5th largest economy, bigger than most other countries of the world. But as a consumer of technology, they are huge. So it's like that. So this whole confluence of mechanisms are brought together through the EVOLV program. So I have here stats of about 114,000 investors that include various stages of investors globally. And then you have about little over 800,000 enterprises that could be great anchors for these startups in terms of pilot programs as well as being clients. And influencers are actually my sweet spot, my personal passion for that, because at the end of the day, you could talk to 1,000 people and everybody has their own views. But if you talk to 5 domain experts who know what they're talking about, makes all the difference. So today's entrepreneur is not all about, I'm going to sit there and be mentored by some legend who built a company and has taken it hundreds of billions of dollars. And those legends are more inspirations for us, not a go-to for how do I scale, how do I do the next thing. So entrepreneur today has 5 minutes. And he or she would like to say, I need 5 minutes of your time. You did this, and this is who I am, and this is what I'm trying to do. Can you guide me on that? So that's it. They're not going to sit around. So we are going to be resourcing domain experts on the basis of caliber, on the basis of past track records, willingness, and also on the specific fit for the startup that's looking for help. And that is what data-driven means. That's what Rajan was talking about. So it's not about throwing 5,000, options at you, saying here are the 5,000 companies that could be prospective buyers. Go blitz them with an email campaign, which will probably end up 99% in the spam folder. And then that 1% that open the email are going to be annoyed that you're spamming them. So that's not going to work. So these are the different elements that are there that we are constantly building upon. So that kind of gives you the nutshell of what EVOLV program is. And of course, the leaders like Chris have done amazing work, and they're still deeply entrenched in the entrepreneur world. And his guidance from individuals like that are a great asset to where we go from here. So with that, I'm going to be available during the day for any of you who have any questions. Please come on up and swap cards, and let's get engaged. But I'm going to pass this off to Rahul. Rahul, would you? I'm playing your role, Rajan. That's a great idea. We want to do that after Rahul and Chris finish up. Please. I don't think you need this anymore. Oh, sorry.
Good morning, everyone. I think this session is quite timely, and I'm sure many of you saw the moon landing yesterday. So firstly, I think congrats to every one of us. I mean, it's a proud moment to have Chandrayaan-3 landed on moon. So, couldn't be a better moment than hosting a B20, G20 summit in India at this time. So I think, firstly, also I would like to congratulate Rajan, Ram, and the entire EVOLV team for setting up this platform of building a stronger bridge between India and Silicon Valley. If I think about my journey as entrepreneur, and many of us came back to India to start our ventures, I think today as India stands, I think three words which come to my mind every single day. I think it is about innovation, it is about scale, it is about global ambition. And I think that is something that is continuously happening at an accelerated pace. And if I was to pick some of the stats, I think while those stats were also there on Ram's slide, but just to make it more prominent for India, India is a home to more than 100,000 startups recognized by DPIIT, but probably the number of startups are even larger than what is recognized. There are more than 100 unicorns contributing north of $300 billion of market value as we stand. So if you look at from a country perspective, and this number is growing rapidly, by 2026 or 27, the startups would be contributing close to $1 trillion of contribution towards the Indian economy. And therefore, the ambition of India to become a $6 trillion, to become a $10 trillion, I think startups will play a very, very important role with not just playing for India, but playing for the world. So that's one stat, I think, which I'm pretty proud of, excited about being part of the ecosystem at this point in time. The second thing, which I think is also a very interesting stat I picked up. I spent a month in Silicon Valley and traveling across US. And I found two things which was happening interestingly. One, obviously, many of the AI startups, which is the flavor of the year. And I was privileged to become an angel investor in one of those AI startups started by an ex-Google friend. And when I met him and started to talk about what he's building, the company's name is Emma. It's now pretty much it's out of the stealth mode, but in his 6 months of building the company is probably 6 to 9 months old, but in the 6 months of building the company, he has more number of people in India than in US. So his Indian team is 2x of the team in US. Now that's a clear example of a cutting edge technology, which is today we think about maybe Silicon Valley is the hub of AI, but in our own ways, we are probably a larger contributor, both in terms of firstly the engineers and not just in India, but in Silicon Valley, building on this new wave, but also in terms of the data. The second stat I picked up was, I think India is among the top 2 countries when it comes to people searching for queries on ChatGPT and therefore enabling the AI engine around it, right? So that's how critical India becomes in terms of both contributing on innovation side, but also in terms of data, search query, adoption of new technology as a country, as consumers, as businesses, right? So that is the power and role that India is playing today in the global innovation ecosystem. Third thing I want to talk about, I think recently I took up the role of continuing to bring more and more startups into the phenomenal institution of CII, which has been the industry voice. And I would say in just the last few months, I am amazed by firstly the platform and how if startups were to continue to use this platform to create a voice in the policy framework, in global associations, so on and so forth. So I think for startups, I feel this is a time we have been building in our own basement for a very long time, probably staying away from the policymakers or so on and so forth. But I think there is a time that we have to start to realize that if we were to go from this 300 billion to a couple of trillion, we need to start creating that voice in a policy framework, in global partnerships. And I think there is no reason why we can't grow this ecosystem 10x from where it stands. And last, I would want to reflect upon Moglix, which I started 8 years back. I think when I started, it was startups were never correlated to manufacturing sector. And I remember most startups were talked about as software startups, SaaS startups, IT services, so on and so forth. And people were like, maybe manufacturing is not gearing up enough towards the software and technology disruption. And come 23, in the last 8 years, we have seen that both Indian manufacturing sector with various policy interventions in terms of also GST, in terms of digitization wave that is sweeping the country, there is innovation that is happening on how manufacturing sector can continue to utilize technology, software, organized supply chain, organized financing to really leapfrog in this post-COVID world where India needs to play a far bigger role in terms of not just its domestic supply chain, but also playing a role critical in global supply chains and become a true alternative to manufacturing outside of one or two countries which have been the bigger in past. And I think there is no reason why we can't do that. So I'm super excited about technology startups also playing a significant role in manufacturing and global supply chain in the coming times. And if we do all of this well, I think there is no reason why we would not just cross the 6 trillion mark, which we have set for 2030, but probably aspire for a much, much bigger number in the next 10 years. With that, thank you. Back to Rajan and Ram.
Thanks, Rahul. Great comments from you. And now over to Chris for his special keynote address.
First of all, let me add my own personal welcome to all of you, and especially our guests and friends from the Silicon Valley. Ram, thank you, and to all of you for taking time to come to Delhi for this event, and of course, hopefully you'll spend some more time in India. And I'm happy that Ram and Rajan are driving this initiative, but there is also other parts of CII, the Unicorn Forum, the Startup Council. There are many other initiatives, and the Center for Excellence on Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups, which CII started, and I'll talk about this, which all of these are now working together to, one, support the startups in India, two, build bridges, especially with the US and the Silicon Valley. And I strongly believe that, this is happening at the right time, and it will benefit both sides. It will benefit all of us, actually. And that's what I want to talk about very briefly today. So in the last 8-9 years, we have gone from approximately 8,000 startups in 2014 to more than 100,000 startups by 2023. The investments, cumulative investments, would be around $150 billion. The market cap would be upwards of $300 billion, as was mentioned already. But this startup ecosystem is starting to have a very positive impact on the Indian economy, the Indian ecosystem, and I believe over time, globally, it will have an impact globally. So, multiple initiatives were started leveraging the platform, and every one of the speakers before me talked about the CII's platform. So how can CII's platform be leveraged for benefiting the startup, but more importantly, accelerating the growth of the Indian economy? How can we take advantage of this? How can we bring the young talent that's available to become job creators rather than job seekers? How can we create first generation enterprises. Our experience, my experience has been to create these first generation enterprises in the country. So how can we encourage more first generation enterprises to come up in India? And several interventions were done as part of this. First and foremost, we wanted to encourage the larger enterprises, the medium-sized, mid-sized enterprises in India, small enterprises in India, to look at the startup ecosystem as an opportunity for innovation, acquiring companies, as an opportunity for go-to-market, as an opportunity for understanding the new culture that is coming up, etc., etc. Most of the enterprises in India, especially the larger ones, are family-owned businesses, multi-generational businesses. Whereas this startup ecosystem represents a very different culture, philosophy, way of working, the pace at which they change, etc. Right? So how can we combine these together? The startups benefit because they get access to customers, potential customers. They get access to funding. They get access to mentors. They get access to market. They get access to resources these large companies have. Sometimes their workshops, their labs, the talent that's there, all of these things. So it's a mutually beneficial relationship and will only benefit both sides as well as the economy. And CII initiated this, and I'll come to how we are institutionalizing this. So that's the first one. Second, we wanted to make sure that more domestic capital would come into the startup ecosystem. Typically, if you look at the growth of a startup in India, when you cross Series B, Series C, most of the funding comes from outside India. In fact, 95% of the funding comes from outside India. There's nothing wrong with that, but we felt that if you want to, more funding is always better, right? More sources of funding is always better. Plus, can we insulate our startups from the vagaries of the global economy? That will only happen if we have strong domestic funding. It's also visible in the public markets today. Indian stock market is actually not being hit by foreign investors exiting the market. If you look at foreign investors are net sellers in the last 2-3 months, whereas the market is still going up. That's because of strong inflows from domestic capital. Can we now route that domestic capital to invest in the startup ecosystem? And I can tell you that 8-9 years back, very little of that capital, very few of the family offices would be investing in startup ecosystem. Now the situation has completely changed. And I believe that CII ran multiple workshops for the family office in India. They have huge amount of wealth. And today, a lot of those family offices are allocating 5% to 15% of their wealth to invest in this startup ecosystem. And that's growing. That's growing, actually. That's the second initiative that we did. The third initiative we did is to work with the government to look at reforms, ease of doing business, creating sandboxes for these startups to work and things like that, so that they can purchase policies of governments at the state level, at the center level, so that the startups can benefit working with the government, can benefit from the reforms that happen, ease of doing business, etc. Still a way to go, but the change is in the positive direction, and we believe that we had a role to play. A lot of the policy changes that have happened have had inputs from CII. Last but not the least, there is a strong movement within the country on how digitization will benefit the common man, digitization will benefit the country, digitization will enable the startup ecosystem. this is industry, philanthropy, startups, regulators, government, all working together to create a different model for the country and hopefully a different model for the world. India Stack is a good example of that. Efforts are on to replicate the success of India Stack in the healthcare industry, in the e-commerce and retail industry, ONDC you would have heard about. The similar effort is there in the education, primarily driven by philanthropy, and in other sectors also you will see that India's approach is very different. And in AI also I can tell you that India is coming up with a very different approach to look at privacy, privacy preserving and enabling data for training models and things like that, which is a big issue today across the world. But India is starting to address that and thinking about it upfront. How can we look at privacy preserving training models and things like that? And if people are interested, I can talk about it. What I wanted to say is that there are several of these initiatives that are enabling the startup ecosystem to benefit from CI's platform. And CI then decided, of course, we have these councils. The councils are long running. The leadership keeps changing because these council chairs are typically 1 year, 2 year, maximum 3 years. So Rajan was there before, now Rahul is there. So keeps changing. There's some continuity through the secretariat. But CI has another way of doing this, which is called the Center of Excellence. And CI has set up a Center of Excellence for Innovation, Entrepreneurship and Startups in Hyderabad. Varun is here. Varun Aknoor is the CEO of that. Madhu is involved. I don't know where Madhu is. Here it is. Here she is. She is involved. Sujit. There are a few people from CI who are involved in this. And the role of this Center of Excellence is to run these programs. So we have run multiple programs for family offices. So telling them why this asset class is important, and we handhold them if they're interested to take them through investing in the first startup or first fund. So that fear is removed. Plus we bring other family offices who will talk about their experiences. We run workshops and classes for large enterprises, companies like Vedanta, the Adani Group, and people like that, Force Marshall. We run innovation workshops. So they come up with certain problem statements. We identify startups who can help them with these problem statements, help them with solving these problems, bring them together. And these are typically 10, 14-week workshops, etc. we run for these large companies. We also work with bureaucrats. So 2 days back, we had a workshop at Madhya Pradesh, where I think 60, 70 of the bureaucrats came to this workshop. And our engagement with them was to introduce them to this concept of startups. How do they work with startups? What is a startup policy? What are the best practices across states? And we run these workshops, and typically this is top down. The chief secretary of the state or the minister will request these people to come and attend these workshops. And we have done this for Nagaland, for example, for MP 2-3 days back, and other states also. So our role is to enable the startup ecosystem. Now, let me come to why I am here standing before you, because I believe CI has, envisaged this to be opened up for our friends from the Silicon Valley, because we believe that ecosystem is important for India, that ecosystem is important for the world. So how can, you leverage this platform and the different bridges that we are building now to expose the startups in the valley to Indian corporates, connect them with startups here, help them. Of course, all of you have, or many of you have, development centers in India, but it's just not as a talent source, but it's also a market, it's also a joint go-to-market, it's also a way for you to enter the Indian market, test out your products and services, work with the regulators, give you access to the network that CI has. And I'm hopeful that this will be beneficial to you. For our startups, of course, going to the world through the valley is probably the best way for us to do that because of the network and the ecosystem that already exists there and the funding sources that are there. So I believe this is a very beneficial relationship with both sides, and I hope that this bridge becomes very strong and events like these and today becomes a first of many that we have going forward. One last bit. The regulators in India and the government in India works very closely with startups in many cases. And the best example, of course, is the fintech space, where the India stack was built along with the government. Along with the government, every step of the way, and of course, it's become a huge success. It's continuing. So on the fintech space, account aggregators, KYC issues, there is a very large program to build a financial infrastructure for the country. So that continues. There are efforts on to look at a similar initiative in the healthcare side, again working with the regulators. Government has announced the National Digital Health Mission, NDHM, and how NDHM, that architecture will help the healthcare industry to evolve, in some sense, leapfrog to the 21st century. That again is something I hope the entrepreneurs in the valley, even the corporates in the valley, would look at favorably to work with. It is a very interesting philosophy of how the economy will develop. It's a fundamentally different philosophy of how the economy will develop. At the bottom is a digital public infrastructure which is built using philanthropy and government support. And on top of that, private innovation is enabled. And that private innovation can be from anywhere by any company. There are no restrictions on that. And if you look at from a transaction volume, the top two payment service providers today are Google Pay and Phone Pay, or Phone Pay and Google Pay. So clearly, others benefit from the financial infrastructure if they buy into it and if they develop for it. And I'm hopeful that the similar possibilities exist in other sectors. ONDC also, I believe, many people are working with. Even I believe the marketplaces that exist today will also adopt to the ONDC model. Because as ONDC becomes larger, I believe that these larger marketplaces will also adopt. So this is an opportunity to work across different dimensions, take advantage of this, and hopefully everybody will benefit, including India and rest of the world. There are other initiatives. I don't want to talk about it for lack of time. But again, thank you all and look forward to working with you, supporting you, and together we grow this ecosystem of startups in the world, create the future large companies, multinationals, and benefit economies of both the countries. Thank you all very much and all the best.
Thank you so very much. We can take one or two questions in case if you have any questions or comments. Okay. Thank you so very much, sir. Thanks for your time. As we move on, please come, sir.
We have a pretty amazing session back to back today, and of course, the next speaker is a legend in India. You know, Digital India is the czar of data. He is running late. The wonderful Delhi traffic is holding him up, so he will be here any minute. But I'd like to take this moment to introduce some of the speakers here today. They will be with you guys all through the day. Enjoy their presentations, ask them questions, swap cards, you know, that sort of thing. So, you know, I'd like to have all the presenters please stand up, and I'm going to introduce each one of you guys, because you don't have a mic, so I will do the talking for you. So first, with the young lady over here, Jyoti Kukureja. Jyoti, you know, is a VP Development, Business Development for a company called Isera, which is a cutting-edge generative AI company, particularly in the what do you call CX space. So I would, there she is, Jyoti. You know that. And right behind her is Sarvajna Dwivedi. No mic, please. Yeah, thank you. We're just going to introduce them, if you don't mind. Thank you, Priyanka. So Sarvajna actually is a serial entrepreneur, serial unicorn builder, if I could call him that. Previous company in the medical space, he sold for $1.15 billion. So even the 0.015 makes a huge difference when you talk in billions, I guess. So, you know, he's amazing. You know, he's one of India's loyalists. He's been in the US for 30 years, but a very loyal passport holder of the Republic of India, you know, so there he is. So, and he's building a very cutting-edge new company, so, which I think is super disruptive, you know, for the whole world, as Chris has mentioned. So I'm going to let you present, and then let people enjoy your presentation instead of stealing the thunder. And then I have Gaurav Banga here. Gaurav runs a company called Balbix, a cutting-edge cloud security company. So, and welcome, Arvind. So, welcome. So I'm just going to do a quick intro of all the presenters today. And you'll hear more from him, you know, in a few minutes after Arvind ji goes on the stage. And next to him is Jagat Junachula and his partner in crime, Pradeep Fernandez. Both those guys are building an amazing biotherapeutic company in a what you would call fourth generation monoclonal antibody drug conjugate technology. So I guess, sorry, I'm too close to the mic. Oh, okay. So, and you'll hear from them, you know, in a few, you know, hours, I guess, you know. And then there's GP Singh right there, and Satish. GP is actually in the semiconductor space, very exciting technology, so he'll talk to you more about that. And I have Alok Sharma. Alok runs passwordless protection technology. I don't want to steal his thunder, so Alok's CEO of TrueU, one of the new cutting-edge technology companies that I guess is changing the landscape here. With that, I'm going to actually thank Chris for his time and for coming here and sharing his wisdom with us, and also Rahul, who's a unicorn builder in India, and I guess you've pioneered it and energized a whole bunch of other unicorns. So thank you for coming here and sharing your views, and we greatly enjoyed your sessions. So I'm going to have, please come and take over from me. Next speaker is a legend, you know, and I think I personally am his fan. So I'm going to let the introduction happen for you. Please come on up.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on, for the next keynote address on digital strategies in the era of AI, may I please request Mr. Arvind Gupta, co-founder, Digital India Foundation, for his insightful remarks.
Yes, yes. I'm, they're trying to figure out the technology, so I'm just going to send this again. Can you download and save it again from the email, please? Yeah, because this should be, or I don't think so this will connect, so otherwise I would have. Just try to do this side by side, or everything was so much on time. I don't want to take this technology delay. भैया आप इधर ही आ जाइए, एक्शन देख लीजिए अगर आ जाता है तो. So good morning. Thank you, Ram, for having me here, and wonderful to see a lot of friends from Silicon Valley participate in this morning. I can't but start today's discussion. I was asked to talk about the digital side of India, but Rahul, I'm sure I couldn't miss this session. I wish I knew Rahul was going to be here. He has probably given you some, from Moglix, he's probably given you some insights into what's happening in the digital domain. And of course, one of the OGs of digital in India, Chris, is here. So I can only add a few more tidbits to it. But I think given that we yesterday put a rover and a lander on the moon, I think we have to start with saying how Chandrayaan is not just about the science prowess. It's also a great message in India's big ecosystem being developed about in space technology. And I think it's not a work of 1 or 2 years. It's been happening over a long time. And they have the presentation now, so can you now make it happen? And many of you would know 2 important facts about the Chandrayaan. Number 1, it cost 1/6 of Mission Impossible 7. 610 crores, $77 million. We actually made a presentation in 2014 when And at that point in time, the Mangalyaan missions were going on. People could not imagine how India can do it at that cost and at that frugality. So the biggest commonality, and they have the presentation now, the biggest commonality between the two is that we have basically a very low-cost, frugal space tech ecosystem. Not many people remember that we launched 104 satellites on a single rocket, microsatellites, at the lowest cost ever done. And this is the prowess that you witnessed yesterday. If you didn't, please go and look at it again. And it's a momentous occasion for a country like India to be one of the 4 nations on the moon, as well as the first one on the South Pole. So I think everybody can talk about it. The way I look at it is the way we have built out digital, and that's the reason I mentioned, is this is very, very complementary to that. India is building out a space tech ecosystem, one of the 5 big revolutions that is happening globally, and space is one of them, and India is really participating very actively in that. The other thing that all of us should understand, the India's income pyramid, and this is, India has about 250 million households at a family level, about 5.5 people per family. Still, we are about 100 million families which are below poverty line, about 80 million families which are just above the poverty line at the aspirational, the lower middle class, however you want to classify them, about 50 million families which are the real middle class of India, the spending class, and the rich. And the big story of India and India's digital is really that it is instead of being top down, which is what when I used to be in Silicon Valley, we used to think about how can we target the rich, how can we get more out of the pocket of the green and the blue households. And that was the first question any venture capitalist was asked, any startup. In India, it's the other way around. It's frugal, it's mass innovation, and how can we address bottom up? And all that we have done with digital public infrastructure in India, which I'll talk very briefly about, is bottom up. And bottom up is what has resulted in India having a digital identity for every single adult above the age of 5 has. And if you live in India for 180 days, you get an Aadhaar identity card, identity number, it's not a card. The financial inclusion in India has been the highest ever. Just to give a context, we added about 500 million, 50 crore accounts as of last week to the banking system in less than 5 years. Now, if you think about it, contextualize it with America, this is thrice the working population of America. Thrice. And if you look at it, and I'll talk about a few numbers, but the big thing that is, I think, one of the big takeaways from India is that why India is certainly a sweet spot in a very, very uncertain world right now. We have a rule of law, regulatory quality, especially in the digital space, is very, very high. We just last week passed the Personal Data Protection Act, which is one of the better templates. And thank you for leaders like Chris and others to have participated in that. The effectiveness of the government, the trust in government is very, very high. Political stability, we've had always a peaceful change of power in the last, X number of years that we have had elections, about 70 years plus. So I think this is a very, very important thing. And the tangential to that has been for the last 6 or 7 years, we have been building digital public infrastructure. In fact, I think everybody symbolizes public infrastructure with roads, electricity grids, but India championed and even coined the term digital public infrastructure. Nobody understood what's the significance of digital public infrastructure till the time we started talking about it globally, started making standards with all the bodies in the world. And the resultant of that is that today we have one of the most vibrant startup ecosystem. Companies like Moglix and others who are probably present here in India reflect that. I talked about Chandrayaan, and this is the Jan Dhan Yojana. It was actually launched around this time in 2014, 9 years ago. The Prime Minister made a promise on the 15th of August in 2014 that every Indian should have a right to open a bank account. We didn't have technology then. We had a use case. And we built technology, we used existing technology, we provisioned it to make sure every Indian could open a zero balance bank account. When these bank accounts started, of course, like any other bank account, you had people with bank accounts but no balances. Today, the number of 500 million bank accounts, only 8% bank account has no balance. That means 92% bank accounts have a balance. And the beauty of this is, this ecosystem, this bottom-up ecosystem, is today having a bank balance, combined bank balances of about $35 billion. Nobody ever imagined. This was a money that was not useful to them, as well as to the ecosystem in general. So this is money now in the banking system. They get savings, they get credit on it. And this is really one of the biggest transformations that we have seen in India. And the leapfrogging, of course, everybody talks about that we've done in 9 years. It would have taken generations to do if we ever had progressed in a non-DPI approach. The other thing, the second pillar to India's digital is DigiLocker. Many people use it every day. They don't realize they're using it. My daughter, we just returned from Silicon Valley. I met Dr. Dwivedi there. And, she had to show her COVID certificate or her 10th class mark sheets. You don't go to a website or anything. You go to DigiLocker. It's authenticated. Your mark sheets are non-fungible. They're available there. And it's directly from the source. Any government-issued document is today available in DigiLocker. It's like a Dropbox on steroids with authentic documents available there. Now, this is very critical. From your vaccine certificates to your insurance certificates to your driver's license, anything that is now issued by the government is now available to everybody to use in an authentic manner. Why this becomes important is for eKYC, for example. eKYC that comes via the DigiLocker has been one of the biggest motivators to bring down the cost of customer acquisition. For those of us who wear a venture capital hat, will understand this. This is the biggest bane for any startup. How are you bringing down the cost of customer acquisition? For those of you who know about a term that is frequently used in India called the geo effect, the Reliance geo effect. And that's not a brand, really, it's more of an effect. And that effect is basically said, if you can lower your customer acquisition cost from $30 to about $1, you can bring down the cost of services, whether it's telecom, banking, or anything else. And DigiLocker has been one of the key reasons that we've been able to do that. And there are Harvard studies. I have personally taken a few of them. HBR has published my case studies on this, that we have actually systemically brought down the cost of customer acquisition from $30 to less than $1 today, using eKYC. I was with some friends, Ram, in Silicon Valley. I don't know whether you remember. And they were a bunch of bankers. And I showed them remotely there that I can open a bank account faster from Silicon Valley in India than they can open a PayPal account for me. Because you have to scan your driver's license, some OCR will happen, something will happen in the background. I just do a eKYC. I actually won the contest 3:1. That means they took about 4 minutes, I took 55 seconds to open a bank account from Silicon Valley. And this was 6 years ago. And this is the story of India. The scale and size and the speed is amazing. The cost of data, we were 155, and this is the geo effect. We were 155th in the cost of data. Today, we are the lowest cost of data anywhere in the world. And that is the reason we have 900 million people using technology every day in India, using a smartphone, using an internet connection. The real tool of empowerment. And I have some very interesting facts that you will see why India's digital revolution is no longer at the top of the pyramid. When we come and talk about UPI. UPI, last month, we did UPI. Everybody knows UPI? If not, please study it. If not, you're missing out the biggest digital revolution that is happening anywhere in the world. UPI is nothing but, if you understand tech, the SMTP of emails. For those of us from the tech world, the computer science world, understand you had a protocol that connected two email clients. Here you have a protocol that connects a bank X to any bank. And you have a virtual private address, and you can transfer money instantaneously. It's a zero cost, under 2,000 rupee transaction. Revolutionized payments like crazy. But the beauty of this is the 9.9 billion transactions that happen every month. Every month. Who's doing them? And that's the key. It's not the top 5 million or the next 10 million families, the 50 million families, the 55 million families. It's democratized. More than 300 million people do this every day. And research after research is showing that today, if you don't use UPI, you are missing out on the gains of efficiency, costing, of course, margins. And you know, a trader in India has figured out it faster than many other people have. Today you go, and if you are trying to pay cash, they say, sir, UPI nahi hai kya? That's the default, by the way. Because he says the money goes into my bank account, I can save it. If I have to make payment, I can make it further from there. So, you know, this is the real revolution, and it'll come to one of the top things that is happening globally. I know a lot of you are talking about AI and others, but I'm just trying to combine all of this so that within time you can understand what's happening in India. The two other very interesting parameters, some of this data has been given to us by folks in Mountain View, Google. 95% Android in India, about 3% iOS. And of that 95% Android, most of the Android phones, above 90% Android phones, are actually now made in India. Many people don't realize this. And this is, you know, we have about $44 billion worth of smartphone production. This was one of the second highest import bills for India after oil. And it's no longer the case. We have really transformed electronics manufacturing in India, when in fact exporting. We have exported about $12 billion worth of phones from India, 50% iPhones. If you see an iPhone SE or iPhone 14, there's a good chance that it is actually made in India. It's actually made by a factory in India, Foxconn, and this number is only going to go up. This is the supply chain plus revolution that is happening globally. So you can see this happening. I talked about the Personal Data Protection Act, but along with that, what is very key is the Personal Data Protection Act completes India, what is called the India stack, on the right-hand side. The identity layer, the Aadhaar, the paperless layer, the eKYC DigiLocker, the UPI as a payments layer, GST as a transaction layer, and consent, which is DEPA, which has been made into law. But the slide has been intact for last couple of years. That means we had the architecture ready even before the law became ready. And that's the next thing. The agility of making platforms available, tested, along with, and they are all techno-regulatory platforms. They're just not technology out there for people to use. They help you implement from a regulatory perspective so that it doesn't put a burden on a business to manage their data fiduciary duty. So this is already there. And that has been put into act. A classical example, both of change management and adoption at the grassroots level of technology, is this fast tags. Fast tags are toll taxes, like the way you do toll tax, California toll tax, or any state toll tax. You put a tag in your car. Here the tag is just a RFID, the lowest cost again. And the beauty of it is, in last 2.5 years, we've got 98% of vehicles adopting it. Now imagine within the income pyramid, which is the people who drive cars. But they've figured out that first of all, it's cost efficient, fuel efficient, time efficient to actually adopt digital. 98%. And all the collections, and the government is happy because, you know, we get a lot of toll which was getting evaded is now actually getting transacted via digital means, so that means it's getting accounted for. So the numbers are staggering, and all this shows that India has really taken digital at the grassroots level. There was a time, and I think those set of people have become less now, that about 2 years ago, if you were traveling on a highway, there was this FASTag agents that would show up next to your car and say, sir, you don't have FASTag. Can I make it in next 2 minutes? Before you reach the queue, you'll get it. And he says, it will pay for itself by the time you cross it. And these agents used to be there, and they would make sure that you had a FASTag. Of course, that business opportunity is gone now because most of them have it. But that is a very big adoption. And it's not just how the adoption is done, it's the change management in the process and the behavior that how India adopted it. We still have, by law, we have to have a lane which is for non-digital users. So I always give, this is the 11 by 2 example. 11 lanes have digital, they're going zig, zig, zig. The 12th lane has a traffic backup. Which lane are you going to go? The digital lanes have 50% discount, no time wastage, and no fuel wastage. But because of inclusivity, we have the 12th lane also available to you if you want to pay by cash. You know slowly that 12th lane is becoming redundant, and that's rightly so. This is the banking law. Today is the death anniversary of our former finance minister, Shri Arun Jaitley, and this is a big respect for him, that he was one of the champions of the IBC and everything, a lot of reforms, including GST. And this has actually helped a lot. And the second is GST. GST is today a default in India. And not only it's producing data, which is for a digital person, a data economist, this is very, very big. But actually the gains to a formalization are very high. And slowly people are realizing it. It's no point staying out of the GST ecosystem. GST is an indirect tax. For those of you who don't understand, it's no longer different states having their own value-added taxes or other systems. It's a one nation, one tax, highest. It's competing with direct taxes, and that's a good thing. There's a healthy competition between direct and indirect taxes to make sure that India is actually registering the best tax buoyancy ever. So, and a short note on infrastructure. No story of India, apart from digital infrastructure, is physical infrastructure also. And today there's a healthy, again, competition between physical infrastructure. Road, railways, I think there is airports. There is a huge, huge improvement in numbers and everything else. This is, how economy is really churning at the bottom is the government has now started doing all transfers of its welfare schemes through the DBT system, the direct benefits transfer. 330 plus schemes of the government of India get availed by citizens of this country totally digitally. Small things like, life of certificate, proof of life, which is good for, which is important for pensioners, is all biometrically done. And Ram mentioned about the startups, the unicorns. We have 120 unicorns. I, in another role of mine, also help with the National Venture Capital Fund of India, Fund of India. We've given support to almost 130 funds in India. There is a funding winter, as I've been told in the Valley, but we're trying to support it as much domestically as possible by having local funds participate and making sure the fund, the startups, the innovative companies that needs funding support, they continue to get the same. So 130 plus domestic funds have been supported by the government, by the way. So a startup is not only about just saying, hey, we have a startup. Government is procuring, we have a 5 percentage points advantage for any startup selling to the government. 45% of India's startups are coming from towns like Varanasi and smaller towns of India, tier 2 and tier 3, not the 6, 7 big metros. And this is a promising sign because that's how the ecosystem should be democratized across India. 90,000 plus companies, and this is, 100 plus unicorns that we talked about. Small again tidbits. Cost of opening a demat account. Demat is a trading account in India. Earlier, participating in the public markets in India was limited to 20 million people, concentrated in a few western states of India. Today, 110 million people. 2 million people get added to the stock exchange trading platform every month, 2 million. And that's why companies like Zerodhara have become the talk of the town because they adopted the geo effect, if I can call it again, to become the biggest trading platform in this country. So, and competed with the old systems, as if you can call it. But 70% of users, first-time investors, 2 million added every month. And FDI inflows, again, India is the bright spot. What I am hearing globally from allocators and fund managers that we are no longer in the club of the emerging market, which is everything in emerging markets was given 10% allocation by fund managers, and within the 10% of the whole, let's say 100 billion fund, we had a 30% allocation. So eventually we ended up having about 3% allocation of a fund manager. Today, India by its own right, by its own demographic dividend, by its own digital prowess, by its own potential is getting about 8 to 10% on its own. So that's happened. And the last thing I would like to leave this group with is we have, we means the government, has suddenly become so excited with this, the digital public infrastructure approach, that we are now building new and new public infrastructure to solve societal problems in India. As we speak, we talked about the India stack, which was the 5 layers. The account aggregator, the open credit network, already live and up and running. This is enabling credit in India, giving access to data in a manner that I can use my own data to get better credit. Open network for digital commerce. This is a revolution of a non-platform approach, which I have been part of, again, to build e-commerce. Any transaction, mobility, food, at very, very lower cost, non-rent seeking, for e-commerce. We're building that. It will be, again, a public-private effort, and it's already live and running for over a year now. We do about 110,000 transactions a day, by the way. But in India, if UPI, earlier we used to do 100,000 transactions a month, we were excited. But given that 900 million population that we have, now that number of 3 million transactions a month doesn't excite us. We want to do 30 million a month. So ONDC is another digital public infrastructure that is being rolled out as we speak. There is a voice stack, Bhashini project going on. The Prime Minister just mentioned that. Again, India has complexity in languages. But if you want to democratize usage, AI, we want to build our own language ecosystem. So there's a Bhashini open system. Again, it's not purview of 1 or 2 companies. It's been open source, open stack. Everybody can access it equally. And skilling ecosystem, there's a big conference this weekend on skilling and travel stack that if you get the chance. So I just talked about Bhashini. And the last thought I will leave you with is that there are 3 mega trends that are happening in the digital world. Number 1, Indians are going digital. There's absolutely no doubt of it. India is making digital infrastructure as public goods. And we are becoming the biggest data-rich society anywhere in the world, in the free world. And that is very, very important, because now we are understanding the power of data in the 4th industrial revolution and how it can really help us progress in society and leapfrog further and further away. So a lot of lessons from the India story, but as investors, as participants, as stakeholders in India's journey, I think a lot has, we've come a long way. There are a lot of lessons that we have learned along the way, but and the big lesson has been that India is about building lowest cost technology, frugal technology at scale, population scale, and keeping it simple for the consumer. A WhatsApp bot could help you get your scheduling and vaccine slot, not a complex app, as simple as that. So, WhatsApp is perhaps used by everybody in India. So how can you really, really make technology simple has been a lesson, and a lot of agile policy making. I can compliment our political executive for being consistent in ensuring that the policies that we are doing are in tune, in time, and more principles-based rather than hard-coded. So with that, thank you. Thank you, everybody, for having me, and good luck for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta, for that very insightful session. Moving on, the next session addresses the critical issues confronting individual identity and access management, which is establishing trust in a decentralized world. May I please request Mr. Alok Sharma, PhD, CEO and President, True Inc., Mr. Gary Gauba, Founder and Executive Chairman, True Inc., to please come up on stage for the session deliberations. So, please.
Hello, everybody. My name is Alok Sharma, and I'll be talking about a problem which came from my last experience. So I had built a company focused on providing enterprise cloud to Fortune 500 companies and small and medium businesses. And as you know, cloud has become all the fashion. Great fortunes and great companies have been built on the shoulders of cloud. If you look at Microsoft, $2.5 trillion valuation. If you look at Google, almost $1.5 trillion valuation. And there are benefits to moving your workload in the cloud. You get flexible computing, you get flexible storage, you have global accessibility, so on and so forth. So this is what the business model of my company was that was acquired by Ericsson. You might be familiar with Ericsson. They are the largest wireless infrastructure provider in the world. During that, so I ran the global enterprise cloud practice covering about 160 countries. I believe there are 190 countries, and we were almost in 90% of those countries present. During that experience, there were two things my customers would ask. Customers were obviously big companies like Hewlett-Packard Enterprise, Abu Dhabi National Oil Corporation, so on and so forth. They were happy moving to the cloud, but they had two questions for which we didn't have very good answer. And the reason that I want to share that experience is because that's the basis of what we are doing in TrueU. So the first question was, when my data and applications are within the four walls of my corporation, I know who is coming in, who's interacting with those systems. But when you move it to the Azure cloud or AWS cloud or Google cloud, this cloud is accessible from anywhere in the world. So how do I ensure the identity of the person accessing my applications and data? Because you are very vulnerable if you cannot do that. The second one was, in cloud, everything is virtualized. So you don't get a dedicated machine to run your application. You get a machine when your application wakes up, and when the application dies, that machine is given to somebody else. And these applications are interacting with each other. For example, Salesforce Tableau is making calls to SQL servers to access data to build business intelligence software for the executive management. So how do you know the call coming from Salesforce Tableau to SQL Server, where your corporate data is an authenticated API call, so you can give them data with confidence that will not be misused other than for the purposes it is intended for. So how do you secure, in this virtual world, interaction between these workloads in a secure manner? So here you move from human identity, which is when somebody is trying to access the cloud, to machine identity, because there are no human beings. Salesforce Tableau is running on one machine, and your SQL Server is on a hyperscale storage rack, which is another machine. So you move into machine-to-machine identity management. Again, we didn't have very good answers to that. So in TrueU, we are solving this problem. How do you validate human identity so it is non-repudiable and it's ultra-secure? And the second part of it is, if there are no human beings involved, and in the world of AI, machines are taking over, how do you know two interacting machines are legitimate participants, not somebody coming in and interposing themselves and causing malicious harm? There are a lot of examples. I'll cover those when I cover go through the presentation. But I just wanted to give you the context of why we are in this particular space. So just some statistics. They're not as impressive at what Arvind was showing, but these are global statistics collected, I think, in the context of US by FBI primarily, you'll see. So these numbers are changing all the time, but last year, about 5 billion records were stolen. Your health records, your financial records, any kind of record. So collectively, 5 billion records were stolen. And if you say financial information, it shows up in the dark web. You can go to dark web and buy credit card numbers by 10,000 in 10,000 lots. And then you can use this credit card to get, goods from Amazon. There are health records in US, your stolen health record is selling for about $200 per patient on the dark web. So when you talk about records, this is what it means. About 5 billion of them, right? Which is like the world's population. Number of records were stolen. And FBI computed the industry losses. There were $10.2 billion in losses last year. And they are growing at 48% over 2021. So next year, they'll be more like 15 billion if you look at that trend. So it's a big problem for the industry. It's a big problem for the consumer. I have 2 slides to give you under the hood, or kind of an overview of what the technology looks like. And I have 2 demos to give you a little bit under the hood view of how this all works. So first problem, as I mentioned, is human identity. If somebody can access the cloud workload from anywhere in the world, how do you authenticate them and then authorize them to do their function? So the way we do this is we start by establishing human trust. So there's a continuous chain of trust, and I'll show the different elements of that. So what do you mean by human trust? So if Arvind says, I'm Arvind, how do I know he's Arvind? Very simple. We use document-based verification. For example, your passport or driver license validated against your digital selfie to match the picture on the document with your live picture, fool the system. And then you match the document itself against the government database to make sure that the document is not counterfeit. Knowledge factors stored in your HRMS system like Workday or Active Directory, factors only known to you and the HR, they can be posed in the form of security questions to test your knowledge. And the third one is possession. So for example, if there's a device registered in your name like your smartphone, I can send a magic link for you to access a code and then punch in the code in the portal to validate that you have possession of the device. So you use this combination of all these factors to fully and strongly validate identity of the person. And in US, we conform with NIST, National Institute of Standards and Technology, which is the federal government specification, to conform to that. Once you have done the human trust, then you have to bind the human to the device. This can be bring your own device that's legitimately yours or a corporate issued device. You have to bind the human being to that device, which is used to access corporate resources. So what we do is we use native device biometrics. For example, you have Touch ID or camera on the computer or iPad to biometrically take your identity after we have verified you and make sure that identity has to be presented for you to access the device. Otherwise, the device is locked. And once that is done, the true magic happens. We eliminate username, password, which I'm sure all of you use. You get an OTP code. I was in Ericsson. We knew 11 ways to hijack your SIM card when they acquired my company. Of course, I'm under NDA. I cannot share those exploits with you. And by the time I left last year, we knew 18. From 11, it had gone to 18. So if you think your phone is very secure and you get an OTP code and you punch it, I can hijack your SIM card and get the OTP code on my phone. By the way, some of the things is done with good intention. So today, Apple will take the OTP code and broadcast it over every device ever registered in your name. So if I can compromise your antiquated iPad because you have moved to the new iPad version, I can get the OTP code on that. So there are many, many such exploits. So we eliminate all that because these are what we call phishable factors with what we call cryptographic exchange, PKI, public-private key, which even with quantum computing, you cannot really break it because the complexity, elliptic key cryptography. It's analytical, it's not mathematical. The older technologies were RSA based on factorization. This is based on analytic geometry, so it's not susceptible to brute force attacks, like even with quantum computing. So you use this to cryptographically verify you. And I think over time with AI deepfakes, your cryptographic identity will be the real measure of who you are, not your picture or your document. Once that is done, then obviously you can get full access to all the corporate resources, SaaS applications, VPN, on-premise applications. We extend this. So one of the problems we were facing is, hey, when the person comes in, I can verify them, great. But cloud never sleeps. So how do I know if Ram has logged in securely, 1 hour later, the person on the other end of the terminal is still Ram? How about 1 day later? How about 1 week later? How about 1 month later? So if you're a highly privileged individual accessing high-value corporate assets, like you're an IT administrator that has right to, access your environment, or you're a C-suite executive accessing valuable corporate resources, it's not just sufficient for me to verify you at the point of entry. So I let you in the house, I know who you are, but then if you're sitting in my house for a month, I don't know which room you're going and what you're opening. So it's very similar in the digital world. So the session is long and you are privileged, then we have to verify you continuously. So outside of cryptography, we use 4 other vectors: your behavior, for example, your mouse movements and keyboard dynamics. The second one we use is biometric. For example, the spectrogram of your voice. What is the frequency component? And your frequency modulates. So you take short pictures to create a spectrum. What frequencies are there? What is the energy distribution across those frequencies, which makes your voice unique? So that's a biometric, not what you say. You can switch from English to Hindi. Aap kya kar rahe hain? But if you see, when I switch from English to Hindi, my spectrum doesn't change. So it's a very, very valid measure of your identity. The third thing we use is environmental, and here we leapfrog the industry. So if you look at companies like Palo Alto Networks, they use IP-based, what is the IP address to divine which country you are from, and what's the subnet to perhaps figure out which enterprise you are from. But new viruses that are coming in, they basically go through VPN gateways and spoof the IP address. So a Chinese attack or a Russian attack or Korean attack or Iranian attack on American infrastructure uses the local VPN gateways to get a US IP address, and then they fool you. So we use radio signal-based intelligence. I did my company in wireless, which was acquired by L3 Harris. So there's a lot of wireless intelligence you can use to microlocate you physically with the accuracy of ±1 meter, just using the Wi-Fi signals in the room. So some of our semiconductor company customers, they run the manufacturing lines and they have the recipe for cooking the wafer. And if you take those recipes out of the company, you can set up another company and be a competitor to them. So they want those semiconductor process documents to be accessible within defined locations, what they call engineering bullpens. So we have applied this technology, environmental-based, radio-based, to make sure when you're in the bullpen, you're able to access those documents. If you step even 1 meter outside the bullpen, the access is revoked. So this way, a outside attacker, they cannot be in the secure premises. They have to. It's a controlled building access. So they attack from the outside and they cannot access those documents. And finally, what is the device posture? Is it a corporate issued BYOD? What is the kernel information, firmware information, application usage behavior, and all that? So this allows us to passively monitor human activity without interrupting the human interaction, to make sure that not only at the point of entry cryptographically, but during the session outside of cryptographic using other 4 vectors, behavior, bio, environment, and device, we can monitor you. And obviously take action if we get a suspicion. And then I'll not cover this physical digital convergence, but a lot of our customers use like Coinbase, which is a large crypto exchange customer. They use this for protecting their crypto assets. Even though those locations are air-gapped, there's no internet, but people going inside the building, you have to make sure they don't take the digital wallet and make the bitcoins their own. So there's lots of other stuff which I'll skip for the time being. Carrying this into a machine, why machines are important. So you'll see 80% of the authentication events are not happening between human beings and machines. Machines are taking over a lot of the work, especially in the cloud. So 80% of the authentication is happening between the machines. So there are legacy solutions from companies like CyberArk, Delinea, HashiCorp. It's amazing. You think West is advanced? West is not advanced. There's so much legacy crap sitting in the West, and most of the vulnerabilities of their infrastructure is from this legacy mindset. So we are leapfrogging it to make sure that the legacy habits don't compromise the current infrastructure. So just to give you a view into legacy, you look at CyberArk, it has a multi-billion-dollar valuation. What they do is they store all your secrets in a central repository. And then if two machines want to interact, you have to build software connectors to those two machines. Then they validate these software applications through those connectors, ask for a shared secret from CyberArk, which it passes over securely over these connectors. And then they create an encrypted TLS tunnel between themselves. Can you believe it? This thing is selling in 2023. You have created a central storage of secrets. So, you know, Willie Sutton, the big bank robber in US, was asked, why do you rob banks? He said, that's where the money is. So you put all your secrets in one location, where is the hacker going to attack? The central store of your secrets, because then they get the keys to the kingdom. So I'll stop here, but this lunacy is prevailing in the Western world that you, from India perspective, sometimes you think is ahead of that. No, no, it's not true. So how we fix this problem? So just like human beings have traits that can be attested, you can attest the software. So for example, if you get a copy of Salesforce, Tableau from Salesforce, Salesforce actually creates a binary hash of the binary and signs it with its private key. So when you install the software, you can compute the hash of the binary, use the public key to decode their encrypted hash and match the two. If they don't match, then you know the software is pirated and not legit. You can obviously tie some other factors, but softwares have personality. Machines have personalities too, so you can identify that machine. So we use that to do workload and node attestation. And then once they are attested, you use the cryptographic technology to make sure you create a private key for the workload, get the public key attested by the certificate signing authority, and then you pass it on to the other party. And then you can do a secure exchange of secrets, because now it's encrypted with cryptography, and you can do your transaction. So the benefits of that is no central storage of secrets. Secrets are not long-lived. They come alive when the session starts. They die when the session dies. And you remove all this legacy problem. So this is how we solve the machine-to-machine. Companies like GlaxoSmithKline, NetApp, all these companies, they look to this solution. I have about 10 minutes, so I'll just show you how we are solving some of the problems. They can be very applicable in the context of India. You know, a theft is a theft anywhere in the world. A murder is a murder anywhere in the world. So security is a universal problem. It's not a US problem or an India problem or a China problem. So what works anywhere will work here. So we have a big design team in Bangalore. We have a big design team in Prague, Czech Republic, and big design team in Denver and Santa Clara. So we are a global company, and we look forward to bringing some of these. We just made some breakthrough in the domestic market also. So I'll show you the use case for one of the healthcare provider. It's a Fortune 10 company. They reimburse about $225 billion to the service providers like hospital chains and clinics that treat the patients that carry their insurance. So these patients have their health information, and the access to that health information obviously is protected under HIPAA, which is the regulatory requirement. And if it gets pirated, it leads to a lot of compromises. So let me see if I can get the demo gods to cooperate and just give you a quick preview. I'll do a running commentary when this video is playing. So typically you get this is the first time You do a document-based verification here we are doing. So your driver license, the fields are obfuscated, and then matching it to your digital selfie. This person looks like a patient, but he's actually a solution engineer. I told him to not comb his hair to create a realistic demo. He gets closer, and then you see we make them smile. So this is to do liveness detection, right? Once that is done, the entire background is checked, and then human trust and then device binding is happening. Your fingerprint or your face is done, and boom, you're locked into your portal. Next time when you come, nothing. You just open the device with your biometric. Your cryptographic keys are tied to the biometrics, so there's a challenge response which is done through cryptographic keys tied to your biometrics, and you're into the portal. No username, no password, no second factor, seamless user experience. I'll show you how we do the second part, which is continuous adaptive trust. I have 8 minutes, so I'll quickly cover that. This is just a picture. I'll kind of skip through this and go directly into the demo. So here is, for example, an employee, right? She or he, in this case he, coming into Starbucks in US to work. So do we allow him or her access? So we pick up all the radio signals, Bluetooth signals, Wi-Fi signals, geolocation signals to see if it's a place where the person normally frequents. And based on that, we evaluate the risk score. So device is corporate issued, so the risk score is very low. Identity, the device is opened by the biometrics, so it's very high. Environment is kind of fuzzy because they are not in an office setting. So you'll see the environmental score is only 66, other scores are high. You compute a composite score, and that score is used to give you controlled access. So for example, in this case, the person can access the cloud workloads. But if they are, let me just slow down. So they are in the cloud. If you have ever logged into the cloud, you'll see the desktop looks like a cloud. So here is the cloud desktop. Now, of course, they are a senior designer. You don't want them to access those design information, so privileged information folder, you're not able to access. So this is a continuous adaptive trust. They have to do nothing. Now this person is walking into their office setting. This is one of our customers' office. Actual customer is there, a Fortune 250 pharma company. So now you can see on the left-hand side, we are using Wi-Fi to micro-locate them within the campus where GPS signal doesn't come. We know this is their office, so they're in the right micro-location, could be an engineering bullpen. Now you have the device trust, it's corporate issued device, high. We have identity trust because we have identity verified and bound the identity to the device, so that's high. We know they are kind of in their office location, so that trust is also high. And then you'll see we have micro-located them. They are in the corporate campus, but we're in the corporate campus. So that signal kicks in, that's a high. Based on that, the composite risk score is close to 97. Now they can access iPhone 15 design. That's not really, you'll see iPhone 15 design, right? So you can go to your next generation. Last part of it is, this is, by the way, used by call center identity fraud protection. So you're talking on your device in a known environment, your identity is there. And then we are looking at bio and behavior. So you'll see the voice spectrum, the keyboard dynamics, keyboard is behavior, voice is, and then they leave their computer unattended and somebody else takes it over. You'll see on the left-hand side, the voice spectrum changes, the keyboard dynamics changes, and the computer is locked and they'll get a blank screen. So detection and login screen. I'll leave you with one final thought because this issue, how do you do privacy-preserving AI-based or machine learning-based identity verification, particularly in real time? So on the left, you'll see this human face, and in the middle, we convert this to black and white. Why this is important? In India, it's not an issue, but in the US, a lot of the banks have been sued for lending practices which are racially biased. So you cannot have color of the skin. So we make it black and white. Then we pick up these 32 points on the face. You can pick any number, but this is just an example. So for example, the distance between the inner corner of your eyes and right above where your nostrils flare, that aspect ratio is a very good indicator of your identity. So you'll see eyebrow, you'll see inner corner of the eyes, distance between the nostrils, all those, right? And these points are abstracted into the final picture. So the face is thrown away. Now you are nothing but points. And these points become a biometric identity signature of your face. So when you look in the camera, these points are picked up, and then now people's faces age over time. I didn't look like this 20 years back. So this is where AI, so this is machine learning, and the AI we use to adapt the model over time to your aging process. The weights adjust to give a strong validation over a period of time. So this nonsense, like my US passport is only valid for 10 years because they think that after 10 years I'll change and I need to get my new picture taken. Absolutely moronic solution, because then I have to take time off from my work, set up an appointment, and the passport offices are really in the bad part of the town or far from where you work. So with this AI, by continuously adapting the persona to your profile, we allow your identity to be evergreen. So there's lots of technology to secure this world. I haven't covered machine to machine. This is more of a session to share what's happening, not a tutorial class. But if you're interested, please do come and talk to me offline. So I'll stop here. If you have any questions, let me know. But this is all what TrueU is about.
Do we have any questions? Yeah, okay.
First of all, I'd like to say that it's an amazing presentation and something next level. I was just going to anecdotally suggest something, maybe you should partner with Arvind Gupta on how you can protect 900 million, devices with your technology. Maybe India will pay for that, and that will be probably the biggest data asset that you would ever protect. So it's just a thought. Maybe you could use this opportunity to connect with Arvind when he's still here. So my question again, as second part of what I want to say is biometrics. So I know you're using biometrics in here, and so the technology of quantum computing and how biometrics and any kind of encryption is just broken. At least that's what Arvind Krishna tells us, that in a moment of minutes, what would otherwise have taken years if you put it in a conventional process. So is that going to affect the quantum computing, the next level processing technologies? Will that affect your platform in any way?
So first of all, thanks for the suggestion, working with Arvind. So I spent, by background, I'm electrical engineering. My PhD was in signal processing and VLSI. So all this stuff is more in the domain of software. But if you look at quantum computing, I don't want to bore you. So if you want to do secure key transmission, that quantum computing, you use, I used to be in defense business in Harris. So there's a race going on between China and US. I don't know where India is. So if you look at photons have polarization in the light, and you embed the key bit in the polarization, left polarization, circular polarization, right polarization, horizontal polarization, vertical polarization of this electromagnetic wave. And there's a physics, if you observe a quantum particle, you will change the state. Double slit experiment, okay? So you can do secure transmission that's impervious to compromise by embedding it in the polarization, and only the legitimate person has to observe the polarization. If intermediary observes it, it changes. So there are ways you can defeat quantum. But where quantum will become really problematic is in deep fakes. I don't know if on ChatGPT you have used infinite Shakespeare. So where Julius Caesar ended, France, Romans, countrymen, you can extend the speech and ChatGPT will keep writing the next set of words in Mark Antony's mouth. So how do you know which part of this speech was legitimately written by Shakespeare and which part is so? So in those areas, I had some discussions with senators in US, and the fundamental question of who is Ram, it'll be your cryptographic identity. It won't be your name, it won't be your voice, it won't be your face, it won't be your keyboard dynamics, because given enough nation-state assets, I can replicate that environment. So I leave it there, but there's a lot of, it's always, spy versus spy, right? If you have seen that comic. You come up with a countermeasure, there's a counter-countermeasure, then there's a counter-counter-cube measure, like that. So this race will go on. And it'll keep us employed also, right? Yeah. It's not today, but down the line, I believe, with the advances in computing and algorithms, that more threats will emerge over time. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. My question is about protecting source code, software source code. Are there any tools in the optimal price where I can prevent authorized users from stealing source code and trying to run it in a different setup or an environment?
Oh, yeah. We work with that. I can discuss with you. If you read the SolarWinds attack, which was pervasive across US, there are two types of attacks we see in this world. Attacks done by practitioners. They are empiricists. There's just no commands. And there are attacks done by computer scientists who write the operating system, design the chips. The first set of attacks is because of the foolishness of human beings. They write bad code. The second form of attack is based on fundamental principles. They are much harder to neutralize. So you need different tactics for two types of attacks. SolarWinds and Stuxnet that crippled the Iranian, they were computer science attacks, very fundamental level. So we have technologies that cover that aspect. Is it practitioner attack or is it designer attack? And then based on that, you can neutralize them. Yeah.
I have a question. Excellent presentation. Machine-to-machine identity, Rajiv Sodi here, as well as human identification. Only the last bit, I have an observation or a query on the Face ID. You mentioned 32 points, and that also showed the lips, but the lips change based on whether you are smiling or you turn so 32 points are used for expression, mostly, not for an ID. So expression analysis would be used with more micro expression points, but Face ID would be used only for fixed points which don't change with expression. We are in computer vision in IIT Delhi.
That's a good point. If you read the research, keyboard dynamics is about, so you create a confusion matrix, false acceptance rate, false rejection rate. It's about 70% efficient. If you look at voice, for example, if you have cold, it can materially change your voice spectrum. If you look at face, like you said, expressions. Plus, you may have a bright light behind your face that saturates the camera, right? So you just a dark silhouette. So that's why you need a combination of vectors to identify the human being, right? So that's why we use crypto, environment, device, behavior, bio, because not all of them can be equally weighted depending on the circumstance. So you're right. So not only the individual algorithms have to be strong to take care of facial changes or person moving their profile, but even if they're very strong, they'll not be foolproof. So then you use a combination to create this composite risk score, and then you set the threshold before you react or not react. But a good question, yeah.
I don't know if you can give me a run. Let me get your thoughts on the
the retina is scanned. I think Sam Altman has this WorldCoin ARP, where people actually, the retina is scanned. I think the central bank is being built, and in return, I think people get some coins or tokens in exchange. The WorldCoin, I think Sam Altman, after the ChatGPT, I think he moved on to the next one. So I would like to get your thoughts in case, I mean, how again we are building a central repository of all the retina scans. Again, it sounds like an anti-pattern.
Let me take this offline with you
Okay.
because it's a very loaded question. So, but a good question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I guess that's the last question.
Thank you so much, sir. Moving on next, the next topic of today's session is on global tech trends, presenting a global perspective on emerging technologies that will impact economies, the environment, livelihood, quality of life, and nation building. May I please request Mr. Ram K. Reddy, Co-Chairman, CII Silicon Valley Committee and Chairman and CEO, Strategy R USA, to please come and share the address with the gathering, sir.
Well, my friend is fixing the system. I just wanted to say that I'm really going for a world record here, guys. So I don't want to compress anybody's time because the next presenter is just an amazing, very amazing technology company, and I wanted to give him his full 30 minutes, not seconds, Gaurav. So I will run through my slides. Basically, it's all about the deep tech experience. Okay. So this is a deep tech conference. Basically, the narratives are all drawn from what about 17,000 supposedly deep tech companies are doing globally. These are all validated companies that have raised money, that have shown significance in terms of the space that they disrupt. So we've taken that out of the 730-some thousand companies that have actually raised money. These 17,000 are the deep tech corridor. And out of that, we have further curated on the basis of uniqueness of offerings. Like what Alok just presented is so amazingly unique in terms of there's a lot of companies that talk about passwordless, but this is a different level. So, you'll see others, right, presenting like that. So curated 5,200 companies. These are the ones that are on our website. The website, which is actually a holding spot before the EVOLV program institutionalizes in the Silicon Valley that CII is working on right now, is evolv.cc. So that's a new.com, I guess. So basically that's the website. You can just go check it out. There is a tab on there that talks about data. If you go in there, you'll see all of the relevance to what I talked about earlier this morning about how we are data-driven and action-oriented. So this presentation today stems from that, 5,200 companies and what they're doing globally and how they're changing the dynamic. So it's not all tech, it's deep tech. That is the future tech or whatever you want to call it. So ideally, when you look at what I do, and I've been in the research and off-the-shelf report publishing business for 35 years. During my heyday, I had a 2,200 level team size, and then, of course, as technology evolved and tools were developed and primary research has not been conventional anymore, where engagements are done online and identities are protected and that kind of thing. So now the team size is now about 800, and we are still actually overstaffed in a certain way, but
basically we are in that transition mode, thanks to the AI tools that are emerging out there. So one of the things that's very important in any kind of research is not to have like a portal that just talks about trajectories that are just almost like guesstimates based upon real numbers. So if you have a way to compress original ideas like what, for example, today Arvind Gupta presented some amazing data, that is actually original stuff. Basically real data that he has over a period of years as he has realized the potential of India, has done his work, and he has built those stacks. So that is unique and there's original. So those kind of experiences are recorded, like this one was with Arvind today and Alok's. So those are all what I would call domain expert opinions about what's happening. So we have compressed something of the order of 40 million videos that are out there floating around on YouTube. And out of that, curated those that are tech-focused, that are talking, that are actually opinions that are shared by domain experts, and consolidated that granularity and roll it up into numbers. So that is how you do analysis, and I think that is how all future market analysis is going to be evolving. So that's my personal thoughts on that. So I'm just going to get moving now. Okay, so this is a summary of all of the deep tech areas that I'll be talking about. Really flash, Gordon, Ram ready. So it is, there's a lot of overlaps in this, but I just wanted to give you a bird's eye view on the amount of money that was invested into these programs, into these companies, and then what the market potential today is and where it's headed down the road. So the first is applied AI. Of course, everybody is talking about this. One word that actually best represents this is explosive. So everybody and anybody would like to be associated with some level of AI embedded into whatever they're doing. There are about 25,000 companies that are validated and who've raised reasonable amount of money. About 700 of them have raised upwards of $100 million. So it's a massive amount of money that's floating around, and I don't know how much of that's going to converge into real monetary value, but that's what's going on. So the actual captive amount of dollars that got sunk into this space is $22 trillion. And that's not my number. That's what I've seen some credible people speak about, so I'll just quote that here. So industrial machine learning, and we started off 5-7 years ago, and there's still a lot. It's still untapped territory. Only about 20% of the companies were able to successfully deploy machine learning within their enterprises. It's a long way to go, but the real upside is the low-code, no-code environments that are actually driving this space. So I think I would leave it with the thought that next 5 years are a watch period for us, and I guess ML ops will really rule, down the road. So generative AI, we have a couple of companies here presenting today, and I think this will be interesting to hear their thoughts on this. But this is a space that has kind of come out of nowhere and just taken over the imaginative world. There are 700 or so very well-funded companies in this space as well. And about $15 billion has been invested in this year, 2023, and the year is not over yet. So this is a space of great interest, and we are going to wait and see how it's going to evolve. So the market trajectory for this, as it's looking towards the end of this decade, is going to be closer to $100 billion level. Now, when you talk about the amount of money that already went in, and you wait 10 years and then it's $100 billion, the ROI doesn't seem that big, but the upside is how this actually is going to impact other industries. When you build a technology that somebody else can take and build upon that, it's more exponential. The impact is multi-pronged. So, but at the end of this decade is when we will see all the convergence of this happening. I'm watching my time, so. Cloud, big business. So the cloud wars are on. The big three boys are duking it out, but there's, at the tier 2, there's so many others that are in this space. And really, there are about 20,000 companies in this space offering, small level services on upwards to the big oceanic players. And it's an exponential growth space, ever-increasing smart device adoption. Like Arvind has just mentioned, all of that's going to play a role in terms of cloud. And then this is actually so pivotal to cloud security. And cloud security is one of the biggest challenges that you're going to face when you have so much data floating around. So this is a major space that I think out of the 5,200 companies we've curated, something of the order of 700 are in this space. Quantum technologies. Well, this is a very unique area that will have just the direct opportunity is probably a drop in the bucket compared to the economic impact it's going to have down the road in terms of how current existing protective technologies like cloud I just talked about just one slide earlier. So it's a major trillion-dollar level kind of an opportunity, but that's going to be impacted by quantum computing. So there are companies that are now developing security solutions for, solving the quantum computer, how do you protect your devices from quantum technologies. So of course now about 80% of the encryption is vulnerable to quantum computing. And actually Arvind Krishna, the chairman of the board of IBM, talked about how the early versions are going to come out in 2025. I was trying to get him to be doing a keynote here today, but it didn't work out. But he would be the right person to ask. The early versions of 2025, how significant are they, and how are they going to start affecting current security protocols? So that was my big question I had, and I hope I didn't get a chance to ask Alok that, but maybe Gaurav can touch on that. But that's a big space, and of course, China is a big factor there, and whoever gets to the market early dominates the world in that sense. The $100 billion market opportunity sounds like a drop in the bucket when you think about the risk and the downside of being second fiddle. Advanced connectivity is an area I'm still learning. It's a very complex space. So many varying technologies out there in the play. So I don't know much about this space, but the hustle is on, and I think there's about 500 companies that are actively in this space. LEO constellation, 5G, high band, low band, Wi-Fi 6.0, LPWAN, et cetera. They're all driving factors here. $125 billion in this current market, and it's going to hit $1 trillion with a T. That's what they're saying by 2030. So this is an area I'm going to study more and, in the coming years, talk a little bit more knowledgeably on this. The next generation software development, this is something, without getting into anything controversial, because the biggest CII member base is all in this business space. It's about 140 or so scaling startups are in this space, very well funded. Low code, no code is going to be the future, and adoption will actually dominate the landscape. So all of those youngsters who are trained to write code, sitting in the back office, will have to, rescale and upscale, to adapt to the world, the new world. So those are my thoughts on this. And future mobility, India's big on mobility. So in my opinion, 240 or so companies that are probably going to see exits in the next 3 to 4 years are really the ones that have mature solutions in this space. This could be an all-day kind of a topic to talk about. It's an area of my personal interest as well. So the lithium-ion batteries and alternative technologies are going to dominate the landscape. Some of the wealthiest countries of this nation, the wealth is going to get redistributed in a matter of a couple of decades. So all the oil-rich countries that were at one point in time, just riding around on camels, I'm not saying they're going back to that, but at least there's a big relevance here in terms of how alternative energy solutions are going to be the biggest change on this planet in the coming decade or so. Space technologies. Well, I think first of all, commendable, results today. India has proven again that we are the future. So the current $350 billion market is going to is projected to hit over $1 trillion by 2040. And the reason I say 2040 in this is too far out. Usually 10-year analysis is normal. But there's a lot of unknown territories that are going to actually emerge in the next 5-10 years that are going to be opportunities as well as challenges. So these thoughts are actually not mine. They are what some of the domain experts are talking about. So I will leave that to India, China, and the United States to duke it out. So trust architectures and digital identity, a very interesting space. We have two amazing companies here today. Alok just presented, and another Gaurav is going to come on in a few minutes and talk about that security. I would say is actually the single most important challenge of our time. And I would not expand too much on this because there's a lot of discussion that others are going to talk about on this topic, but it's going to be a huge space. It continue to be a major space, big opportunity for all of the companies in this, and there are about 800 companies playing in this space. So Web3, only like 5-6 years ago, they were like, oh, this is the next. And then maybe 3 years ago, they said Web3 is dead. It's not going to be, is it dead? Maybe that was what the question was. But it is very prevalent and it's very relevant, and it is still going to be a big play, for companies down the future. New kind of technologies that are emerging out of Web 3.0. Interestingly, there are 25,000 companies that have raised money in this space, and that is because it was new and it was exciting, and so. But still, crypto was the biggest, deal, and then crypto was dead, and I was a very big crypto guy, but then I got cut down to size pretty well because I know, everything that goes up ridiculously out of whack is going to come right down. So right now it's in a gray area. So I would leave my thoughts on NFTs and cryptos. A lot of clouds and a lot of dust. So we'll wait and see what happens. Immersive reality technologies are pretty interesting. I think major players are in this space. And of course, you saw how Facebook was talking really big on this and talking about a $10 billion level infusion every year into this space. But then that didn't happen, and things went sideways, but it's still recognized as a major space, close to almost $5 trillion by the end of the decade. But again, that's a questionable thing. We have to wait and see. There's a lot of moving parts on this one, but the money is flowing in, without any interruptions, even in today's compressed market. So bioconvergence is actually my personal favorite. You know, there's a couple of companies here in this space, you know, disrupting different areas. But the narratives are that this is going to be probably the most significant area for the human race on this planet. So the way technologies are evolving and how they're taking on the problems of the human race, you know, are pretty amazing and, you know, exciting. So the economic impact is going to be about $2 to $4 trillion based upon who you ask, but this is big. So I would say, you know, we've listed a few companies that we were tracking, but those more like specifically applying technologies multidimensionally, but focused on solving solutions that are very specific, like cancer therapy, for example, or any kind of disease-oriented, you know, targeted, you know, solutions. But my personal favorites are companies like DeepMind, Google, or Neuralink. You know, you know, it's funny how when you think about it, if these technologies really evolved and they actually become mainstream, you know, you could, by the time you're 8 years or whatever it is, you're old enough to be vaccinated. You could also probably be old enough to get an implant in the head, a little chip, you know. And then what does Neuralink do? You can think and communicate with the computer. So I could say things in my mind, I could think in my mind, and you could see the text appear on a screen in front of you. And that's already, you know, what do you call a beta version is already out there on that. So I'm thinking somebody sitting in a movie house where the girlfriend is lying to the wife that, oh, I'm working late today, you know, kind of deal, you know. But then there should be a way for her to figure you out too, you know. So anyway, this is actually a telepathic connection that you would make. But then my personal favorite really is companies that are actually bringing back extinct life on this planet. So there's a company called Mammoth Bio that is one of my portfolio companies that is actually going after that, and the results are just mind-blowing. So when you look at it, you know, they were talked about in movies like Jurassic Park, but you know, it's a reality. You know, and when you take that and convert that into how you can solve problems and then build more human race that can actually naturally be immune to disease, you know, that it's a whole different dimension. So I won't go there. So the renewals, you know, I think a little bit of that we already covered earlier, but there's a lot going on. So I guess before it gets really, really good, you're going to go through a gray phase where you're going to continue to use, you know, old, you know, combustion, what do you call, sources like coal and oil. You know, it's because you're not there yet. But when you look at the way some of these companies that are coming out, alternatives like hydrogen, you know, liquid hydrogen, and cost of hydrogen, you know, there's some 7 or 8 companies right now in the Silicon Valley that have developed solutions that cost, on average, the same cost of what a gallon of gas would cost, but with 0 emissions. And so, and that is, and you don't have to worry about storing that in extreme temperature, you know, what do you call, and transporting that in that way. So it's a very early stage kind of technology, but there's so much optimism and so much opportunity in this. So, you know, I would leave you with the thought that, you know, everything is not dismal. You know, there's a bright side to the future. So we're not leaving our children, you know, in a bad space. So climate tech, very similar to what I just mentioned, directly impacting all of those fossil fuel. Well, as long as you're able to solve this problem in a matter of years, not in a matter of decades, you know, the life is going to get better. And there's a lot of companies in this space. You know, I think, but you know, interestingly, funding is not as aggressive in this space for reasons that I don't understand, but probably because it's like when a VC looks at an opportunity, if they see with total clarity the end result, there's more willingness to do that. And in some of these areas, they're still very experimental and research oriented, so that's why there's not that much money going in as I would like to see. Okay, so I made it. I think I beat the world record. I just completed on time. So thank you very much. If you have any questions or anything like that, that's my email address. And I'm not going anywhere because the EVOLV program is here to stay, and we'll be coming back to you guys. The next time we'll be in India will be at the annual session in May, and we're actually planning a large conference in technology, again, Deep Tech, in February, end of February, in the Silicon Valley. And that's still in the early stage of planning, but if any of you guys are interested in that, follow me on LinkedIn, and also follow me on EVOLV. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. The next session focuses... The next session focuses on insightful discussions pertaining to cybersecurity trends and how world top organizations and leaders are changing the way cybersecurity strategies in the way of generative AI. May I request Mr. Gaurav Banga, PhD founder and CEO Maplex, to please come and share his perspectives. Thank you, sir.
All right, good. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah. Right, so I'm your between or appetizer for lunch, right? So I won't take too long. Let me first begin by saying that this topic of cybersecurity, the reason why we keep talking about it, and Ramji, thank you for saying this earlier, it is the challenge of our times, right? One of my old investors, Mark Andreessen, he likes to say, software is eating the world, right? Software is everywhere. There is unfortunately another thing that he didn't say is cybersecurity is the shit of software. And that's the thing that we're going to talk about today. There are 4 major things that are happening in the world, and it's kind of interesting to try to understand what they are. The first trend, which is not Gen AI, I'll get to Gen AI in a second, is just the sheer size of the attack surface. Now, we are all familiar with the big data problem. Right? We talked about all through the different sessions in the morning today. We saw lots of large numbers over there. We saw billions of transactions. Actually, India is a country with billions of people that do thousands of things every year, and therefore that number becomes a very large number. Now, when you look at the software that supports those kind of activities, and if you look at the amount of data that that software produces, that is when we get into really large numbers. So here is a little picture of the battlefield. See, cybersecurity is a very simple thing. It's a battlefield. It's the bad guys versus the good guys. We have something to protect, therefore somebody else wants to take it away from us. So on this picture on the right side, what you see is everything, it's an abstract view of everything that makes up the modern digital organization. All the software, the firmware, the applications, the hardware, everything that contains anything of value that can be taken away. And on the other side, you will see all the different ways in which bad things can happen. Some weak password issue, some bug in some software, a software vulnerability, a misconfiguration, somebody using an old protocol, using a quantum computing technique to try to compromise something. All of these are things on the left side. So every point on this picture represents one way in which bad things can happen. And the Z-axis, or the Z-axis as we like to call it in the US, is risk, which is red is bad, green is good, and yellow, orange is somewhere in the middle. So the question then becomes, how many of us have this picture. And if you wanted to get this picture, just kind of like a radar plot, right? If you could have this picture, then you could go work on the red areas and have a better picture. So it actually turns out when you start thinking about what's the risk, you have to take a lot of different things into consideration. Most organizations have millions of things on the right axis, and they deal with 400, 500, 600 things on the left axis every day. And these things change every minute. So if you look at, when you want to compute the risk, you have to take into account what are the software issues, what are the misconfiguration issues, and there could be thousands of them on your laptop alone. You have to look at the different ways in which bad guys are inventing new ways of compromising, and that is another thousands of things. You have to look at the different ways in which software can be exposed, and that's maybe a dozen things. You look at the different security controls on how effective they are. If you make all these investments, two-factor authentication, antivirus software, whatever it is, firewalls, are they effective or not? You have to take that into account. That's a few thousand things. And then you have to look at the business context. Why is something important? What is the value? And that adds all this. If you start analyzing all of this data, you come up with this number that for a typical large company, the amount of data that you need to analyze to get a picture like that, accurate picture like that, like a radar plot of your cyber risk, is a few petabytes. Now, how big is a petabyte? Anybody know? Well, this is the problem with a petabyte. Just 1 petabyte. If you spend the next 75 years watching movies, you would, I think, be able to get to, like continuously just watching a movie, you will be able to get to 1 petabyte. And that is encoded data, where you're not really understanding a lot. So this is the problem this is one of the biggest mega trends in cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is the biggest daddy of all big data problems. And we are not treating it like that yet. Okay, so now I'm going to get on to trend number 2. And this is, for the last 12, 13, 14 years, the world has seen a massive expansion of economic activity. Money has been free. Not so much anymore. In the last 18 months, money is no longer free. So when money was free, there was a lot of investment that went into cybersecurity every day. That's not true anymore. So one of the challenges that everybody who works in cybersecurity has this, that we have accumulated a lot of different tools, a lot of different technologies related to cybersecurity over the last 12 years. Now, people are being asked to do something differently. Every CFO is asking their chief information security officer to take a look at these, rationalizing these tools. Why do you need 100 tools? Can you make do with 5? Can you make do with 1 dozen, 2 dozen? Can you get rid of some of these tools? All of those questions are being asked. So this is trend number 2. It doesn't sound like a very big trend, but try to ask somebody, how will you keep innovating when you have no more budget? And they will similarly tell you right away that that's the biggest problem, right? I mean, innovation costs money. If there is no money, how are you going to innovate? And cybersecurity is a game in which innovation has to happen constantly, because the bad guys will keep innovating constantly. All right, so the third thing in cybersecurity, and this is my last non-Gen AI trend, is what we call regulatory activism. Right. So 2001, 2002, when the internet was in its young early days, cybersecurity was not a thing it was a thing that IT people worried about. It was a thing that maybe that kid who is the computer guy, he knows something about cybersecurity. It was not a thing that regulators worried about, right? So this is what the definition of a CISO used to be, even all the way up to 2009, right? It was an executive leader that you would bring on board just to say that cybersecurity is our top priority. And this is, unfortunately, this is how cybersecurity was until a few years ago. Now this is no longer true. Now this is what has happened, right? This is companies' profits are being eradicated with their losses from cybersecurity. This is a true story of a company which had a profit, and then they had to pay out ransom in the time between the end of their quarter or the 2 days before the end of the quarter to the time when the board meeting happened. And the board meeting was like very surprising. We had profit, it got stolen due to a ransomware attack. We have no more money left. And when that kind of a thing happens, that's when the regulator wakes up. Right? And so this is a picture, this is a cartoon that one of our friends did, which is really talking about the nightmare that most CFOs are beginning to think about. And in this particular case, they are really afraid for the first time of going to jail or getting civil fines because they did not take the right precautions from a cybersecurity perspective. My friends tell me, and this is true for India as well, in the context of RBI regulations, that they're now spending more time in complying with regulation than they're actually doing anything useful. Okay, so what do we have so far? There are 3 trends, right? Cybersecurity is a big, hard problem because it's a massive data problem. Second, there is no money left in cybersecurity because money has gone away. Right? Third problem is regulators have woken up. Therefore, whatever money was being spent in cybersecurity is now being spent in compliance. And the last thing, of course, is Gen AI, which has come at the worst possible time in cybersecurity. Why is Gen AI matter in cybersecurity? And we all kind of know this. Right? Gen AI allows the bad guys to generate picture-perfect phishing messages. Right? If you ask, maybe not, if you ask somebody to generate, if you ask ChatGPT, for example, to generate a message which has enough context to be sent to a particular senior executive, you'll have to do a little bit of prompt engineering because ChatGPT has some safeguards. So you can't say generate a phishing message. You have to say something else. But if you are able to do that basic prompt engineering, you'll be surprised at the quality of the message that you will get. You will yourself be fooled by that message. It's like, wow, that was written very well. The other problem, which a lot of people don't realize, but this is also happening, is ChatGPT is this public thing. Once you put your information in ChatGPT, it's gone. It's everybody's. So Samsung recently had this event where somebody said, can I use ChatGPT to come up with a better system design? So they put some artifacts of their internal design, proprietary design, into a Gen AI system. And then, of course, that proprietary design was open source without consent from Samsung. So this is the number 2 trend that's happening. That's one of the number 2 reasons why people are worried about Gen AI from a cybersecurity perspective, because they're afraid their IP will become part of a public AI tool. Imagine all the hard work you've done to come up with your system design to generate, come up with a new system on a chip, and suddenly it's all part of the public domain, and you get nothing. And then last but not least, ChatGPT can be used to create more and more complex types of malware. So this is the perfect storm, right? 4 problem. Big data problem, biggest data problem, no money left, whatever money I had goes to the regulator, and then I have this new enemy called ChatGPT, or Gen AI. It's a slightly different way of looking at the world, but this is our cybersecurity problem in 2023. So what do we do? And this is where I want to kind of bring in this other thing is, can we use Gen AI or AI as a defensive tool? And maybe you can, and maybe you cannot. Maybe it's not. It's actually, the best thing is to note that because of these trends, this is what's happening. This is the most important message of this. Unless we change something, we are going to fall further and further behind. Now, what does this mean? So what I'm going to talk about is a slightly different way of looking at cybersecurity. Cybersecurity is not this game where you win. It's a game where you have to manage, a game where you stay ahead. Right? The cybersecurity problem is 200,000 years old. When the first caveman or cavewoman hunted something, the security problem was born because immediately somebody wanted to steal that something away from whoever the hunter was. Cybersecurity is just the latest version of that problem. So new risk is constantly arriving. And if you look at the rate at which new risk is arriving now, every 15 days or so, or even less than 14 days or so, you get a new way by which the bad guys can compromise almost all the infrastructure in your organization, for almost every organization. On the other hand, like the mean time to mitigate, like so once you have this new piece of information, how long you've discovered a new gap in your defenses, how long will it take you to close it? That number today is about 154 days for the world's biggest organizations, and a little bit more for general average organization. And this number has not changed. So this is the race that we're losing. What is worse is that because we are losing this risk, the risk that we have, the risk that we are carrying, remember that companies whose profits were all evaporated because of a cyber attack, that risk has exploded. So unless you change something in your cybersecurity thinking, this will keep happening. And that's why this is the biggest problem of our times. This is the problem because we're building this entire economy which is reliant on software. But if we don't understand and we pay enough investment into mitigating the risk that comes from cybersecurity, then we won't have trust in that software. All right, so how do we respond to these megatrends? It's actually going back to the basics. I will call what we are really trying to build over here is trying to use these trends against themselves. The first idea is we understand the notion of automation as a way to address big data. We understand the notion of AI being able to help us understand large amounts of data. In fact, you've seen all these presentations where you can analyze massive amounts of data, not by human beings, because we take 20 years to do it, but using computers to do this. We must do this. And that's my first two items in here. How can we use automation and advanced AI to get ahead of this problem? The second thing we have to do, the third thing that we have to do is cybersecurity is not a problem that the bosses solve, or your security team solve, or your IT team solve. It's a problem that every one of us has to contribute in. Risk management is everybody's job. So we have to figure out how to use risk management across the organization. So as leaders, we have to figure out how to gamify risk management. And then the last piece is probably just as important, right? Cybersecurity is a very technical topic. After I give a presentation like this, I oftentimes ask people, hey, how much of my presentation did you actually understand? And they say, in Spanish, they'll say, poquito, poquito. A little bit, right? It was technical, right? You talked about a lot of different things which are technical. So we have to convert cybersecurity into a problem that everybody understands. And what I tried to do over here is a big company can have all of its profits go away. That's the cybersecurity problem. Forget the technical mumbo jumbo. And that really comes down to risk quantification. We have to be able to take your cybersecurity posture, your organization's state of cybersecurity, and convert it into a money, an expected loss number in rupees, or dollars, or euros, or yen, or whatever you're using. And then when people say, well, I want to have this project, then you have to be able to then say, well, yes, you can do that project, but if you do that project, how much money do you need and how much risk will you reduce? Money is the only language that we all understand. Like even a kid understands the language, a CEO understands it, politicians understand it. We have to convert cybersecurity, we have to think of cybersecurity as a money problem, which is the last piece, risk quantification. And it turns out that generative AI and things like generative AI are very, very good at helping us solve this problem. So I'm going to show you a picture of what my company does. And this talk was not to be about Balbix, but this is one slide where I have where we can describe. This is quite literally a brain scan of the Balbix brain. On the left side, you have all the different data sources about vulnerabilities and threats, about cybersecurity, IT, business context that flows into the Balbix brain. And on the right side is the output. The output is what gives you the risk model in terms of money. And every node in the middle represents like a specialized machine learning model. Some of them are large language models, just like ChatGPT. Others are not large language models because it turns out large language models are only one machine learning technology, one method. Which it's not good for, large language models are not the best way to solve every data science problem. So there are probabilistic graphical models which are here as well too, and there are other kinds of models in here. So all of these, there are over 100 models on this picture. This is kind of modeled after the human brain. And just like how the human brain processes information, the Balbix brain processes this information and tells you, converts your overall risk into money terms, but not just money terms, it gives it to you in a way which is actionable. Hey, do this, this, and this. Now, what is it actioning on? What it is trying to do is not trying to give you ways in which you can solve cybersecurity. Remember, you can't solve cybersecurity. What it tries to do is it gives you ways in which you can build a more resilient organization. So that's my fifth, not mega trend, which I hope becomes the mega trend, which is the hope over here, right? Which is we should all be trying to build resilient organizations. We should think of software and human beings as users as people who make mistakes. Software is full of bugs. So how do we put together a system? How do we put together the system that supports an organization, the software, the architecture, in such a way that when mistakes happen, they're localized? They don't take down the whole system. The system is resilient. It can contain faults, and it can recover from that. So the goal of this brain is not to give you a perfect system. The goal of this brain is to help you build a more resilient system. Now, like resiliency is not a mega trend yet, so that's my fifth wannabe mega trend, if you will. Balbix is actually in use, fortunately, in some of the world's largest organizations, including many household names in the US, in India, in the Middle East, in Europe. And the amount of data that we process, since the time when I started talking to now, we have processed about 26 petabytes of data across our customer base. It's something that a lot of people need to spend a lot of lifetimes doing it. It can be done pretty quickly too. This is one of the things that you have to do is when you start thinking in terms of modern technologies, they cannot be like legacy technologies. We have spent a lot of time trying to companies get a brain scan of their cybersecurity posture using the Balbix brain in a couple of weeks, and then go from there. With that, that's the end of my presentation. I'm happy to take any questions if there are any. See, I told you, less than 20% useful. Yes?
Quantitative analysis that you talked about.
I think you might want to repeat.
Yeah, so let me repeat the question. So the question is regarding when you get into an organization and try to build up the inputs to the Balbix brain, how quickly are you able to get everything to get the real analysis done and completed, especially the inputs?
Yeah, so that's a great question. What is the time to value? How long does it take? In our experience, what we've seen is smaller companies are slightly different than bigger companies, but it's pretty compressed. It takes about an hour or two to configure the data sources, typically. So that's good news. You have lots of APIs, lots of standards over there. It takes the Balbix brain between 3 to 5 days, typically for smaller companies, between 5 to 7 days to learn. And that is, part of it is because every organization also has a weekly pulse, a monthly pulse, and a quarterly pulse. And that is kind of what we have to try, that's what the brain has to learn. So in about day 7, day 5 for smaller companies, you get to see just CT scan of your cybersecurity posture that you've never seen before. It takes a few more tweaks after that. In 2 weeks, most of the companies are completely rethinking how they think about cybersecurity, unless they've been thinking about it right.
So thank you, Gaurav. Very insightful discussion. One question I have is, there are a lot of insider threat that are emerging. And traditional focus of the cyber industry has been protecting the perimeter. But once the person is a trusted individual inside the perimeter and they're causing some problem, how does Balbix work to address that and inform the management of the consequences?
Actually, this is, Alok is setting up a big ad for his product. You know what I said, Balbix helps you build a more resilient organization. What does a resilient organization mean for insider threat? And the way it works is, what a resilient organization is one in which you just assume that there will be insider threats. You say insiders will be there. They will be, bad insiders will be there. They will try to do bad things at this probability, maybe once a year, maybe 10 times a day. And then what happens? How have we set things up? Have we made the necessary investments to make sure that we catch those things happening? We might take 15 minutes, we might take 5 minutes, we might take 3 minutes, but the goal is, have we designed our system so that the insider threat is limited in time and space? And it actually turns out Alok's company, through you, is one of the core ingredients you need in order to build a resilient insider threat resilient organization. Right. But that's how you really want to think about your cybersecurity architecture, which is it resilient?
So some numbers. If you look at maybe 5 of your top customers, in terms of the kind of financial losses because of cybersecurity they faced before, and what has happened since then.
I'm sorry, you'll have to repeat that.
So I said, in terms of the benefits, financial benefits, because you've been talking dollars, rupees, yen. So companies who've had cyber attacks, which have resulted in large losses, and then have adopted the kind of thing which you're talking about, and what difference it has made.
That's a great question, right? What's the before and after picture after you become a resilient organization? And we have had experience with several organizations. So we can talk about the total amount of residual risk as the calculator reduces, right? So for example, Merck recently disclosed that as part of NotPetya, they lost about $1.2 billion. So that was the risk that Merck and organizations like Merck had in, say, 5 years ago, right? Now the question is, when you adopt a technology like Balbix and you make your organization more resilient, what happens? And what we have seen is that for most organizations, you reduce about 75 to 97% of your residual risk in less than 12 months. Now, what's the metric behind that? So the real metric behind that is the mean time to mitigate. Right, so remember we talked about the mean time of arrival is about 14 days of new exploitable issues today, and it is decreasing every day. We talked about mean time to mitigate is about 154 days. When you make a more resilient organization, the mean time to mitigate risk is one of the key metrics that falls down. We have customers where the mean time to mitigate risk is less than 1 day now. Right? And most of the modern infrastructure, telco infrastructure in the US, that's an area where we have a lot of customers. their mean time to mitigate risk is generally between 1 and 2 days. Thank you. So you take about 97% of the risk, 98% of the risk out.
Okay, one more question. In your presentation, you're usually talking about the data sources, how about the edge devices? I mean, edge devices are generating data like on real-time basis, per second basis. So do you have any strategy to mitigate the cyber threat that is coming through these edge devices?
Yeah, I mean, edge devices are a part of that. So that picture that I showed you had all the edge devices as well, right? The modern enterprise has edge devices. It has devices in the data center. And it's not even good to think about them as devices. Think of it as software and data. It has software and data in the edge. It has software and data in the cloud. It has software and data in offices, networking gear, software and data in traditional data centers. And the hardest problem over here is you have software and data in the supply chain, which you have very little control over. Right? So when we look at that first picture I showed you, the enumeration on the right axis, it was all of that. So part of the challenge is, how do you take all of that into account? For example, when you're building a third-party risk management system, how do you build a resilient third-party risk management system? When you integrate with a third party, what kind of architectural subsystems do you put on top of that so that your overall cybersecurity posture is resilient? You don't give a third party or the data that you get from the third party, you just have to assume that there is a bug, there's going to be a software issue over there, they're going to get hacked, there's going to be a compromise. Now what? What is going to happen to your organization? So those are some of the considerations that you have to look at.
Gaurav, at last you mentioned here, this side, on your right here. Yeah, so you mentioned at last that best we can do is to build a defense to a level where if attackers comes, we are strong enough. By default, we cannot remove all the threats. That's a very, very honest thing to hear. But the question comes, there are many hackers in different parts of the world who are trying their level best to just try to get one entry to your system and get what they're looking for. So the question becomes that, do we also keep evaluating potential threats which might come just because of, let's say, invention of generative AI? Now there are different ways to get into the system. So like how much that is important for us in comparison to make sure that traditional ways of hacking into the system is being taken care of, plus to try to play different other ways which can happen into the picture?
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a great question. So the traditional way in which a lot of people think about managing risk, cyber risk, managing the cybersecurity program is what we call threat-based. A much superior approach is risk-based, right? It's the way to think about it is that you cannot operate an organization with zero risk. That is impossible, right? So you have, if you're doing business, you have to take some risk, right? Otherwise, you will be waiting for that perfect piece of software which has no security issues, and we all know that that doesn't exist. You'll be waiting for, selling to or buying from that customer or the third-party vendor that has no security issues, no threats. That will never happen, right? So the question really is, you have to prioritize your actions slightly differently, and that's the risk-based approach as opposed to a threat-based approach. All right, lunch? Question mark? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Panga, for that very informative session. I request all our esteemed guests to join us for a networking lunch. And the request is that we reassemble by 2:25 so that we can continue at sharp 2:30. So see you at 2:25. Thank you. Lunch is in the banquet hall and also here wherever you feel comfortable. Thank you.
More than 100 million learners benefit from online learning on Coursera and love the flexibility to learn
every business. But for many customers and employees, troubleshooting is usually more trouble, and support isn't that supportive. With the demand for great service snowballing faster
Welcome back, delegates. May I please request you to kindly take your seats so that we can start the proceedings for the second half? A very good afternoon and welcome back to the second session of the day post-lunch. We have with us Mr. Raghav Gupta, MD India and APEC Coursera. May I request him to please come and deliver his speech on the future of work and education in an AI-driven world.
Hello, good afternoon. Pleasure to be here with all of you. This is the post-lunch session. This is the proverbial post-lunch session. My challenge is going to be to get your attention. I've been told many times don't start with a data-heavy slide, but unfortunately the first slide is a data-heavy slide. So let's see how it goes. What I'm going to do is, and especially given this is an audience which probably fully gets this, talk a little bit from a fairly wide perspective on how work is changing, and more importantly, how skills are changing in work. And then where is education headed a little bit, and hopefully for you, for your teams, this might be relevant, this might be interesting. I'd quickly like to ask, are you familiar with Coursera? If you are, then if quick show of hands, because then I won't waste time introducing Coursera. So yeah, I think half the room has a good sense, and maybe the other half will as we go through some of this. Like I said, data-heavy slide, and let me call out some of the key messages that I want to convey as well. This is a slide which is an Oxford University study from 2017. An Oxford University study said, and this is now very well known, they said, look, low-skilled jobs are at the risk of automation. X-axis is risk of automation here. Font size is a little small for most of you, so I'll read out the key messages. Risk of automation is the x-axis, and y-axis is the wage, that the amount of money you earn for that job, and the wage is a proxy for the skill that you have. So the big red bubbles are low-skilled jobs that typically pay lesser. These are bank tellers, these are cashiers, these are waiters, these are people in warehouses, etc. And on the top left are the higher paying jobs. These are general managers, business leaders, IT managers, lawyers, and so on and so forth. And we know that a lot of the technology which was coming in even pre-COVID was automating the bottom right of this pyramid. This is where factories were getting automated. This is where banks were saying we don't need large branches because now obviously all of us have banks in our pocket and so on and so forth. And what we were finding is that a lot of people in the country as well as outside were saying, look, I need to develop new knowledge, I need to develop the digital skills, and I need a credential to show that I can move from the right to the left. This is what we were seeing in this whole time period when low-skilled jobs were getting automated. And this is pre-COVID, and obviously it got accelerated with COVID and digitization kicking in. And then as we know, in December last year, generative AI and ChatGPT and all of that came into our world very, very quickly. And now we are finding that generative AI is pushing these jobs on the top left to also get into the risk of automation. And so high-skilled jobs are now also getting into the risk of automation a little bit. And let's delve a little bit more deeper into what this might mean. So, University of Pennsylvania and OpenAI commissioned a study. I think this was in May or June of this year. And they said 49% of workers could have half or more of their jobs, tasks, exposed to large language models. So some level of changes are happening. And like we just saw on the chart, that not only low wage jobs, but higher wage jobs are also, exposed to ChatGPT. Now, earlier, again, I'm going back a little bit, in 2016, there were studies to say, look, depending on the level of education of a person, what was the impact of automation? So no formal education going all the way to a PhD, and as you went down the chart, the impact of automation was lesser. And kind of along the lines of what I just shared, what we have seen a little bit more recently is that with ChatGPT, generative AI coming in, this is changing quite dramatically, right? If you have more education, then you're likely to be at the top of the impact that generative AI is having on your career, on your job, and no formal education has lesser impact. And with this existing technology that was pre-generative AI, and now with technology like generative AI coming in, pretty much all of us are in the same bucket, right? Some form of technology is already impacting the kind of skills we need to have to be able to succeed in the workplace. And especially if you work in a technology company, many of us appreciate the pace at which skills are changing, the pace at which skills are dying out as well. And, it's a little bit poetic that a lot of the engineers and tech companies that were creating this technology that was automating a lot of job tasks back in 2016 are finding that this technology is now coming and impacting them and putting a big question on what kind of skills should we be thinking about as we think about the next 2 years, the next 5 years, and so on and so forth. But all jobs are exposed, and because I come from an education company, so we're thinking about it from a education standpoint, that all education levels are now exposed when it comes to the technology impact of skills. And many studies kind of point to this, but a large chunk of people are likely to find, or are already finding that, and I will get a little bit more specific on this, that either you need to provide some form of retraining, or you need to also actively get into, what is called upskilling or reskilling to be able to get to be ready for what's coming possibly in the near future. And this is completely relevant within the country as well. And I think this is a World Economic Forum study which talks that 1 in 5 working professionals in the country will have sizable amount of impact because of new technologies coming in and AI coming in as well. Now, in all of this, it's all very helpful to keep in mind that human skills are actually becoming more important in a more digital world. This chart, which is quite busy, but I'll read it out a little bit, is from a McKinsey study. And they said, look, if you look at what's becoming more important is interpersonal skills, self-leadership skills, cognitive skills, and digital literacy skills. I was in a Government of India meeting this morning, and the government is launching a big initiative on the reskilling of all government employees in the country. And they're saying, look, everybody needs to have digital levels of literacy. You should be able to understand data. You should be able to work remotely. So there's various levels of human skills that are becoming more important. And it's not that these are reducing in any sense, but possibly becoming more important. And this study goes on to say that, look, if you are going to think about those jobs, those skills that are likely to be the least exposed to automation, then these are the ones that are not a surprise. So empathy, ability to collaborate, and so on and so forth are many of these human skills. And then it goes on into talk about what are the human skills that will help you be successful in the future from an income generation standpoint, from a job satisfaction standpoint, and also from just being, gainfully employed in the future as well. The other thing that we've seen, and because we look at how employment is changing in the country quite actively, because of technology coming into so many jobs, a lot of the job creation that is happening in the country right now a lot of the highest in-demand jobs require either digital skills or some kind of tech skills. And these job roles are not surprising, but you'll see AI and machine learning, data analysts, business development professionals, project managers. And you know, if you're running companies in the country where it's hard to find data analysts or it's hard to find project managers, it's because these are in very high demand right now. The other thing which is also becoming fairly well established is there are certain industries where remote work is going to stay quite likely for the foreseeable future, while there are industries where remote work is going back a lot more and it's going back into office. So you'll see top of this list, tech, information and media, 41% of employees are continuing to work remotely even after COVID, while at the bottom, real estate, manufacturing, arts and recreation, where people have largely gone back to office because these are industries where physical presence is definitely needed. Education is on top as well. So because I work in education, I'm out at universities and campuses and talking about how education is also changing quite significantly on our campuses, and some part of education is going to continue to get delivered remotely, while some part of education, a big chunk of education is coming back to on-campus education as well. And I think this has big implications as companies think about their workforces that look, skills are changing, we know that for a while, but they seem to be changing faster. Many of these high demand jobs are, not seeing enough supply of candidates, so that's the challenge that many companies face. And then companies and CHROs are also actively thinking that there are now industries like tech and there are industries like professional services, financial services, where the employee has the expectation that I will be able to work remotely. And if a fintech company is saying, no, we want you to come to office 6 days a week, 5 days a week, then is that an attractive proposition for this hard to find talent? Those are some important questions that some of these statistics throw up for us. Some of the other data coming out corroborates what I've been talking about. So we see this within the country. If you have digital skills, chances of this meaning that you have higher income, we're definitely seeing that. The other thing that we are seeing is, again, there are enough studies coming out which are talking about how this is happening around the world as well. And this is a interesting, very recent study which says pre-COVID and post-COVID, how much has been the, adoption of remote work, and India comes in at the second. The lighter bar is what was the percentage of remote work in 2020. So at the height of COVID, and how that has extended actually now that companies have been able to adopt remote work in a sustainable kind of a manner. And this has big implications in terms of how companies think about their HR policy, especially in those industries where remote work is possible to be done from home or remotely. Okay, the other thing that we are kind of looking at actively is, and this is a very recent McKinsey study, so they said, look, while the impact of generative AI is happening across professions, there are certain professions where the impact is going to be a lot larger. And they identified these specific professions where the productivity gains, the changes to job opportunities are significantly larger, and these are these 5. So you'll see on the x-axis impact as a percentage of functional spend. So companies spend a lot of money on those jobs that are on the right, and the annual impact because of productivity gains is on the left. You'll see on the top right is customer operations. So because of generative AI, the amount of impact that is coming and the kind of functional spend that happens today is large, and McKinsey estimates that this is where a lot of productivity gains will come in. The recent, not recent, but the Microsoft KPMG partnership, $12 billion that was announced about 6 weeks ago, kind of is a part of that. Then also software engineering, either for internal software, so corporate IT, or software engineering for external product development roles. So software engineering in general is an area where a lot of impact is expected to happen. And then moving towards the left a little bit, product and R&D, marketing and sales. So especially those roles where a lot of content generation is seeing productivity gains because of generative AI coming in. This is where 75% of all this massive trillions of dollars of productivity gain is likely to happen. You'll also see there are many functions which are impacted, so supply chain, finance, manufacturing, talent and strategy and so on and so forth. But the top 6 of these functions is where 75% of the productivity gain is likely to happen. We are seeing our own CFO call up HR and say, guys, are you incorporating generative AI and chat GPT capabilities into our customer operations, our software engineering, and so on and so forth. And we're actively seeing a lot of learning and development managers in companies saying, look, am I going out and reaching out to sales and marketing and product and R&D and asking them, are you building the ability in your skill set to be able to leverage what this new technology is now able to bring to us as well. Numbers again in terms of the impact within the country are sizable in terms of the productivity gains that this might be able to deliver to us. So with that as context, right, obviously what is well known is continued technology evolution, but what I've kind of tried to show a little bit is how for us as working professionals, skills are changing. You know, we saw this pre-COVID, we saw this post-COVID, and now with generative AI capabilities. And along with that, with the remote work, how all of us as working professionals and our companies probably need to think about building skills. As Coursera, we are playing a sizable role in terms of driving the adoption of this new skilling, and I can give you a quick perspective on what this might look like. This might interest you for your own personal interest, but also for your, organizations and even for your family members as well. If you don't know Coursera, it's a fairly large platform. There are educators who create content, and there are about 130 million people around the world who consume this content. Almost 20 million of these learners are in India. The content that comes on the platform comes from the world's leading 200 universities and about 100 companies who author content. And then also we take this learning and we give it to institutions because many of us are used to learning in institutions. You know, we all went to school, then we went to college, and now possibly in our companies we learn something new as well. So with institutions, we work with businesses, we work with governments, and we work with campuses as well. And about 7,000 institutions around the world, of which about 2,000 are in the country, have been leveraging this platform to provide some of this learning along the lines of what I've been talking about to their stakeholders. And what we've been doing with these learners is, it's pretty amazing the level of adoption that we've seen within the country. You'll see in the US and in North America, there are about 28 million learners. But in India alone, there are close to 21 million learners. So because of the desire for high quality education being so high amongst all of us, we have second highest adoption of Coursera in the country. And I was saying this earlier this year that we will soon overtake Europe on the Coursera platform, which happened, I think, a few weeks ago. So there are more learners on Coursera in India than there are in all of Europe, which has happened, and we are seeing some of that happening. The median age of a person who comes to learn is 29 years. So these are not just students in colleges, but these are many people like you and me who are working professionals who are seeing some of these changes to how technology is changing our jobs and are coming to learn. This is a phenomena that we're seeing. There's a good mix of men and women. Of course, women are still a little bit underrepresented. That needs to improve. And as one would expect, a lot of this learning happens on a mobile device in India, higher than what we see globally, which is about 49%. Many learners tell us, look, we learned on Coursera, it benefited my career. I gained a personal benefit, so I either gained some confidence or, something like that. And based on what I learned, I intend to continue learning. So that's really good feedback that we keep getting, saying learners are deriving value for some of what they're learning. And the other thing that we've done very recently is we've said that, look, while chat GPT is changing our jobs and bringing all of these new productivity opportunities as well, we are integrating chat GPT into the learning experience. We are saying, look, can you use the power of chat GPT to personalize the learning experience in an online format? Can you make it more interactive? I have a video, but I won't run that in the interest of time, but happy to talk about this maybe on the sidelines later. But can you make the learning experience where everybody who's taking a course can actually get a personal tutor where you can ask questions, you can get answers, and you can personalize your learning experience as you build certain skills online. Like I said earlier, there are top universities around the world that create content on the platform. So these are Stanford and Yale and IIM Ahmedabad and IIT Bombay, universities like that. Many companies like Google and IBM and Salesforce and Meta, Facebook create content on Coursera platform as well. And then what they've done over these last 10 odd years that we've been around is they've built content in different formats. If you want to take a quick look at certain topic, you're curious what is a pivot table when you're using Excel, or you're curious what is Power BI when you're using a data analytics tool, you can come and take a 10-minute clip. It gives you a quick introduction to a subject. You want to build a digital skill, you want to know how to use Tableau, you've never done that before. You want to use Canva, you've never done that before, so there's projects. You can learn a digital tool online. You can take courses and specializations, you can get certificates. And what's amazing is there are now full online degrees on the platform as well, and there are 50 of these online degrees where you can actually learn from University of London while you're sitting in Delhi and get a computer science degree as well. Over the last 2-3 years, top Indian universities are also authoring content. So like I said, IIM Ahmedabad, IIT Bombay, and so on. And then also companies in the country, almost every SME would be using Tally. So Tally now teaches how to use the Tally software on Coursera. PwC teaches direct and indirect tax on Coursera. L&T teaches civil engineering on Coursera, and so on and so forth. Now, the other thing that we are seeing, and this might point to some of the trends in skilling, is industry is becoming a fairly important educator as well. Many learners on the Coursera platform are saying that along with learning from traditional universities, we want to learn from industry. And there's this term that is being used quite frequently, which is called industry micro-credential. That can I learn data analytics, but not from a university? Can I learn it from Google? Can I learn social media marketing, but from Facebook? Can I learn how to do sales, but from Salesforce? So industry micro-credentials are a term that is being used in the skilling space and the education space quite a bit. We did a recent study where we interviewed many learners and employers in 11 countries. And many employers said, look, if a candidate who's coming to us, who's a student coming out of a campus, also has an industry micro-credential, we think they will be more successful on the job. We also think that they will make a great candidate for us to be able to interview. And if you're looking at candidates who are coming to you, there's merit in looking at have you learned from industry as well, along with the fact that you're learning on campus side by side as well. What industry credentials look like is a little bit like this. You'll see lots of credentials, micro-credentials in software and IT, in data, and in business. So you'll see on the top right, social media marketing from Meta. So you can come and learn how to do this. If you're a digital marketer, you can learn it from Meta directly. Or you'll see on the top left, Google IT support. All of us have IT support people in our company. Many people who've never worked in IT but want to start a career in IT. You're 12th pass, you didn't go to college, but you want to start a career in IT, they're coming to Coursera, and Google is teaching them how to start a career in IT support. And because Google is teaching it, it comes with credibility as well, that you've learned it from a credible kind of name as well. And then again, SAP and Microsoft and so on and so forth. If you're following how regulation is changing in higher education in the country, the new national education policy now allows many of these industry micro-credentials to be embedded in campuses. So a student who's studying at Amity University in Noida might actually be learning data analytics from Google, and it might become a part of their degree as well, which I think is quite revolutionary in terms of the flexibility students have now on what they're able to learn on campus as well. We are seeing good response to what value these industry micro-credentials are providing in India. There's large growth happening and a lot of learners are benefiting from this. The other thing that we're doing with ChatGPT and generative AI capabilities is we're saying, look, educators can use this in how they are teaching. Today, many teachers are a little worried, flustered, in fact, that students are saying, look, if I'm giving if I give an assignment to the student, they use ChatGPT to answer those assignments, and you're not really able to judge the capability of the student. We are flipping this and saying, can we help educators leverage the power of ChatGPT and generative AI to teach what they're teaching online or in the classroom? Again, in the interest of time, I'm not going to play the video, but happy to have a conversation later on how this works. And then lastly, very quickly, I mentioned this earlier, businesses, governments, and campuses are leveraging this platform quite actively as well. I think this is my last slide. PwC India has about 25,000 people, and the Chief Digital Officer is driving a program where almost 60% of their workforce is learning on the Coursera platform, building skills in technology, building skills in leadership and human skills, building skills in generative AI, building skills in data, and the learning experience is then translating into new projects and new direction that this business is taking. Just a quick example of how one of the companies in India is benefiting from some of this learning. I think that's all I have. I'll pause with that and ma'am, hand back to you. If there are any questions, maybe I'm happy to take that. Otherwise, happy to hand it back to you. Thank you so much for listening, and I hope some of this has been helpful as well.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Gupta. Do we have any questions for him? Okay, we have one question. Can we hand over the mic, please?
Hello. Yeah, that's very insightful. But as a platform, right, as a Coursera, as a platform, how do you see that the content creators are embracing AI, especially the generative AI? So that gives an indication of how this is progressing.
Yeah, so you said how content creators are embracing generative AI. Yeah, that's a great question. I think there are 3 levels at which generative AI is coming to content creators. Firstly, content creators are saying, look, all of us need to learn what generative AI is. So there's content being created on how to understand these technologies, how to use them in our work. So there's content on just generative AI, early, beginner level content or advanced level content. Many authors from industry, from universities are doing that. Second, and I didn't show this, but we are calling it course builder. We are saying, can we give the power of generative AI to you as a content author, where if you want to create a course which is fully cutting edge in terms of the latest thinking, your own thinking within the country, thinking anywhere else in the world, to say, look, if I'm teaching a topic, negotiation in the age of AI, and I want to get the latest thinking into my course, how do I leverage the power of generative AI to be able to pull all the topics into my syllabus? And Course Builder is helping authors do that. When many of us went to college, you would refer to a book, right? So if you were studying marketing, the book was Phil Kotler or something like that. Today, faculty members will say, look, I don't need to use books because students are not in any case referring these books. They're able to pull videos from top content creators from around the world. So today, educators are not just only using their own content, but doing a mix and match of content from around the world. I'm teaching negotiation. I'm using a video from INSEAD. I'm using a video from Yale. I'm using a video from Google. So generative AI is enabling that to happen. And also, like I was mentioning earlier, generative AI can play the role of personalizing your learning as well. We are calling it Coursera Coach, and I didn't get a chance to show it in the interest of time. But it's embedded in the platform. It's going to make the learning a lot more personalized as well. Early days, generative AI is about 6-8 months old, but a lot of this is coming in. The challenge is on the other side that in a physical environment, if your students are using generative AI to answer assessments and essay quizzes and all of that, then how do you kind of think about that at the policy level? That is the challenge that some universities are still grappling with. Could we get a mic here?
Do you see any potential for educational content to tap into the micro content trend? Basically, the TikToks, YouTube Shorts, that type of trend. So
to basically lower your acquisition cost for customers as well as tap into a user base which doesn't necessarily have direct intent but could then become your long-term users and customers?
Yeah, I mean, see, like I mentioned earlier, there are 130 million people who come to Coursera. It's a large number, but there's so many more people who don't currently think about online education, right? And the way a lot of people get introduced to online education is through short forms of learning. Can you come and consume a short clip? I don't know if it's a 10-minute video or a 1-minute video, but can I come and consume that before I go for a longer form learning? So short form content is in general a good way to get somebody started with online learning. And if they see value, then they might go and take a deeper course or even go on and take something which is a full certificate, but it's a great starting point in general. Yeah, so absolutely. Yeah, question here? Could I just ask you to introduce yourself so that I have a little bit of context on the question that you're asking as well? Just your name and company would be great.
Yeah, good evening, good afternoon, I guess, not seeing the time. So, being a business owner, how can we associate with Coursera and how can we get involved and contribute in the global forum? Because you can see there is a huge transition going on into the AI and the digital world. For an example, if I would say, in our childhood, or even you can memorize that, there was some technical opportunities, typing and shorthand, which was completely vanished. So similarly, in current time, there are plenty of IT jobs which will be vanished in some course of time. So you said absolutely right about ChatGPT and AI, and Coursera is educating the world and playing a big role in India. So how can we get benefited in association with Coursera?
Yeah, I mean,
to this success journey?
Yeah, great question. I think the answer is quite simple actually. Many small and large companies are providing learning opportunities to their employees. We see typically in a company 5%, 6% of people will come to Coursera themselves because they are more aware, they are worried about their future, they are thinking about what is my career growth, what is my next job and so on, or they're looking at changing their careers because they might not be enjoying what they're doing. So they come themselves to Coursera and they're learning. But then many companies will say, look, we will organize a training program for you, we will curate it for you, we will also sometimes fund it for you. And these could be large companies. So Reliance has 2 lakh people learning on Coursera in India. Axis Bank has 50,000 people learning on Coursera in India. Many of these are business owner-driven companies as well. These are SME organizations as well. And we have an ability to provide you the right learning for your context and say, make this available to your employees. I think that's the best and the simplest starting point, I would imagine. All right, thank you so much for your questions and for listening. I hope some of this was useful, and I'll hand back to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Moving on. The next topic is next generation cancer therapeutics. May I please request Dr. Jagannath Junatullah, PhD CEO, Arvic Therapeutics, to please come on stage.
But it's not taking. Hmm? Hmm? No?
We have a secure system, so we're getting into it securely.
Thank you. I know since morning we heard a lot about AI and cybersecurity, and we're going to change the topic into a different thing. I'm sure many of you heard about cancer, and some or other you have been impacted through your family member, friend, or colleague. It's a big problem actually. So, and what we are doing at Arvic is how to build a cost-effective next-generation cancer therapeutics. So here I have my colleague Pradeep Fernandez, who is our Senior VP and Head of Corporate Development. He's going to go over initial agenda about giving overview to cancer therapeutics and introduce our team, and then I'll come back and speak about what we are trying to do to develop this next generation cancer therapeutics. Pradeep?
How many in the audience are familiar with cancer or biology? Okay, that's pretty good. So I'll try to keep it reasonably fast-paced and leave some more time for questions. So as Jagat mentioned, we're going to talk about cancer therapeutics, but specifically we'll get into some statistics on cancer, how cancer treatments, how cancer treatments have evolved over time. Then we'll do a little bit of strengths, weaknesses, and opportunity analysis on the current state of treatments, and then deep dive into a specific modality of treating cancer that we think is the right way moving forward. Okay? So these are huge numbers, nowhere close to Ram's statistics, but you can see here that cancer impacts a lot of people, and statistically, females are impacted dramatically. The good thing about this particular graph here, table, is you can see that the fraction of deaths in some cases is a lot lower than the percentage of new cases, and that's a good thing, right? So for female breast cancer, even though there's 11.7% of new cases, the percentage of deaths is 6.9, and that's good. Whereas if you look at something like lung cancer, you have a much higher fraction of deaths, even though the prevalence of new cases is small. And in countries that are growing faster, like India, which have younger populations, this disease will be more of a scourge because it's a disease of age. The older you get, the higher the probability of getting cancer. Okay. With this, I'll move into the evolution of cancer. So obviously, some guy, 3,000, or guy or girl, 3,000 years ago saw a lump on somebody and said, I can fix that, let me just dig it out. So surgical treatments have been there to go after cancer for a long time. But you can see that ever since the 1900s, the pace of therapeutic or treating cancer has started to change dramatically. And like this, most of the presenters in today's session, in the last 20 to 30 years, the pace has gone up, the types of treatments have gone up, and treatment modalities have changed. 1900s, Curie Street tumor with X-rays. 1940s, the first chemotherapies come about. And guess what? The first chemotherapy was actually discovered during World War II when they gave mustard gas and leukemias disappeared in some patients. Okay? So these are poisons that kill cancer faster than they kill humans. 1980s, people figured out, scientists, that most cancer cells have locks on them, and maybe I can build a key that fits into one of these locks and does something that I wanted to do. Move on to 2010. I'm sure everybody has heard about checkpoint therapies like Keytruda, right? These basically were ideas that said, can I use the immune system, which takes care of us, to go after cancer cells 2020 is just in one decade. Okay, you can see here that 40, 20, and now 10 years, you have new kinds of therapies where one of them is cell therapies where you can engineer immune cells outside and send it back into the patient to go after them. And then you have something called antibody drug conjugates. We have somebody else who's going to talk about ADCs in another context. We'll let you have some fun with that. But here, it's a new idea. I'll talk more about that, and that'll be the focus of most of this presentation. So what does this mean economically? Okay, this is just the revenue numbers for oncology treatments. The current projections have changed from 2020 to now going up to 500 billion by 2030 because of the aging population, pollution, these sorts of things. Okay, so all this money is being poured at fixing this scourge that's impacting a lot of us today. And some of the top 10, top 5 revenue earners, Keytruda, which was made in 2014, in less than 8 years is doing 17 billion and dramatically impacting a lot of people's lives, okay? I'll show you in the next slide what is the strength and weaknesses of some of these and why you need to keep evolving treatment therapies. So the first was radiation. Good thing about radiation is it kills all the cells in a selected area. That's also a bad thing because unless you can very, very finely control it, it's going to kill good cells, right? Okay. Then you have something known as chemotherapy. And chemotherapies are really poisons, okay? So any cell that's dividing is going to suck up this poison and die. It's just good for us that, well, bad, okay? Cancer cells divide faster, so they suck up more of this. But as all of us who are, not balding yet, hair grows, it also sucks up these poisons, and that's why people go bald during chemotherapy, and so does your skin, right? So the good thing is it kills all rapidly dividing cells, but it kills cells that you don't want to die. A big limitation of chemotherapy is cancer cells develop resistance, and it's not specific. The next one is targeted therapy. We talked about it briefly just now about scientists discovering locks. So you make little drones that have keys on them, and they go and connect to these locks and impact those cells. A limitation is basically if something happens to these locks and they get malformed or mutate, these keys stop working, right? Then you have the immune system, which I talked about. Even though it's like a magical effect, it only impacts 15% of patients if you get them at the right time. Cell and gene therapy is using tailored cells. If you get it, it's almost like the disease is gone. The big issue is it's super expensive and right now mostly limited to liquid tumors, okay? And it's because it's tailored to each patient, it's very expensive. So it's not something that will easily be adopted. And then you have something called as antibody drug conjugates, which are trying to take the best of two worlds, which is make a drone that has a key, but hey, you know what? Attached to that drone with a key, let's put a little poison. So the poison only goes to the cancer cell and not anywhere else. And we'll spend the rest of this presentation talking about this. Let me just quickly show you this slide. As you go from the left to the top, bottom to the top, these are some of the big evolutions in the design of antibodies, which are these drones that have keys on them. When it was 1997, you had rituximab, one of the top-selling drugs and impacted a lot of patients. Only 3 other antibodies were created. Fast forward one, trastuzumab, Herceptin, 7 new drugs. Go forward by 10 years and suddenly you have 26 new antibodies approved by the FDA. And the first antibody drug conjugate, someone got the idea, hey, let's connect a little bomb to this drone with the key. And then 37, and then you had more ADCs coming up, a generation 2 of a drug called Enhertu, which had a big impact, came out in 2020, and now you have many, many antibodies. Okay? What's next? We think it's generation 3 ADCs. We'll talk about that in the next couple of slides. And just to show you kind of the economics of this field, you can see that one drug licensed by AstraZeneca of Enhertu was a $6 billion business deal. Moving quickly after that, Gilead buys Immunomedics for basically one drug, $21 billion. 1 year after that, Pfizer acquires Seagen that does nothing but antibody drug conjugates for $43 billion. And in the first 6 months of this year, 11 deals were done by Chinese companies in the ADC space. I think there's a big opportunity in ADCs and a big opportunity for Indian pharma to collaborate with thought leaders throughout the world to basically do a similar thing over here. Oh, sorry, let me just go. Okay, so to build generation 3 ADCs requires people who know how to build drones that have keys. Can you build a drone that has more keys, right? It makes it more robust, makes it more capable. And how do you build and attach these bombs to it in a way that doesn't drop bombs all over the place and make it a minefield? So Arvik has brought together a fantastic team. The two founders, one is an expert in ADCs, Jagat, who's going to talk to you. He's an inventor of one of the first ADCs, a co-inventor of Poly-B, and I was on the team that came up with was one of the first ADCs. And Dev Sidhu, who's basically an expert in building, a drone that has 4 keys, not 1. So tremendously capable. And of course, you need a massive team of experts throughout the design process to get this to patients quickly. And with that, I'll let Jagat talk about making better antibodies and drug conjugates.
All right, thanks, Pradeep. Moving on to what we are trying to do at Arvik and building this third generation antibody drug conjugates. And again, as Pradeep mentioned in his talk, and cancer is a very complex disease. And actually, it's not one disease. It's a heterogeneous disease. It's the mixed diseases, basically. And to overcome, patients have to go through a combination therapies, not one drug, but mixed populations of drug you have to use. And combinations are becoming very routine these days. But just imagine a patient being treated with multiple these very costly drugs. It will be very difficult to go through this kind of treatment. And again, as Pradeep mentioned, there are many different classes of drugs being developed, monoclonal antibodies, antibody drug conjugates, bispecific antibodies, and immune cell engagers. But what we are trying to do, how can we rationally combine these drugs into a single entity and make a multifunctional, multivalent antibody drug conjugate, which is very powerful to treat a patient. So where you don't have to use different kinds of drugs, but use just one drug to do that. So what we have done to accomplish that. And again, just to state the problem here, and when you're trying to engineer an antibody, which typically antibody is a 2-chain, like it will be a Y-shaped molecule and heavy chain and light chain, and it's very simple. And again, as he mentioned, there are over 100 molecules have been approved and been used in the clinic, and patients have been successfully using it. But again, we are trying to develop a next generation molecule, which is a multi-chain assembly and very complex, and it's very complex manufacturing. More importantly, when you make such kind of molecule, human body may recognize as a foreign, and it will create immunogenicity, immune reaction, it will have it. So therefore, to avoid all these things, you want to develop, it's a complicated process which will take 5+ years into the clinic. So what we have done actually, we have done a a simplified molecule with a multifunctional. I'm going to go over in a minute. And more importantly, we resolve the manufacturing issues. And another important thing about it has a versatile functionality, and it has a low immunogenicity. And since we streamlined, we built this platform, it will be very short time to get into the clinic. And again, to cut a long story short, I was telling earlier, there's a two-chain molecule, typical antibody, which is a Y-shaped molecule. And from that, we have taken into develop a molecule such as called MUDA. We call this a multi-specific trastuzumab-like tetravalent antibody. And we developed several formats. And we compared this MUDA molecule with the standard ones available in the literature, what other people are using it. And you can see all the MUDA molecule. Don't read the numbers, but typically they behave like what you've seen with the left side, a Y-shaped molecule as a trastuzumab with respect to production, yield, and homogeneity. This is very, very important when you try to scale up in the manufacturing. And if you can't really, if you look at the top ones, the yields were low and the percent monomers were low, and they're all complexity actually. You cannot manufacture with that kind of molecule. So after resolving that in my co-founder's lab, he wanted to demonstrate that you can make that molecule and use that as a therapeutic drug. So during COVID times, he went on to develop a multifunctional anti-COVID antibody which can neutralize people who got infected. And he built that molecule successfully using this technology. And initially, he developed antibodies against multiple COVID strains across the globe. And they isolated 2 different classes of those antibodies and tested. They all neutralized different strains of the COVID strains. But then he went on to develop this multifunctional antibody, which is extreme right side. As you can see, MUDA2, epitope 1 and epitope, the last column. This is highly functional, highly effective compared to the bivalent molecule that defined as the regular IgGs. So that's very important. And this multifunctional antibody binds different areas of the virus. And that makes it very attractive and very effective with respect to blocking the virus entry into the body, basically. So that's where the concept was proven on the COVID. Now, how can we take this concept into the cancer, basically? And for that, we turned our attention to make this molecule as antibody drug conjugates. And again, Pradeep was telling earlier, the way antibody drug conjugates are built, you take an antibody, and you take the small molecule, attach it to the antibody. Now, antibody becomes like a guide, a guided missile, essentially. Antibody delivers this chemo to the cancer cell selectively by sparing the normal tissues. Now, this guided missile will kill the cancer selectively by delivering it. And again, typically chemotherapy is random. Basically, it kills normal cell, it kills cancer cell. It can't differentiate chemotherapy. Whereas this antibody drug conjugate selectively targets, therefore it spares the normal tissues and kills the cancer cells. But of course, on the paper that looks very nice, the concept, but it has its own challenges. And in the clinic, some molecules were successful, but still there are 90% failures in this concept. So what we are trying to develop is, how can you make this ADC very effective with a smallest possible dose and very functional? We're trying to broaden the window, and that's what we are trying to do here. And for that, we took the lessons learned in the clinic. I think the good example that we have come across recently, of course, as you can see in multiple news articles, including New York Times, the best example was Enhertu. Enhertu is an antibody drug conjugate for breast cancer. It's been shown very effective in most of the HER2-positive breast cancer patients. And it's going to be a multi-billion-dollar drug for sure, and it's going to help many women in the breast cancer, many women diagnosed with the breast cancer. But how can you make more successful drugs like Enhertu? And here the challenges were listed in this cartoon. In the left side, let me explain the cartoon itself. As you can see, the middle, that is the cancer cell. When you have a cancer cell there, and the antibody drug conjugate bind the cancer cells on the surface, they get inside the cell. And they get into a lysosomal compartment where it's degraded. There it releases the chemo drug. That chemo drug kills the cancer cell. And that property, depending on multiple factors, it depends on how much of the cell expresses that antigen that it's targeting, and what antibody you want to use, what payload you want to use, what linker you want to attach, and how you attach it. All these are very critical components, and there are the drawbacks here. If you don't have the tumor antigen, which decorated the cancer cell, not enough, you cannot bind enough antibody drug conjugate in the surface, then how do you increase in a patient? You can't really increase that. Insufficient copy number is a problem. The way it gets inside the cell is also problematic. And even it gets inside the cell, it comes back in some of the cases. And then here you have a challenge, what payload, what is the potent payload that you want to use it? And what kind of cancer? You can't use every payload for every cancer. You have to match that, actually. And more importantly, how you want to attach it. All these are the problematic areas that we have seen it. And in addition, the two successful ADCs that came into the market recently, the Enhertu and Trodelvy, these antibody drug conjugate actually target to high copy number tumor cells. But that is not the case all the cancer and all the cancer antigen that use. The majority of the cancer antigens fall in this bucket of 30,000 copies for the given cell. How do we target them? I think that is the bottleneck for us. And what did we come here actually? We built an antibody with multiple arms. Typically antibody is only 2 arms, but now we built an antibody with multiple arms, each arm with a different function. So therefore, it can bind multiple tumor antigens on the cancer cell surface. So that helps to increase the copy number. That's one thing. But when we did that also, when we made a multifunctional molecule, that also improves the ability to get inside the cell, that improvement in internalization. And also, because of that, we can use a payload. It doesn't have to be so toxic. If you use toxic payload, it's also a problem, because it can also kill the normal cell too. So we use a low potency payload. And more importantly, we engineered sites on antibody where we can conjugate the payload in a very systematic way. If you want to put 4 drugs per given antibody, you can put 4. If you want to put 8 drugs, you can put 8. If you want to put 2 drugs, you can put it 2. So like that, in a controlled fashion, we can conjugate it. So to cut long story short, I'm going to give 2 examples that we engineered recently. So this is a best-in-class, 3-in-1, multifunctional breast cancer drug conjugate. We built it. There are 3 approved drugs for breast cancer, Herceptin, and Prozeda, and Enhertu. What we engineered, we combined all 3 into the single molecule, basically. And we tested how this molecule works. When we combined all 3 and tested, again, we have to show examples in the test tube matching to the patient scenario. Here are the 2 different breast cancer cell lines, left side and right side. Left side is a cell line that expresses a lot of tumor antigen expression. Right side is the low copy number tumor antigen expression. You can see the orange one is our trifunctional antibody drug conjugate. The green ones are the monospecific antibodies. As you can see, now we quantified, when you add this to cells, you can quantify how much it is getting inside the cell. You can see orange one can quickly get inside the cell. So that is reciprocates with the amount of activity it can generate. And below, we tested the amount of cells getting killed by this orange one. You can see orange versus gray, 2-fold improvement in activity. especially in the right side where your copy number is low, this is the scenario typically most of the cancer patients. That scenario you don't have much because most of the patients don't have that much copy number. But this is the typical case where most of the cancer patients have this low copy number. You can see now orange versus green, 5 to 6-fold improvement in activity. That's a huge actually in the field. If you can show 2-fold improvement in the clinic, that's a big deal actually. So we are seeing 5 to 6-fold improvement in activity. And the next one, this is last week data actually. We are super excited to see this data. What you are seeing here, this is a different molecule we engineered with the previous one is 2 arms for 3 functions, but this one, 4 arms we engineered actually. And this 4 arms molecule can target two different antigens in the cancer. As you can see, the green one versus blue versus red. So the green one targets both blue as well as red targets. And we engineered cell lines to match the clinical scenario where green one in every scenario, actually all the 4 different kind of patients, it matches. It improves the activity by 10 to 50-fold actually. This is really a significant phenomenon what we are excited about. So again, we have created a platform which can make number of different molecules. Almost 17 of them actually we can make it. Currently we are working 6 of them. One of them is already partnered. We are actually working on developing the new molecules for pretty much every possible cancer you can think about it. I think I want to quickly summarize here. I know I'm already on time. And again, we have made, in 2 years, span of 2 years period, we have made a fantastic progress. We created an exciting platform with the novel ADC payloads. The MUTA platform was created, generated, engineered, and tested with multiple cancers and multiple cancer cell lines. And we have huge potential as a company. One program we already partnered. We are in discussion with other partnerships as well. But again, as a small company, young company with about 5, 6 people, we are very excited to get this far, and we are looking forward with the new investment. Hopefully, we can make better progress. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jagantolla. Moving on, may I please request Mr. J.P. Singh, CEO, Ambient Scientific Inc., to come up on stage for the next session on semiconductors and AI future trends. Mr. J.P. Singh, please.
All right, how are you guys doing with jet lag or sleepy after lunch? Looks like we don't have a break, Ram, right? Yeah, I've been trying to find coffee for past 2 hours. I can't. I'm very sleepy. But anyway, no, can I use mine? Can I use mine? I tested it here. Right? Last time also we talked. Thought you could have told me in the beginning, no? And that was visible on my computer. This one doesn't, so now it says that I cannot use mine. Yeah, you can take questions. Huh? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Sorry, guys, for the delay. So looks like we have got all the heavy topics in the afternoon, from semiconductor now. Before that is all advanced medicine, more advanced medicine. So we'll still squeeze for time. And forgive me, I am heavily jet lagged, so I'll try to make as much stories as possible. So we are a semiconductor company. We are actually a chip manufacturer. We are a startup. I started 5 years ago, and now we have our product that is already sampling to customers. Means it is shipping in small quantities. So, but rather than telling about our company, I'll tell you a little bit about electronics history, and I will also try to tell you where the semiconductor is going. Of course, in India, there has been a lot of noise, a lot of talk about semiconductor, and hopefully what I'm telling right now will be relevant. So, first of all, I don't know how many of you know, some of you definitely know, that the computers started being a mechanical device. It was actually something that you will switch on and off, or a gear that you will turn. And from computer device, it became, the next thing that came in the world was called vacuum tube. A lot of you will remember, may even have in your homes, these radios that will make very deep sound. That the technology that worked underneath was called a vacuum tube. After that, the computers became what became analog computers. And now, of course, we have come to age where the computers became very big and then became very small, to the extent that whatever costed around $100 million, IBM, 1980s, cost you around a few $100s, that's in palm of your hand, called a smartphone today. Approximately same amount of compute power that used to be there. Now, important thing about these computers or these electronics or semiconductor is that semiconductor, I mean, all of these devices, whether you had the vacuum tube or you have these what we call transistors today, which are the building blocks of the semiconductor, these are fundamentally just switches. They're on and off switches. In the modern world, you know them as 0 and 1, or the machine language. So, the mechanical computers were switches. The tubes were also switches, and the modern world, what we use today, are also just switches. And the history of this semiconductor is approximately 75 years old. Semiconductor means these switches or the transistors. It started around 75 years ago. Computers we have been using since around World War I. That was the mechanical or the tube-based computers. So these switches that we talked about, the difference between a transistor and those mechanical switches is that the transistor is a switch that can be controlled by another switch, which can be controlled by another switch, which can in turn be controlled by another switch. And these electronic switches, a few of them can gang up together to control a particular switch. That means if you had these, let's say you have 10 switches in your hand, you can connect them in approximately 10 million ways that you can connect 10 switches. And today we have approximately 40 billion transistors or 40 billion switches in one chip. So imagine the number of ways you can connect them together. So the switches themselves, whether they are being produced in mechanical computers or through vacuum tubes or through transistors, whether the transistors are what we call CMOS nowadays or another type of transistors, essentially these are just on and off switches. That's why even today the computer language is still 0 and 1. It's basically bunch of switches. And how you connect those switches together is what makes a chip or a computer or a small cell phone or a small toy. The ability or the way to connect these switches is what is called intellectual property. What this means is the switches that are built by the foundries in the in like the way where this actually switches get manufactured, they themselves represent just a vehicle, but to connect those switches and how to connect those switches is the actual property, intellectual property of a semiconductor company. That's why you will see that most of the powerful companies in the world that are semiconductor are not the ones that actually fabricate them or make those switches, are the ones who know how to connect those switches together. That is the world of intellectual property. So that means this IP is nothing but knowledge, right? Confucius said 2000 years ago that knowledge is the supreme. But then again, you know who else said that, right? Our Vedas also said, Jnanam Paramam Balam, thousands of years ago, right? So knowledge is the most powerful or most supreme power that's not visible anywhere more powerfully than in this advanced science. Some of that you heard in the previous speaker as well. I mean, like you guys, the knowledge is the power. Now, in case of semiconductor, I'm going to take you in the history a little bit, as the semiconductor has been for past 30 years. I have divided the knowledge of this producing a semiconductor chip or producing a computer chip into 7 layers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And in these layers, of course, on the top you see is what? Profit, the money. So at the end of the day, the money guides everything else. Each of this layer actually can contain many companies. So there are many companies, thousands of companies in the world that only do part of each of the layer, not all of the layers. But there are some companies that do many of these layers together. I will give you some names that will give you a perspective. Apple, for example, has layers number 3, 4, 5, and 6, and also the 7. The most important one. This is your largest company of the world that owns 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The company that owns all from the company that owns from 2 to 7 is Samsung, but not the most valuable company. And the one that is written there, material science, that is mostly done by governments. Nowadays not much, but mostly done by government in past. Whenever it has been done, because it requires a lot of money, first of all. The one part one thing I do want to make clear here is that sorry guys, I am really having jet lag. In fact, forgetting my thoughts. Pardon? Okay. Thank you so much. Yes. Yeah, well.
We're going to get into deep science now. We need some fun.
That's correct. That's correct. Now I come to one of the most important history in semiconductor. Though semiconductor is an area where thousands of very important people, very intelligent people, very capable people with a lot of passion have invested their lives. As a matter of fact, a lot of things that were considered great in 1950s is not, doesn't even exist. The people who actually created semiconductor did not profit a lot from it, and some profited a lot from it, probably played, of course, an important role. But one name that always comes is Gordon Moore. And all of you may have heard the name, or some of you may have heard the name, called Moore's Law. Moore was one of the most brilliant person, and he made an observation in 1967 that transistor count, the switches, number of switches on a particular chip will double every 2 years. This was actually an observation. Amazing thing is, he made this observation even before that observation really actually started happening. So this later on became Moore's law. And Moore's law has driven the semiconductor industry for past 25, 30 years, almost 40 years. And in 40 years, we have indeed seen the effect or the effect of Moore's law, that the transistors count have doubled, or this number of switches have doubled every 2 years. And this has given rise to what you see today, the smartphone, because semiconductor is probably, chips is probably the only industry where over time the prices go down. You see in every other thing, even just because of inflation, even your rice, wheat, the prices go up. Semiconductor, the prices goes down. Either inflation is high or inflation is low. And how does that happen? Moore's law was fundamentally the reason why that happened, because the number of transistor count kept going up, and because of that we saw the computers become, or the electronics become less than $1. You can have a toy today that actually consumes a lot of these switches on one chip, and you have seen computers go from what, $100 million, probably the IBM first large computer was probably sold for $100 million. Now a toy pretty much gets sold for what, $1 or less than $1. And it has actually fueled this law has fueled the chip count, or the transistor count, the switches count to go high to the extent that we started doing software. What does software mean? Software means you give me 10,000 or 10 million of these switches, and I will use the ones that I want to use the way I want to use. That means you have to have abundance of these switches on a chip before you can start doing software. Because software is basically your ability or your flexibility to be able to connect many transistors together, or use what you want and you don't use whatever you don't want. And also use, so basically these Moore's law I am postulating here, the Moore's law is responsible for creating the software industry, which has become now trillions of dollars, of course. And you heard all of our first half of session, basically. Trillions of dollars, as Ram's presentation also showed, trillions of dollars of wealth in that industry. And another thing that this has done is that you see labor became upper class. Some of them became very rich, of course, in this industry. And those are the high-skilled laborers that work in semiconductor industry or in the software industry. So, and of course, it created hugely profitable tech companies. Now, Moore's law also actually put the seeds of stagnation, or seeds of problems that later on happened in past 20 years in hardware industry or in semiconductor industry. Why? Because the increase in count, in transistor count, meant that a company, let me just see, hang on. So the change, the number of, the increase in transistor count meant that I would be able to serve the industry and I can increase my profit. And the way this transistor count increase started happening later on was just by making changes into layer 1 and layer 2. This is called process shrink. Process shrink meant that one could increase its profit, it can gain more performance, you can lower the power consumption, and you can make smaller devices just by doing R&D into layer 1 and 2. You did not need to do the work in 3, 4, 5, or even the layer number 3, 4, 5. So what this means is that by just doing R&D, which was the job of the manufacturing companies, the semiconductor company started making all the profits. they did not need to invest money in 3, 4, and 5. That means those layers started disappearing. And when those layers started disappearing, because the profit was possible simply from just doing the layer 1 and 2, or just by the foundry or the manufacturing company itself, the investment in hardware almost all disappeared. And the software investment increased. As you can see on the right hand side, the hardware investment became just 10% of the total investment in the industry as late as 2020. This happened because of this mechanics that settled in, because of this Moore's law, is that the hardware companies or the chip companies were able to make their profits without doing anything, pretty much. That's why you will see that a big problem that actually really settled is that for 20 years people started believing that hardware was for free. You did not need to buy anything. Hardware should be given for free, and all of the money should be paid only for software, right? Hardware is the actual thing in real, but this is really what happened, okay? That's why in last 25 years, what we call instruction set architecture, this is a measure of new hardware creation. In past 25 years, you see only one. In first 20 years, you saw around 20 to 30 ISA created. In past 25 years, we created only once. And the layer 3 skills have completely disappeared. Only rare companies have it. One company that has that type of skill today is Apple. Okay? And most other companies have only partial skills of layer 3. And layer 2, if you try to find architects today in the world, they are counted on the numbers. So, this is all good. Everything was going well. Software is where the money is. It's very easy to create. Let's put the money in the software, right? And then process shrink. The benefits that was all happening, it all started disappearing. As you see, only the cost per chip or the cost of of every chip, when you produce, go to the lower nodes, which are called these in nanometer, 130 nanometer all the way to 18 angstrom today, or 1.8 nanometer, that is Intel's. So, how am I doing with time? 10 minutes, okay. So, around 2005 time frame, the problem actually started. But in 2015 time frame, it became very obvious that by just going to the next node, or just by doing research in that 1 or 2 layer, or just by the manufacturing company alone, you cannot gain all those 3 benefits. So all you could do is get one benefit, that is, you could reduce cost of the chip, every chip. But to produce the chip, you needed to pay a lot of money. That means you have to pay a few $50, $100 million first, and then maybe your chip cost will reduce from $2 to $1.50. Not an economy that can work, and hence most of the companies stopped going to the next process unless you had such a huge volume that you could sell hundreds of millions of those chips in a year, right? So the next thing that happened was even more dangerous. What happens? You are not able to make profit because you are not able to go to the next node, and you do not know how to improve your chip anymore because you have lost all of the other expertise. Profits still have to increase. And how does it increase? Through consolidation. And in past 15 years, most of the very many semiconductor companies who were actually leading innovators, some names, IBM, LSI, Avago, companies disappeared. Philips, all of Japan disappeared, completely gone in past 15 years. So we were headed for, there was even a presentation by one of the EDA company CEO that he projected that in next 5 years, we will have only 2 semiconductor companies left in the world, okay? So we were heading for those 2 companies to be left, means all of us to completely be jobless, and then something else happens. AI arrived. And this completely changed everything because AI now needed everything that we did not have. We did not have the performance. AI needs performance. You do not have low power. AI needs low power. And to create that, the old method of shrinking, going to the next node, right, doesn't work. Actually, I was just a few seconds. There was a company called Bitmain. They contacted me and said they were going to this from 10 nanometer to 7 nanometer, and they think they're going to solve their problem. I said, don't even go there. It's not going to solve any of your problem. Your power consumption will not reduce, which was their biggest problem. They did not listen, and you may have heard that they actually signed up a $250 million pre-order to TSMC, and when they were in trouble, they had to pay that $250 million. They couldn't. CEO went to jail, just in China, just to let you know. The problems. People didn't realize this happened, and this is the chart that shows you that the requirement that AI has put on the semiconductor is really the term, Ram, you use, explosive. And most of the companies that have been making a lot of money from semiconductor, they actually do not have a story. And only thing that was available in the market at that time was GPU. And the name is Graphics Processing Unit. You tell me, where is AI in this? Nowhere, right? So, graphics became the vehicle for solving AI problems. If you think about it, I don't want to get into that, but it's actually a wrong thing to actually solve AI problem. However, since that was the closest thing available, we started using GPUs. Now the problem, if that was not enough, what happened? GPT arrived, or what is called generative AI arrived. Personally, we used to, within Ambient, we did talk about AI will have multiple layers of applications. GPT is just 2 layers. And our own belief is that this is going to actually become many layers. 2 layers is not enough. However, some of the data, if every person who is doing search today was to go and use ChatGPT, the world does not generate enough power to feed the computers if they were built with NVIDIA GPUs. Example number 2. If all of the users of Google, my friend here, he has come from Google, so my colleague, so he will tell you, if all of the Google users, search users, were to start using ChatGPT or generative AI within Google, all of their profits will disappear overnight. That's how much electricity bill will rise. So, we need chips, AI chips that do AI functions and consume less power. Sorry guys, so what does this mean? Generative AI, or the impact of AI, is that semiconductor needs to provide a lot more performance than we have today. GPU is not the solution, and we need it to be affordable. Recently, so I think Dubai bought 300 chips, $40,000 each, $120 million bill to build a few servers, just to give you an idea. Each server takes around 6 GPU, or 6 to 18 GPU. 300 means just one rack of server, $120 million. That's the price tag. It's not sustainable, right? Yeah, you can go use ChatGPT, that's all great. But who will pay the bills? Unless you were to invent the semiconductor. So what does it mean? If you need to build semiconductor for AI, you must go to the drawing board, and you see what the girl is doing? 5 plus 5 is what? Right? You really got to get back to that basic. And what is that basic? Actually nothing, complicated. We have already done it in past. These 7 layers, look for the answers on those other layers, the layers that we have. So that means, now we, of course, Ambient team, bet on this particular fundamental projection that as AI progresses, it is going to need to resurrect the expertise. Thankfully, our team had worked on such chip in past or such a project in past, and we do have the expertise that, that can create AI chip that is low power, that is low cost, and has high performance, all of them, which is generally considered impossible. If you go to VC community and the knowledgeable people, they will say, no, no, you cannot get all three, you can get only one, or you can get only two. Why? Because that's what we have learned in past 15, 20 years, that you cannot get all three. That's just is absolutely garbage. Anyway, because we have been able to prove so, I don't want to get into the list here, but we have invented, we have innovated in those three areas. I'm going to just take a liberty here to make, our strategy, our research, our team's overall work that we have done in 5 years is actually lined up to what I'm going to say here. I know I've heard for security guys, quantum computing is here and today, but for us who produce real things that we use in our hand, I think quantum computing is at least 40 years away. And I will be available for debate if you disagree. If you agree, then I'll be ready to discuss as well. At least 40 years away. And I think CMOS will carry the baton for next 40 years. CMOS today is at 1.8 nanometer, which is 18 angstrom. I think it will go all the way to 1 angstrom. And all of the equipment, the chemicals, the chemistry, the processing technology, the data science, all of the things that need to carry that burden to go to 1 angstrom will happen. I mean, because the demise of CMOS has been predicted at least 10 times in past. It has not happened, and I do not believe it will happen till we reach 1 angstrom. Why did I stop at 1 angstrom? Very long explanation, but I'll not get into that. There is one item I do want to discuss. For past 15 years, there is one item that has been completely ignored. That is wiring on the chip. Inside the chip, we have things that get connected with each other, and this wiring has actually been ignored for past 20 years. In one of the companies I used to work for, Sun Microsystem, in 1999, we were discussing a component called dielectric constant. The whole industry has not worked on this for past 20 years. They have not even moved an inch. It was 3.2 at that time. It is 3.2 even today. This will get to 1.1, which is the dielectric constant of a vacuum. Very long explanation why that is needed, but that is needed. That will happen. Okay? One such example to give to create such a technology, what we had to do is we created a block. We call it a DGAN block. This block is able to compute an AI algorithm in 32 steps what a CPU or like a Intel chip will take 1.2 million steps to do. So we are able to do that in 32 steps. That tells you how much power we can save, how much performance we can give. And with that type of technology, we are able to produce an entire roadmap of chips which can build very small device which can be sold for $1, $2, $10, all the way to supercomputers. And we are actually actively engaged in conversation to build the large chip for one of the server companies right now. In our business strategy, we started in a place where there was no competition. If you look at the top right corner, NVIDIA dominates that market. We did not want to fight a big gorilla. So we started in an area where they could not compete with us because they have to build that technology. They have invested, I think, $300 million in conjunction with Stanford. We are lucky to be ahead. I think they will come, but not yet. So that means we have started in an area where they're not there so that we will be able to, we don't face their competition. I'm happy to say we have our first product that is shipping. Can we please help me out, Satish? Sorry. This has already gone to many customers, all outside this country, unfortunately, but hopefully we will have some here. And I think we met Naveen recently. Yeah. We have kept, unfortunately, not working dummy devices, and I'd like to explain some of them. A lot of applications just coming out of this one chip. This is the chip here. very small chip. This costs very little, and I'll show you some of the devices that we can build with this. I'll just skip the team slide for now, okay? There is a device that I want to talk about, because this is the device that started it all for me. My father had an accident, he fell, and there was nobody to attend, and we couldn't make him survive. And that's the time when I left my last company and started Ambient. That's this locket. It should be on your desk, right? This is not working yet, but this locket will have our chip, and using AI, you will be able to detect if a girl is being attacked, if somebody is being kidnapped, or if my mother is having asthma attack, or if somebody falls. This device price target is $10 selling price. This should be connected to the internet. We do have a company, not inside this country, has signed up already. We have been trying to find a partner for this for past 2 years, and haven't had the luck yet. Hopefully soon. Another device I would like to show you, the camera. No, can you get that camera? This is a camera device which will run on battery. Selling price $20. You put it on the schools, on premises. It can detect if somebody is carrying a gun, somebody is carrying some other dangerous things. You can protect entire school for just $1,000, $20 each. 50 of these devices is sprinkled. So this has really become the AI dust that you would talk about. Okay, your Alexa in future will just be a pin. You will be able to say next slide or connect to this thing I was having trouble with. You'll be able to do that using just this Alexa device. The camera that I showed you will actually become this size, and you can, we have a discussion with the police department in USA, put it into their addresses, just cost $5 each. Make address, if somebody pointing gun at them, they will get a notification, they will go. Also working with an automotive company that is putting a camera like this to detect if a driver is falling asleep on the wheel. So then start playing music or tell him to just shut up and park your car, take a sleep, just like me, sorry. But so these devices already in making, some of these models on your desk. Please take a look. These are not working yet. They will be available in market very, very shortly. We are a startup. We are raising our next round. If you're interested, please do contact us offline. Sorry for the trouble in the beginning. And questions? Okay.
So with all your experience, where do you think the photonics chips come into place? Because the electrons getting hot and the chips are getting hot and they jump sometimes. Circuits are smaller. So where do you think the photonics chips in the space sit?
Okay, very loaded question, right? But see, photonics on and off, I am actually personally not a believer in that. The reason being that manufacturing the glass, right, the particle, this is very difficult because it's amorphous, not hard enough. So because of that, I mean, just to make a waveguide today for the networking module, so difficult, the last part actually alignment gets done by hand, even today. So very difficult to increase the count. So I don't believe it will solve the problem of AI. Quantum will come before that. That's my postulation. I mean, that's my prediction.
Got it. So until then, GPU solves the cryptos problems, GPU will solve the AI problem, GPU will be the only one.
Till then, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is Nirupam from Hero. How we can reduce the cost, and again you gave the example of GPUs and UAE acquiring such, and again there's a horde now to pre-book all the GPUs available, and TPUs also, Google is trying with the TPU structure. What do you think India should do? Especially, again, we have a semiconductor thing, but we are again looking at a much higher microns. You talked about even lower, I think. So what should India be doing in that sense to secure the processing power for the AI that we will need, because we are again looking to become an AI power. So how do we do that?
One best thing to do will be contact Ram. He will huddle people like us, bring them here, and then definitely there will be a solution. From price point of view, just to give you an idea, this is not the price that we can quote, but instead of $40,000, we are talking about that same chip with around 4 times more performance in price range of around $700. So that should give you an idea of where this type of technology is capable of building things.
Question from me, yeah.
Okay, there is coffee, looks like Ram is saying. Yes, yes. Okay, okay, please. 2 more questions Ram has allowed, so please. Anyone?
Question again, what is the, it's a system on a chip because you're talking about different applications on the same chip, so I'm assuming it's programmable in some way, or you etch the final system on a chip, right? Do you have a firmware on it, or it's just a hardware, semiconductor chip? I mean, is there a firmware, is there a layer, is there a software on it, or it's just a firmware and hardware?
No, this technology that we have created has many layers, and the top, it is actually what you would call a microprocessor. Okay. Microprocessor by definition are programmable by software.
Okay, sure.
So this is fully programmable. Even the AI algorithms are fully programmable. That means, and we very soon expect to maybe tie up with Coursera and start teaching them in right here in India.
So you can make your own applications using this.
Absolutely. You can do that today on this chip.
Thank you.
Yeah. But as we build other chips, we will have different configurations of what you call system on chip, where we put different components and that becomes system on chip. But the current one is more targeted for this type of small applications.
Okay, last question.
Good evening. I'm Kriti Luthra, Sustainability Manager with EVOLV, and also by profession and qualification, I'm an engineer, electrical and electronics. So my question is, nowadays that we are seeing a theme of G20 and B20 at large is ESG, decarbonization and sustainability. So, and we also talk about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. So I just wanted to understand when we are talking and so much advancing and going deeper into technology and chips, I had a study done a few weeks back which talked about that India is still not very strong in terms of recycling or decarbonizing of e-waste. And e-waste, when I say it, is computers, laptops, and the chips and the keyboards, which is full of chips, thousands of chips. So what is the actual physical space occupied by the chips, and is there a way of revolutionizing it? Like, do we have a proper recycling ways or reforming these chips? Because I also understand there is a lot of silver and gold in the keyboard wirings hidden, and India has not yet been able to reutilize that minerals, important minerals and elements.
So when people talk about e-waste, there are a lot of things being confused. See, the e-waste chip occupies probably less than 10%, actually less than 5% of the real estate of the computer. If you look at the full computer, the chips themselves will occupy less than maybe 5% of the area. So chips themselves are not the big problem. Also, as you said, inside there is actually gold. So, and when you break it into small pieces, chip inside is sand, is silica. So it is just like dust. So the chips themselves are not the problem. It's all the fiber or the board, PCB that we call it, that is the problem. Okay, that the current chips you see the integration as it's called SoC. Like if you look at Apple M1 or M2 chips. They basically integrated a lot of things integrated into one and made it all very small. So it will cost a little bit more, but the way the chips are going, as I said, the chips are the only things, electronics only thing the prices go down, or for the same price you get more features. So this will be this will thing that will happen over time. I personally don't worry about that. Unfortunately, a lot of what is in the media is kind of, it's like a big elephant, blind people looking at different part of it and they don't really get it, unfortunately. So experts sitting together can solve a lot of these problems. Unfortunately, this electronics has always been democratic. Nobody has cared whether my device is saving his mother's life or my mother's life. Now, geopolitics making it all just too complicated. We engineers have never been designed to be that complicated, right? But
okay,
that's all we have the time for.
Yeah,
Thank
just
you.
the last question. Here.
The permission has to come from.
Okay, then. I'll catch you later.
It's okay, go ahead.
No, I think it's a good tech, amazing tech. The size is small. Now we need one more thing. We need the power to drive this. And currently, all the batteries we have, I mean, if I have to use just a small chip, I need to use a battery 3 times, 4 times, 5 times this chip. So maybe you can do some innovation in the first layer to get some miniature batteries so that we can drive this chip and have the small power.
If I had coffee in time, I would have really started from that layer, sorry. But yes, the right place to actually innovate will be that first layer. And if ambient type companies or bunch of experts were to get the capital, then it is actually very easy, well not easy, but it is feasible to create a new transistor that will produce that will consume lot less power consumption. See, the fundamental problem is in past 20 years, we have mostly forgotten to do R&D. We have been just making more and more money by doing very little work in semiconductor. So just put good people on the table and I think things will happen. That's my answer.
What do you think, guys?
Sorry. For all the
Great presentation, GP. And I got one thought here. We got 2 very amazing entrepreneurs that are waiting to present here. You're going to love it. You're not going to fall asleep. I guarantee you that. But let's do this. Let's go over there, grab our cups of tea, come back in here. Let's make it a working chai break, okay? So we get started, okay? So let's go grab our tea. And please don't hover over there. Come right back in, and we'll get going. Thank you.
Thank you, Ram.
And also this evening we have a wonderful dinner, and all of you guys are invited to that. And we have 4 amazing individuals who are going to come on as a pre-dinner event. It's a surprise, so stay on, and then experience it. Please go ahead and get your tea, coffee, everything, and bring them back, please.
मैं इतना नींद आ रहा था, मैं नहीं कर पाता, बिना उसके राइटअप के नहीं कर पाता।
People in the banquet hall, may I please request you to come to the main hall here? I request my esteemed guests to kindly take their seats so that we can start the proceedings. You can walk in with your chai, coffee. We could have a working coffee break while we start with this session. This is a very interesting session. I request everybody to be seated, please, so that we can start the session. Thank you so very much. So moving ahead, next I invite Ms. Jyoti Kukreja, VP of Business Development, ICERA, to talk about the advances in generative AI and emergence of ChatGPT for the enterprise. Ma'am.
Oh, actually not, it's in my hand. All right, looks like we have can you hear me? Can you guys hear me? No? No, I think I have a mic actually. On here. All right. I figured after a tea break, I can't be standing behind a podium. I certainly don't have an excuse. But the good thing is you guys don't have an excuse either, so nobody should be sleeping in this session. But anyways, so, phenomenal energy and phenomenal content so far. We've talked about so many things, but one common theme that's kind of come across, and I was taking notes, was generative AI, right? It kept coming back in good form, in bad form, how it's a threat, how it's a opportunity. So let's see, let's take another take at it and see what it is actually. Is it an opportunity or is it a problem that we need to be aware of? This is a short video about the company. Let's just see that and then we can get started.
Service excellence is at the heart of every business. But for many customers and employees, troubleshooting is usually more trouble. And support isn't that supportive. With the demand for great service snowballing faster than ever, you need to provide instant service in any channel, anytime, anywhere. Organizations are simply not able to keep up. It's time to revolutionize your service experience with ICERA. Imagine a world where your service requests are auto-resolved in less than 1 minute without having to file a ticket. It's like having an unlimited supply of your best agents, or having a virtual coworker that always has your back. ICERA makes that all possible with AI and automation at superhuman scale. So, you can exceed expectations and focus on growing your business. Service is fast, proactive, scalable. Service is ICERA. Reimagine your service experience with ICERA.
All right, there's a pop quiz at the end of it, so hopefully that made sense. We've talked about different trends, right? They've come and they've gone. Some have stayed, created market segments, created leaders, created disruptors. We were all there for the internet disruption. Hopefully, all of us in the room are old enough to have experienced when that all came together. I still remember, I think it was 1997, you could hear the modem connected, and then tick. And then if that sound's coming from my brother's room, it means it's going to be bloodbath, right? Because that's the only line in the house, and that means it's now occupied. But come from that stage, then came the smartphones, and then came the Alexas and Siris, where it's all voice activated, and came the cloud disruption, right along the same time. And then now, since 2022, comes along the ChatGPT or the generative AI layer. And trust me, this one is bigger, larger, and it's here to stay. Whether we support it with semiconductors, whether, it's as you said, Gaurav, it's a mayhem that it's going to generate, but whatever it is, a mayhem or a boon, it's here to stay, and it's massive. And it's really important for us as countries and as economies to think about how is it that we make the best use of it? How do we take that opportunity and really create something incredible for each other, right? So just to give you a perspective, if you look at how much industry or how much business the PC market created, this is really how small the PC revolution was if you compare it to what generative AI is doing. And, in just $1 trillion, it's a complete GDP, right? It's $7.9 trillion of growth of GDP that's going to be created. So, so it's time to place our bets. Let's make sure we do it smartly. As GB Singh, you were saying, right? We are very intelligent people in this room and in many other forums. Let's make sure we put our minds together and let's see what is the right thing to do. So as we talk about generations, every decade there's a new generation, there's an X, Y, Z, but then there comes the Gen AI. So we are the Gen AI. Every single person, whether it's my 3-year-old daughter or myself or my parent, we are all a part of this generation because one way or the other, we're going to be touching it, using it, disrupting it, and learning from it. And it will eat industries, right? There's going to be some disruption. However we've done business so far, it's going to change. What kind of disruption happens, we'll find out, right? This is just, a T-shirt. Honestly, I don't even know if this is a real picture. But my marketing team thinks it is, and let's just go with it. But I like the idea because it says AI, and AI is basically America and India. So let's go with the confidence and trust that this is a real image and it's not. It is okay. All right.
He just checked on the web.
There's no deep fake or anything, right? And I figured we were having chai, so some gentleman or some lady over here, as soon as ChatGPT came out, guess what? The first thing you do is you go and you change the name of your chai shop. So clearly disruption is happening, and this is happening in India for sure. It's not happening in any other country, at least not that stall. So what kind of industries are being disrupted, right? What kind of, not disrupted in a negative way, but what kind of industries are going to be impacted in a good way maybe? Financial, healthcare, Medicare. Medicare is the supply there, so, but education, right? Every single, every single industry that you can think of, there's going to be some use case, there's going to be some application that's going to be done differently. And what kind of jobs are going to be disrupted? Knowledge workers, right? I think, I think it was in one of those Coursera presentations where it said earlier the knowledge workers were not really impacted when the industrial or the automation piece was happening. However, in this case, the knowledge workers are going to be impacted. The code is going to be created in GPT. It's going to be a starting point. Of course, you make it better and you kind of work on it, but it's a great starting point. Graphic designers. I'm just going through a home remodel, and every time I'm shelling out money to the architect for a new design, I'm thinking, hey, why is there no tool where I can just go and move that wall one bit and not have to go through a person? And I'm betting you within the next 6 months it's going to come through because it's so easy to do that. So graphic designers, content creators, I mean, of course, we all know how students are using this, right? God forbid my son has to write a text message, it's like all acronyms, I don't know what he's saying, and then now he has to write an email to his teacher, it's like a page long with all the right commas and question marks and everything else. So yes, there is a lot of impact that education is going to be seeing as well. And as I was saying, if you look at the amount of code that's being created, 46% of GitHub code is being created through a Copilot. So if you look at the code that's all of the software engineers, They'll always be important, they'll always be critical, but they don't have to start from zero. They'll be starting from a really strong foundation point, right? Of course, I dread being a test engineer to many of those today, but think about all of the generative AI goodness that's going to be added layer over layer and how good it's going to keep getting with time. And then come the risk, right? That comes the mayhem. Are jobs going to be at threat? You know, are we going to be questioning every single form of content that's out there, whether it's human generated or machine generated? You know, all of these things with deepfakes, I mean, it's scary, right? They get viral so easily, and then there are repercussions. We've seen what social media did when it's used in a negative way. But, you know, that's true for every single technology, right? It's true for the internet. We've seen the kind of disruption that internet and the fact that the price point was brought down so much, and Arvind was talking about it. I mean, just completely mind-blowing. And I love the analogy when he was talking, actually it wasn't an analogy, but the example that he gave of 11:2. You have 11 fast-track lanes, and you have 2 lanes that are stopping to give cash, and there's like a line over there. So it's really for us to decide, do we want to be in one of those 2 lanes, or do we want to just get on the bandwagon, you know, be one of the fast lanes that are there. So if you look at the sentiment, and I think this is a really, really cool piece. If you look at the sentiment of AI, right? India is on the top 3. And the reason being, India realizes that there's a lot of potential for us to create this disruption and for us to be at the very cutting edge of it. Remember Y2K? I was in college at that time, and I mean, it was amazing, right? Look at what was created out of it. So all of the Infosys and Wipros, and we had the pleasure of meeting one of the founders this morning. But that all came from Y2K. It actually started with that because there was so much of a need of that manpower and that brain power, and that was supplied by India. So that's why AI is such a cool thing when it comes to a country as smart and as young as India, because we have all of the brain power here in this country and in this room as well. So ChatGPT is great, all of that's great. How is this important and relevant in an enterprise? What do enterprises need? I wanted it to be secure, right? I want it to be trustworthy. I want it to be very, very personalized. When I'm talking to a customer, imagine a B2B is one thing, a B2C is one thing. In a B2B environment, you actually have an agreement with a person. You've looked somebody in the eye, you've signed a contract, and now you need to give them the stellar support. They're expecting a human interface. They're expecting a real person because, hey, you looked me in the eye. There's a person who's sold this technology to me. Now I need to give that very, very personalized 24/7 experience. So personalization is extremely critical. Am I speaking the right language? Right? We were talking about ADCs in terms of cancer research, and ADC in terms of semiconductor, completely different thing. So if a customer comes on a website and does blah, 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 I want to know more about the ADC you're using, you are going to give me a very different answer from the answer I'm going to get from a cancer research website, right? So that personalization, that domain, that ontology, the taxonomy, all of that is really, really critical, and that's where all of these companies are going to excel. Am I just going to generalize it? Or am I going to ask you a question and then learn and say, okay, you know what, this person said this? Or am I really going to just give you the right answer? So that personalization is one thing. The other thing is multi-channel. I want to consume information over WhatsApp. Somebody else wants to do it over voice. There's a third person who's like, just email it to me. I don't like to use my cell phone all the time. So that comes in, right? So the different ways of consuming information. And then, of course, are you able to scale it? Are you able to scale it to 1 billion people? Or is it going to be very, very restricted to just a few 100,000 people? And then, of course, there's the whole generative AI aspect, which is reinforced learning and all of that, right? So that's what enterprises need. I want all of this. I want it to be customized. I want it to be secure. I want it to be very specific to my domain. And then I want it to be done in a way that I can scale to all of my customers, all of my partners, and all of my employees as well. Because even employees have questions, even employees have problems, and I don't want to be having a help desk person answering the same question again and again and again, and my employee wasting their time waiting for that answer to show up. So, so when you think about, easy, quick, and disruption, the way Icera is looking at it. We are a 6-year-old company. We've always, I mean, generative AI has been the very core of our company, and it's just very, very interesting to see how ChatGPT just makes it so common. Everybody's talking about it, which is great. But the way we've seen it and the way we kind of look at whose lives are we going to make simpler and less mundane, it's the IT team, right? Because they're the usual suspects. Somebody comes back from a vacation, forgotten their password, doesn't know, some software is not working, they need an upgrade, all of that stuff. IT, call centers, again, people who have to answer the same question over and over again. Customer support, very, very critical function. It's a 24-hour job, and it's not easy to maintain, right? And then there's, of course, the employees. So that's how we've kind of always seen it. You'll see a lot of disruption happening in many other places as well, but that's really our area of interest. And then, what we want to see eventually, the outcome that you want to see is reduced cost, which means more financial incentives, more financial benefits for the company, for people, and then, better productivity, better life, more time to do the fun things, more time to do your work, less time spent in documenting a case, less time spent in actually going and doing the things again and again, right? And the fun part is that AI is actually very human. I mean, think about the hallucination aspect. I love using BART. And it gives me the most beautiful tables for the most simplest of answers. It's like very crisp, 8, 1, 2, 3, tabular columns, everything, and the information is all wrong, right? I was coming to Delhi, I found out not very long ago, and I'm like, okay, where do I go shopping in Delhi? And it gives me this really beautiful things, and I click on half the links, they don't even work. But hey, that's great. At least you gave me something. It's something to think about, right? It's a conversation. Now this is fun. Now let me ask you to fine tune. Let me ask you more questions and lead you to the answer that I already knew, which is really hard. But yeah, AI is very, very human-like. And that's great. We've never really appreciated that, but now we are open to it, and we're actually appreciative of it. So what are the key benefits, right? Business models, new business models are going to be created. They're being created already at a pace that we haven't even seen. Costs are going to go down. You're going to need less licenses, less number of tickets being created, less number of just basic licensing, like just basic costs going down, productivity going up, and user experience going up. User experience being, I'm going to be spending less time asking the same question or answering the same question. This is actually an interesting one. We were having this very philosophical and fun discussion over lunch, and I don't see my friend here, but he said either you eat or you get eaten. And that is exactly what it is now. This is a CEO of $1 trillion company, and what's he doing? He's going and he's buying fish, he's buying meat, or whatever that he eats, but at a food market in Taipei. And why that's important is literally that, right? It's subjective that, either we get on the bandwagon, either we be one of that fast track 11-lane passenger, or we be in that slow lane and we'll be standing in line. And what I know of this country, that's really not what we do, which is why we are who we are. So get certified. We will get on Coursera. We'll make sure this happens. So Icera is certifying people, right? What we do is we train you on how do you create these workflows, how do you stitch the entire back end. It's not just about the conversation AI piece of it. That's the front end. What happens at the back end is also where the magic happens, right? How do I make sure that all of this, can I get you the right answer? Can I actually take an action on behalf of the agent? Agent being the bot in this case. So all of that piece, we are training. Do invest, do take this training. It's really going to help your employees. It's really going to help them kind of get more close to how this technology works. And yeah, we'll make it more mainstream. So start today, and I hope to talk to a lot of you after this session. Thank you. Any questions? Yes, please.
So, Icera is mainly
So I'm glad you got the certification piece. No, we have our own solution. We have a lot of large enterprise customers, and they are using it. So what we are doing is we obviously go in, when we do the deployment, we leave them at a place that they can get up and running right off the bat. But what we realize is that, this entire creating the environment, creating the workflows, there's a lot of power to that, and that's what the certification's about. But yes, we have a product, and we have trusted customers who trust us with their business, enterprise customers.
Sure, happy to discuss further.
Okay.
And we are trying to implement a lot of stuff like this in our solutions, in our business. So happy to discuss that.
Awesome. And the other area is, of course, we are scaling, and we are a growing company. We are 6 years old. We are looking for implementation partners, go-to-market partners, and that's primarily the reason I'm here, to see who that should be. So yeah, we should definitely connect. Hey.
So a general question on generative AI, because you guys are big users, yeah? One of the problems with, one of the weaknesses of machine learning is there's no causality, and sometimes it doesn't know what it doesn't know, or it may give the wrong answer. How does Icera deal with that?
Yeah, I guess that's the hallucination, right? That's what makes us cool and all human-like and all that. No, that's true, right? That's true for human beings as well. But the intelligence lies in, if you ask a question, and that's why it's self-learning, right? Once it's deployed in an environment, it starts to learn. It's constantly on in that sense. So once you ask a question, and if I have to transfer you to an agent, a live agent, then I follow what the live agent is doing. And if the live agent sends you an article, or goes and creates a ticket for some reason, or emails you some information, or reaches out for some sort of authorization, the bot is learning all of that. So the next time you ask me the same question, I'll get you the right answer. So yeah, I don't know all the answers the first time, but next time I'll get it right. Yeah. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm Tabindra from SecureBlink. So just one question I have, so the hype that has been created around the generative AI, so how justified that is, because how your company is doing, in a case of the models can be easily manipulated, I can mislead them, and it can generate a false information and start doing that thing again and again. So is there any specific way, you are working on this side, how that has been handled by your team?
So it is, there's a whole open source aspect of it. There's the consumer side of it, right? But what we see for an enterprise, it is in a very, very controlled environment, right? So what I think was in one of the sessions, they were talking about how Samsung had an issue where somebody actually went and uploaded it. You would not be doing that. I mean, if you go and use a outside web, then good luck. There's a good chance it's going to make its way to the dark web and other places. But if you're using this in for example, whatever information you share with Icera, whatever questions you ask, whatever knowledge articles, whatever workflows, whatever gets shared with Icera, it stays in your environment. We're not really using that to train somebody else's bot, right? And that's really where you have to be mindful. OpenAI is very different from Azure OpenAI, right? So that's really where the differentiation is going to come in. And pretty much all the companies are now starting to see, you'll start hearing about this one has a co-pilot, that one. Coursera also actually mentioned that they have a co-pilot. And that's the idea, is the co-pilot is there with you, provided from the same vendor, so you know that if I have a co-pilot for Coursera, it's reliable. Now, if a third-party application shows up and says, hey, tell me what is your question that you ask in Coursera, then you want to refrain from doing that. Because that's like any other spam call, right? You don't give your information to a spam caller, but if it comes through an authenticated source, you do. So it's a similar analogy in that sense. Right. I think that's it. Cool. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Kukreja. That was a very interesting session. Moving on further, we talk about the future of interventional cardiology. The session presents new and involving state-of-the-art technologies that will change the future of vascular and interventions. May I please request Dr. Sarvagna Dwivedi, PhD, CEO, AngioSafe Inc. So request you to please come on stage. Come, sir.
ऑडियो नहीं चाहिए, सिर्फ वीडियो होनी चाहिए. क्या हुआ भाई? इसको नीचे कर दें? ओके. So hello everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in Delhi again for another one of CII events. So I'm very grateful to CII for creating this opportunity, as well as to my dear friend Ram for creating this bridge between Silicon Valley and Bharat. So I'm here as a scientist in the field of solving diseases. So this field is a lot less about the AI the way we have discussed AI today. It's more about AI the way I want to call it. It's actual intelligence. All right? And that's why the second line comes in, addressing global diseases from first principles. You really have to work with nature, understand nature, and work backwards from it. So the title that was announced was about interventional cardiology. It's actually cardiovascular interventions. And I'll tell you the story along the way how this company happened. And by the end of this, you would have understood a new field, which is that of cardiovascular diseases. So this is my journey, 30 years of it. Before that, 12 years of education in the field of pharmacy. Half of that 12 years at IIT BHU, which is the only IIT that has a pharmacy department. That was started in 1932. And then about 6 years at the University of British Columbia in Canada, where a British-born professor was famous for having written papers that directly contradicted his PhD supervisor. So I said, okay, this is the professor I want to go learn from. And they accepted, I showed up, and then once I finished my PhD, companies in US called me to give me a job in new fields, and that field was in the field of inhalation, fighting nature. Fine particles that need to be delivered to the lungs, they need to be kept apart. When they tend to coalesce, the nature of the fine particles is to stick together. So fighting nature became a part of my journey for about 28 years. And along the way, the company I'm here to tell you about, AngioSafe, happened. So that's the story I'll tell you in the next couple of slides. So these are all several firsts here. If you look at the bottom left product, that was the first product that was designed to go away from the propellants that were used in the spray inhalers that were depleting ozone, the chlorofluorocarbons. So that was an effort to help the planet Earth as well as the human beings. And that was the first product. It was a 3-line email that led to the invention that made that product happen. And it's still selling several $100 million per year, 30 years later. That's Ventolin. Every patient is prescribed this inhaler. Then maintenance medications. Patients who would wake up during the night due to asthma would now sleep through the night because these were long-acting drugs. Then combinations thereof, the blue-purple inhaler, the purple inhaler in between, the round one. This became a $10 billion brand per year for Glaxo. The formulation inside it, my formulation. Along the way, the world's first anti-flu inhaler, the world's first anti-Parkinson's inhaler. Patients that freeze during Parkinson's, you need to rescue them. If you inhale levodopa, it goes straight to the brain and they get rescued, unfrozen. So that inhaler, this long one. And then these 3 products on the right-hand side, they came from a company that I launched in 2007 called Pearl Therapeutics that actually discovered particles that would address this disease continuum. And this is disease of COPD on the left-hand side. So take a deep breath, hold it. And now imagine going through the life with your lungs full of air that way. These are COPD patients. These are the patients who have smoked, insulted their lungs, and the lungs have revolted. They don't work anymore. And now they have to live with that. To give them more oxygen requires those airways to be opened up as their lung function declines with time. And those are the curves that are shown on the left-hand side. The best way to stop this declination is to stop smoking and then give these medications, 1, 2, or 3 drugs, and to combine them in these spray inhalers has been a beast. Until Pearl, the company that I launched in 2007, co-founded with a colleague of mine, discovered these particles on the top. The yellow particles, they're not yellow, they're actually white colored, that are low density, cheese ball-like, hollow particles. They float in air. And what we discovered was with them, the drug crystals, which are denser, they fall out from the air quickly, they associate and they fly in the air like dandelions. You see, dandelions flies everywhere. In Bharat, you will see semal. The seed flies everywhere. It's a very dense seed, but with whiskers, it flies everywhere. We discovered those particles a month before the collapse of Lehman Brothers. And then we raised another $134 million after the collapse of Lehman Brothers to advance these particles through development. And then AstraZeneca came along in 2013 and made our investors an offer that they could not refuse, $1.15 billion. On top of that, AstraZeneca funded us with another $1.5 billion. That led to 3 different products approved. 4th one is in the process of being approved. And the first 2 of which this year will make AstraZeneca $600 million and on its way to increasing. Now, what happened was along this journey in 2011, my father had a heart attack, age 80, May of 2011. So I had to fly right back in the midst of raising Series D financing. Took him to Fortis Escorts, about 13 kilometers east of here, the hospital right here in Delhi, and they diagnosed his heart to have all 3 of his major arteries blocked in the heart. So how is the heart structured? It sits right in the center of the chest. 3 main arteries are like these. Take first 3 fingers, 90 degrees to each other, and point them at the middle of the chest to the left wrist. Those are the 3 arteries that surround the heart. This front one is called the left anterior descending artery. Left anterior front descending going downwards. This supplies the biggest chamber of the heart. This is called the widowmaker artery. If it gets blocked, the heart could stop all of a sudden, patient could die. The right coronary artery goes around the right side and the circumflex goes to the back. All 3 blocked. First 2, 100%. Third one, 90%. Age 80. Not a candidate for bypass surgery. They told us they were going to open up this third one because they had 10% opening. The other 2, they were going to leave alone. His chance of survival was 20% in 5 years. Live with it. Take him home. That's what they told us in 2011. And it turns out that it was not because they did not want to treat him. It was because they were just not very confident they could safely treat him, those totally blocked arteries. And so along the way of building this company Pearl to its own exit and developing those products, I started reading interventional cardiology, the field of medicine where patients go into the body, doctors go into the body through catheters and intervene inside the blood vessel using wires and catheters and a variety of different techniques. And that revealed that the entire industry had messed up how to tackle these totally blocked arteries with the tools. They really had not taken the disease into account properly. That's why I call it actual intelligence. You really have to work disease backwards, not technology forwards. So that's how the story of AngioSafe started. Now, when you look at one patient that I just described, there are 450 million patients. At least 20% of those are like how my father was, 90 million patient population, huge number. And in India now, about 10 to 15 years younger than average US and European heart patient are showing up in India with heart disease, younger patient population. Why is this disease this way? It's because of these factors on the top: smoking, diabetes, age, high blood pressure, excess weight, high cholesterol, family history, and sedentary lifestyle. It's a disease of opulence. Okay, when you get enough wealth, you tend to spend your time in a way that is not very helpful to your body. Very few people actually maintain their bodies the way they need to be maintained. Now, my father was not that way. He was a professor of Sanskrit literature at Kashi Hindu Vishwavidyalaya. Lean, studious, worked hard, walked, bicycled, never rode a scooter, and etc., etc. He lived a very, very clean lifestyle. But he had diabetes, genetics. So these are all the factors. On the left-hand side are the coronary artery disease. Coronary, why? These three arteries are sitting on the surface of the heart as if they were the crown of the heart. From the word crown comes coronation, hence the word coronary. Okay? That's why the word coronavirus, it has these coronated proteins, coronavirus. Okay? So these arteries could get blocked, one or all of them, partially or totally, and that leads to coronary artery disease. These patients have angina, pain in the heart muscle, infarction, heart muscles die due to shortage of blood. Heart failure, the heart is pumping but it's not pumping enough blood out. So the blood backs up into the lungs and patients feel short of breath. Dyspnea, nighttime shortness of breath. All of these symptoms need to be relieved by supplying these muscles, heart muscles, the right amount of blood. That's the correct treatment. And same thing happens in the legs. When this big artery here called aorta takes the fresh blood away from the heart and turns around, it goes to the groin area and it splits into two main arteries, the two iliacs, which go down each limb, and then they go down sequentially further all the way to the toe. Any and all of these arteries in the legs could also get blocked, the same way the heart arteries get blocked. Coronary artery disease, peripheral arterial disease. And these could have partial or total blockages. So this disease, the right thing to do is to open up these blood vessels and actually restore the blood flow. And that is a result of evolution of actual understanding of the disease and corresponding solutions over the last 100 years shown in this slide. These are some legends on this particular slide. The first one is Dr. Werner Forsman. He was in Germany in about 1920s, about 100 years ago. The heart was considered untouchable. Don't go into the heart with any external effort, otherwise it's going to revolt. And he was only 24 years old, by the way. He took a urinary catheter from those days, took a nurse into an operation theater, and asked the nurse to be on standby. He created a hole in his own brachial artery, put that urinary catheter through the artery into his own heart. And when he did not die right there, he asked the nurse, let's go to the X-ray room, and took the X-ray, and he found that the tube had not yet reached his heart, so he pushed it further into the heart, and that's the X-ray image you see. This is the first ever X-ray image of cardiac catheterization, right there. 24-year-old physician, 1920s, 100 years ago, that was the state of the affairs. Okay? Next 30 years, till about 1950s, cardiac catheterization or catheterization became a general phenomenon, and that led to a Nobel Prize to two people who popularized catheterization, who refused to accept the Nobel Prize unless Dr. Forsman was also given the Nobel Prize. So he became a participant in Second World War in Germany, etc., and he got a Nobel Prize just as a standby because of this one attempt. So that's the first 30 years. Then came 1950s, where by then the world had discovered these chemical agents that could be injected through these catheters, and they would glow dark color under X-rays. And that was how they were doing angiography. Angiography is basically taking a map of the blood vessels. Well, when Dr. Sohns was conducting angiography of a heart in the heart of a patient, he accidentally had the catheter sitting inside the right coronary artery, this right side vessel, and he was scared because that's not how they were supposed to do it. The catheter was supposed to be outside the heart, inject the liquid, and let it go into the blood vessels. This one, he injected directly into the blood vessel, and when the patient did not die, he went to the supporting room and told the nurse, hey, we just changed the field today. That's how coronary angiography was discovered, by a chance, accident, but physicians did it. Fast forward 1960, Dr. Gates at Cleveland Clinic did the first ever bypass surgery, May the 2nd. Okay? That was taking a blood vessel from somewhere else in the body, opening up the chest, putting one end of the blood vessel on the aorta, the other end after the blockage, and that's how coronary artery bypass graft or bypass surgery or CABG was invented, 1960. Okay? They were creating a massive hole in the body, try to fix a little hole that was blocked from inside. It just does not make sense to do these surgeries. But this became a state of the art with Dr. Gates doing this, and along the way, other things happened. In 1960s, an interventional radiologist in Oregon, Dr. Daughter, he found out that in the process of putting a catheter through a patient's leg vessel to try to map the renal arteries, that catheter ended up compressing a partial blockage against the vessel wall. And he suddenly discovered that these plaques that are deposited have the properties of snowflakes. And therefore, if you went inside this tube, inside the blood vessel, and had an inflatable balloon, so he came up with a makeshift balloon, and you could compress the plaque against the vessel wall, plaster it against the vessel wall, and that's how angioplasty was discovered. Chance. It was mastered by Dr. Grunzig in 1976. And that's him at the bottom at American Heart Association presenting the first coronary angioplasty experiment at American Heart Association in dogs. And experts of the world told him that year, yeah, dogs are okay, it's not going to work in human beings. The surgeons told him it's not going to work in human beings. So next year at American Heart Association, he shows up with human data. And then he continued it. So he is called the father of interventional cardiology, Dr. Grunzig. He sadly died in a plane crash a few years later. And that's his kitchen table. This image on the top right is his kitchen table with the first attempts to make balloons. That's how interventional cardiology started. And this is 77, 78 is what I'm talking about. 40 about 47, 48 years ago. In this time frame, these total blockages of the arteries have remained a challenge. Angioplasty, when they go in with a balloon and stretch the vessel out, they are stretching the vessel wall beyond its ability to be stretched, and they end up damaging the blood vessel wall. And that then leads to inflammation in the blood vessel wall. Therefore, these vessels collapse again. So what did other doctors do? They came up with a scaffolding to hold the vessel wall in place. And that led to invention of stents. First, bare metal stents, then drug-coated stents, now drug-coated balloons. This is the journey. And then steerable catheters. Fogarty came along, Simpson came along. That's the journey in the last approximately 100 years. All along the way, these total blockages have remained a major challenge to the industry, to the physicians, to the procedures worldwide, including the Fortis escorts, when I first met them. This is how these blockages happen. The vessel wall gets this cholesterol deposition, and that layer grows, and all of a sudden a pressure drop happens between the origin of the artery. So this is the antegrade side, and this is the opposite retrograde side. So there's a delta P, pressure drop across this, and that often leads to angina, that often leads to the leg hurting, that leads to shortage of blood flow, ischemia, muscle death. Sometimes these plaques rupture, that leads to clotting, and that leads to sudden stoppage of the blood, and then the blood that has stopped turns into a tissue that's stuck inside a blood vessel. And that's the tissue you have to find a path through to open this vessel back up again. So what do you do first? Well, they actually do an angiography. So here is a patient with the left side, and this is the LAD, that widowmaker artery, totally blocked. It has disappeared. This is the circumflex artery, partially blocked, but majority blocked. Here is a big artery in the leg that's totally blocked. So this is a proximal cap. The cap that's closer to the heart is called proximal cap, and the other end is the distal cap. And the gap between the two is called the total CTO length, chronic total occlusion length. The first step in the treatment of these blockages is to put a wire through. What's a wire? A wire is a 14,000th of an inch, a third of a millimeter slender steel wire that they are trying to push from outside the body, and the other end of the wire is floppy. Imagine taking a rope and pushing it from the outside the body. It's just not practical. Those physicians who try to do these procedures, Japanese to begin with, painstakingly they try to put this wire through these blockages a millimeter at a time, even if it takes them 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours. And by the time these physicians have done maybe about 50, 60 of these cases to gain some experience, that's when their side effects start to come down. And when they start to do more cases, the side effects go back up again. They become careless, or they get harder disease to treat. So inexperienced and experienced physicians, they are suffering from the same side effects. The leading side effect of these wires is the wire ends up accidentally puncturing the blood vessel wall. Now there is a leakage of blood happening where it should not be. The heart revolts. The legs, they have to stop the blood flow before they can treat it further. Often patients die. About 9% of the time, these wires end up rupturing the blood vessel. And that scares physicians. 80% of the physicians, interventional cardiologists, don't treat these blockages. And one of those 80% interventional cardiologists was the doctor who was trying to treat my father in 2011. Not his fault. It's the fault of us, the scientists, who did not come up with the right tools for the physicians. That's the problem AngioSafe is solving. So this is how treatment happens. This is the entire 100 years now on one slide for you. Here is a blockage on this side. There is the blockage. There is a wire in there. This is the balloon, the beginning of the balloon. The balloon is now placed through the blockage and is expanded. And this particular balloon happens to have a stent on it. And this vessel wall is bulged all the way to try to maintain inner lumen at the same size as the native artery, to maintain continuity of blood flow. That's how the treatment occurs. But the first thing for a total blockage is to find a path through it, is to wire the blockage. And that challenge is the one AngioSafe has solved in order to simplify this mess. This particular slide is from one of the leading experts of this field, Dr. Karma Paliotis from Columbia University. Here is a blockage stuck in a blood vessel. There are 4 ways you can reach it. In the direction of the blood flow, so antegrade wire, antegrade direction, or around this blockage by cutting through the vessel wall, or in the opposite direction doing the same. 4 main ways, about 30 different wires, 15 different microcatheters. These microcatheters are the ones that help keep the wire under some control. So now multiply these, 30 times 4 times 15. That's how many permutations and combinations exist. Which is the right one for that particular patient? Judgment is the biggest predictor of success for these cases. Okay? And then there are 2 routes, either from the groin, the femoral area, or from the wrist, or the brachial side. So multiply that number with these 2 routes, it becomes a very complex landscape. The physicians who actually use these wires are gutsy physicians. I really, really applaud them for their courage. This needs to be simplified. This needs to be changed, and if you don't really understand it, you can't change it. So our first attempt was to figure out what the real challenges are, and these are in 2 categories. And by the way, the data that I'm showing you here is very, very recent. The entire industry didn't have this data. So this is 2016 data, where they took 40 amputated limbs, human limbs, and conducted the tissue that's stuck inside the blood vessel. They characterized those tissue by MRI and categorized those in soft, so about 60% in soft category, about 20% in hard category, and about 6% in calcified category. These are hard and hardest ones, like stone. Some of them are stone-like blockages. And then they tried to measure the puncture force. So imagine putting a wire and trying to poke through this blockage. You need to understand the puncture force. Well, here the puncture force for the soft tissue is 44 plus minus 37 grams. If you put 2 standard deviation to cover the full population, this is anywhere from single-digit soft gel-like tissue to harder fibrous tissue up to 100 grams. And then hard ones had 174 plus minus 50. 2 standard deviations anywhere up to 300 grams. There is no device that has this full force range, none. The highest load wire that's available is 40 grams. That only delivers 20 grams to the blockage. No wonder the physicians are struggling. So this needs to be solved. Second is problem of control. So if you put 1/3 of a millimeter wire inside a 3 millimeter artery, the diameter ratio is 10 to 1, but the cross-sectional area ratio is nearly 100 to 1. The wire could be in 100 different places. Now imagine that 3 millimeters vessel sitting on top of a beating heart and trying to control the wire in one of these 100 places. It really is an art. It is really absolutely a gutsy maneuver. That's why physicians are scared. Okay? That we are going to change. The beauty of the wires is that they're sharp. Therefore, they will not displace the tissue in the forward direction and create a loose debris that's going to get lodged somewhere downstream. So you need to have wire-like forward feature, but you need to have a size that's bigger. Therefore, it's in far fewer places within the blood vessel. This is a 1 millimeter size here. Unfortunately, all of the tools that the industry discovered in this size range, they either don't work, they succumb, or they go between the vessel wall and the blockage. So the entire blockage is now being compressed on one side by ballooning, unilateral bulge. This is a biomedical challenge that has plagued this industry for a long time. The ideal device would be one that has functionality of a low profile. From the front, it looks sharp. but it has size that's big and has full force range. That is the problem we have solved. And that is a result of this brain, Dr. Malik Thatipelli, Dr. Mallikarjun Rao Thatipelli. So he grew up in Warangal. He wanted to be an engineer, but his family forced him to become a doctor, so he became a general surgeon. General surgery, conducting surgery on tissues, okay, anywhere. Then he went to the US and he became a vascular surgeon. And then he started practicing and he got frustrated with the tools. So he came up with a concept of conducting general surgery using a scalpel that's at the tip of a catheter inside the blood vessel, just by oscillating this scalpel-like tool at the tip of a catheter going through the tissue, and it would have a big size, but it will look sharp in the forward direction. And control this mechanism using a centering system to keep it within the blood vessel. That was his idea. So this is a physician thinking like a physicist, because he never left his engineering concept. And he came to, where is Ram? He came to Ram because of his Telangana connection or Andhra Pradesh connection. And Ram sent his idea to me. By then I was already studying this field for about 4 years to solve the problem of those two arteries in my father's heart. So I said to Ram, look, this makes absolute perfect sense. And Ram's question was, should I invest in this? I said, absolutely, go ahead, invest in it. By then, my company was sold to AstraZeneca, so whatever money was coming my way, I said, I will invest in it too. And then Ram said, okay, only if you build this company like you built Pearl, my previous company. So that was the condition. So I started building AngioSafe while finishing up the work inside AstraZeneca, putting a team around Malik. And the first engineer that we hired around Malik was a fellow named David Jacobson, who had worked on space shuttle, stealth bomber as structural engineer, and then he became the structural engineer behind the first ever bare metal stent at a company called Advanced Cardiovascular Solutions, which became Guidant, which is now Abbott Vascular. And then he also taught structural engineering in Santa Clara University. So a professor with deep experience of structural engineering, putting him around Malik's concept, brought us the best of both worlds, and then we found a contract manufacturing site that would do all this work. So the idea of considering this blockage as a tissue stuck through which we could conduct general surgery, do not perturb the vessel wall, keep it within the vessel, and in passing through the blockage, create sufficient lateral pressure to be able to compress the plaque, use the daughter effect in one go, such that we could not just cross but also open up and restore the blood flow. Nobody had accomplished this. We did. It took us almost 3.5 years to discover this device. And I'm just showing you a generic version of it, where this has a handle, so no more physicians struggling with twirling the wire using their fingertips, and no more trying to push at the end of a rope. This is a handle that utilizes the best robot ever made, the fingers and the human hand. It has all the features of the user interface being right. We first wanted to address the need of the interventionist so they could actually feel this device in their hands far better. The other end, the design took care of the disease interface. So we fix the user interface and we fix the disease interface. Once the physicians know that the disease interface is going to take the needs of the disease in a safe way, they can use this in any patient that they want. And that has been our experience. Thus far, we have treated over 100 patients, 0 adverse event. And in all cases where we have been able to go through, except in the hard stone-like blockages, nobody should actually cut through those. Those should go to bypass surgery, maybe about 10 to 15% of patients. The remainder, we should be able to find a path through, and we have been able to do it. All of the features in the forward direction for this disease interface are sharp. But it's a big profile device, anywhere from 1.1 millimeter to about 3.5 millimeters. Depending on the vessel size, they can pick the right device. The length is customized for where the disease is. The force for the big blockages, long blockages in the legs, are as high as a kilogram or more. And sure enough, we've been able to go through calcified plaques in really suffering patients with confidence and open up those blockages. And we have done this entire pivotal trial through the pandemic. We just completed it, and we are working on getting that first device through to regulatory approval. For the coronaries and small vessels where blockages tend to be small, 200 to 250 gram load is big enough, is sufficient. Full force range, forward features sharp, lateral features blunt, control within the blood vessel, user interface fixed, disease interface fixed. It's all patented. This is now ready to be used in all cath labs by all interventionists of all experience levels, help the patients when they show up with disease, not make the patient wait like they did my father for 6 years. It took us 6 years to find a physician from New York who opened a hospital in his hometown in Jaipur to treat those blockages, and he lasted 5 more years after that. Now, how many families have that kind of a courage? That we want to change. No family should suffer, no patients should suffer. The result of this work that we have been on, this journey that we have been on for the last about 9 years, is that these 3 steps, crossing, which is what I described 3 slides ago, wires, etc., all those permutations and combinations, dilation with a balloon over the wire, and then using these high energy devices like atherectomy or this intravascular lithotripsy, which actually breaks up calcium, which restores the blood flow. We have a device, and when physicians do these 3 things, only then are they now ready to treat these arteries. We have an invention that is going to combine these 3 outcomes in one. So physicians can go straight to the treatment and do it thoughtfully, because they have not consumed 2 hours, 3, 4, 5 hours just to find a path. We have found a path for them. Now they can relax and take a step back and look at the blood vessel and decide how should they treat. This is the correct way the time balance should be deployed. We have done extensive animal trials to show the safety. In the lab, extensive in vitro reliability work. And then we took it to human beings. So this is the first patient, 86-year-old female. I'm going to show you the data for. And just 2 or 3 examples, and then I'll close the presentation. So here is 86-year-old female with this big blockage in her upper limb, 14 centimeters long. This is our device at the other end of it, 27, so 27 here, in about 10 minutes. And when our device was pulled out, this is Dr. Venkatesh Ramaiah doing this case in Paraguay on a female that flew from Brazil to be a part of the trial. And this is the channel. This is the channel that was created by the passage of our device right there. And then after we treated this with balloon, Dr. Ramaiah treated this with balloon. Look at the full blood flow restoration. And here is the condition of that channel that we formed. The white surfaces are the pathway that we created. No loose debris centered within the blood vessel or more or less within the blood vessel, and restored the blood flow just by the passage of the device. And 6 months later, look at the condition of this limb. This limb was going to be amputated. First ever case we treated, we saved a limb. Okay? This is another case I'm going to show. This patient, 71-year-old male, had 3 toes already amputated. Look at the condition of this limb. This patient had a bypass surgery done. The bypass blocked, the native artery was blocked. All right, okay, I lose my power. Give me a second, please. It should be back. When I got to the podium, I had 90 minutes of power. Okay. Murphy's Law, you know. Is there a power cable possible here? Is there adapter? Power adapter. Power adapter. ठीक है आइए Come on, wake up. क्यों भाई ये नहीं पावर आ रहा है इट्स जस्ट ऑन क्यों नहीं हो रहा भाई Okay, let him figure out. So that's the second case I was going to show you. And this we have done in the heart, but the biggest device that is actually above the knee device, we have finished a pivotal trial for. We have just completed the construction of a commercial production plant in Silicon Valley. And with that and a core development team engine in place, we now are putting a revenue engine, which is marketing and sales department in place. And by next year, we should have our European and also same time, more or less the same time, our US approval. Our goal and the objective for being in Bharat and at these sessions is for us to find ways of bringing this company also to India, to establish local supply chain, to make these devices in India at Indian prices for Indian patients, but with global quality. That's the goal, to be able to help treat these patients. There should be no patient who has to wait 6 years to get treated. And with the younger patients in India now, younger than the rest of the world, there is and post-COVID, by the way, due to general inflammatory status, our expectation is that the need is going to rise. The younger patient population here in just about 10 years is going to become patients with a lot of cardiovascular disease. They will need a lot of help. So I think we are ready to be able to help the patients worldwide. And if my computer cooperated, मैं वो इतनी बार बटन दब गई वो कंफ्यूज हो गया डाउन हो गया ना हैं माइकल डेल गुस्सा हो गए हमसे सिंह साहब इसको भी कॉफ़ी की ज़रूरत है This is bizarre. This is really bizarre. It should not happen this way. It's charging, but why is not appearing? No, no, it's back up. It had gone into do not perturb mode. It will take time. Let's conclude this. So if there are any questions, let's get to the questions, and I'll just show you the last slides that I just spoke about verbally. Questions? Everybody ready to go home?
No. Hello? Actually, I just have a compliment. It's one of the wonderful thing, and a lot of sleepy people will probably wake up just with this presentation. So that's all.
Oh, thank you, sir. Okay, we are back. So this patient I was just describing had a bypass surgery as well as the native artery. Both of those had blocked. And when we treated this patient, 6 months later, look at the condition of the limb. We saved this limb too. Okay. No, we wanted to, but doing a trial in India requires 1 year. Requires 1 year of work, and most of the work we did on the clinical trial was in the US during the pandemic time. So coming to India was just not possible. But now we will go worldwide. Okay, the user interface is causing me problems. Why what a magic. It's on the screen, but not on my screen. Okay, here we go. So that's that patient. You can see the blockage right there. And this is post-treatment. हो गया यार हो गया क्या this is you want me to go full screen? Okay. This is Bill Gates and Michael Dell both colluding. It's on full screen mode there, but not here. This is bizarre. Okay. This is our pipeline for large vessel devices. You can see the large channel. ठीक है आपका बफर क्लियर हो जाए फिर से चलाएं लीजिए साहब talking about occlusions, it created an occlusion in the channel here. Okay, now my slide has been messed up. क्या चीज़? रुको यार आप चला लीजिए आइए
नहीं सर आपका ये
ठीक वहाँ जो दिख रहा है वो यहाँ नहीं दिख रहा है Okay. I think their buffer is all messed up, and what's happening here is, let me go to the other version, which probably will work better. अब आ गया? Okay. Final couple of slides here. This is our pipeline, and this is actually how the devices look in terms of the actual disease interface. The big vessels, big channel, small vessels, mid-sized vessels, smaller channels, and even smaller ones, the 1.1 millimeter. So we can cover the arteries above the knee, below the knee, heart, and eventually, because we have so much force available, we can go from the wrist all the way to the leg. These are the patients who can walk off the cath lab table to their recovery room and home because their wrists are involved, not the legs are involved. We will eventually go to the brain, kidneys, and also cover veins. So full pipeline. This device is ready to go to commerce in US and Europe. Our production plant is ready. So that's the production plant. Just finished the construction of it. These are some of the early devices ready for commerce. So sometime in 2023-24 timeframe, our plan is to reach patients day-to-day practice in US and Europe. And in the quest of doing so, we are, of course, continuing to raise capital for partnership, to fuel the growth, or partnerships to fuel the growth. So ready to help the patients worldwide, and that's the AngioSafe story. My apologies for my computer mishap. I should have better plans. My apologies. Thank you. Okay, any questions? Okay, things up.
The material that you showed, showed the tip there, right? Are you at liberty to tell what that material is? And I'm asking the question for the fact that I'm trying to think if we can use it for our miniaturization of our packages.
Steel, stainless steel, 3
Oh,
or 4.
it's just a stainless steel.
Tip is stainless steel, centering system is nickel titanium because it's super elastic shape memory alloy, and we shape set it the way it is shown. The catheter on the outside is standard plastic materials with braided micro wire inside it, but the inner torque cable, the one that actually does the torquing of the tip, is custom manufactured according to our design by 2 or 3 different manufacturers, one in Thailand, one in US, another one in US now. Handle is pretty much standard, standard molding, steel tool molding, and injection molding. And the rest of it, some components are glued together, some components are welded together. Pretty simple uniaxial assembly and pretty standard materials that are all biocompatible. The genius is in the design, which is working backwards from the disease, how the physician thought and how we as a team translated that into a disease solution.
So maybe we can connect, see if this can be used for the packaging technology, right, somehow. Yeah. But thank you.
Okay, I just want one clarification. This is an assisted medtech, right? The doctor needs to operate it from the other end. When the wire goes through, if you reach the plaque area, the doctor needs to operate with his hand at the other end?
Yes, the handle is in the hands of the physician. So one hand is on the handle, the other hand is on the shaft.
Yeah.
The handle provides the torque because there is a steel wheel that's connected to the tip. And the other hand is free and it's on the shaft that they can apply load with. Exactly. And this is the only device that actually has both applicable at once, torque and load together. Previously, if there was spinning going on, you could not push. It's very difficult to do both of those together because both hands were either doing pushing or either spinning. So they only deployed torque. We have actually decoupled the two, and that allows us to maintain a sustained load. I mean, those who are mechanics people, they would know this is a visco plastic material. So it has some yield stress, the plaque. So you have to apply some load to overcome the yield stress and then keep torquing to deform it, but only in the lateral direction, nothing in the forward direction. And that's now in the hands of the physician. And physicians can actually feel it if it's going through a hard plaque, if it's going through a fibrous plaque, if it's going just through a soft tissue.
Exactly. That was my next question is based on that, because the feedback loop is going through the physician's brain.
Yes.
Now imagine we can automate it with AI. Since you have this, because we have this robotic surgery with the heart, the robots are doing heart. Is there a case of automating all these which the physician is doing?
I think there is value for automation and robotics in some situations, no doubt. But this is not one of those. The simple reason is the treatment of the patient is paramount. Showing that a robot can handle the device. I mean, the device has all the right properties for it to fit with robotics. We have designed it with that in mind. If we wanted, we could put a little motor inside the handle and let the motor do the job, but that actually takes away the feel that the physicians get in their hand in response to the disease. Because remember, there still is risk associated with any intervention, just like there is risk associated with surgery. So if we are enabling the physician to be able to feel how hard he or she should push, when to back off and only spin, when to push and let it go, that is situation specific, and that is in response to the actual tissue property that physician encounters. If it was a pretty standard plaque in every patient, the same one every single time, it might be more amenable to automation. But I think empowering physicians and their field is the way to go. That's what we decided. And every physician that has used this device, their biggest frustration has been that they are so used to using these flimsy wires and then twisting and turning and finding the wires go through. They are used to be able to sort of use this steerability feature. They don't need it with our device. So the biggest complaint is your device is not steerable. And our answer is you don't need to worry about steering. The device is going to do the job on its own. That feel is really why we have kept it as simple as it is. Another thing is this is single-use throwaway device. It cannot be and it should not be used again and again in multiple patients. So we want to also make this as a component of the overall procedure to be at a fairly low price point. So keeping things simple, away from robotics, away from the AI, and staying with the actual intelligence of the physician's hands, that's what we chose to do. Go ahead.
Instead of the wires, is there a research or a use case for using sound waves or shock waves for impacting highly calcified plaques?
There is already a company called Shockwave in Silicon Valley, and that's actually a company. Right now it's about $9 billion in valuation. And we are on our way to being the next Shockwave in Silicon Valley. What do? They have a catheter that goes into the blood vessels in the areas where there is calcium deposited. Calcium that cannot be dilated by standard balloons. It's a hard plaque. They have a catheter at the tip of which they have sensors that can emit shock waves to break up the calcium. And they call this technology intravascular lithotripsy. You know, if you get kidney stone, you are put into a bath and then shock waves are used to break up the stone. That's called lithostone, tripsy breakup. These guys are doing intravascular lithotripsy. Fantastic technology. They've found great adoption. They've done a really, really good job. But their technology does not work in total blockages until we give them a path or until the wire is placed through. Only then can their technology be utilized. So there is a complementary role of such a technology, not a substitutional role. Question, sir?
Well, part of my question actually he asked, but I thought one is this is terrific presentation.
Thank you, sir.
many of us may not understand the medical terms, may not have interest also. But yes, you made a point and which actually gone into the head. The second point is on the earlier version where one has to put the stent, there is a degree of finishedness that you needed from the treating doctor. Now that you have solved that part and the device actually can reach out to the point, is it making available to large number of doctors who may not be of that category or maybe?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
if you could share.
the answer to your question is, and I don't write it in front of doctors, but our real goal is to simplify this treatment and democratize this treatment. But in our clinical development, when we are doing the actual current clinical experiments, we are choosing to go to the current experts who are experts because they have mastered the current inadequate tools. If we tell them our goal is to simplify it and democratize it, they are going to become common doctors. So we tend not to use the word democratization, but that actually is our goal. No matter where the patient is, if there is a cath lab, the physician who is trained in cath lab should be able to treat these blockages anywhere. That's our goal eventually. Remember, no patient should have to wait 6 years to get a blockage treated. We want to solve that problem. Any other questions? Time out, okay. It's okay. No.
This is not working. Oh, it is. So we need to go back to back because we have a VVIP event that has to happen right after the next presenter. Very important. DevRev is an amazing company and what they're doing is very significant. So I'm going to bring Ahmed Bashir over and we're going to get started with that. And after that, we're going to have VVIP panel here and then we're going to open up for dinner. So, and please, everybody stay on.
All right. So I will begin by agreeing with the gentleman in the audience that said that this was a terrific presentation. I really do agree with that. So thank you so much. So now we are sitting at just a minute from 6 p.m. So I have the pleasure to tell you all, I wish you all a great good evening. So we'll start there. My name is Ahmed Bashir. I head up engineering at DevRev. This topic of using AI in design to maximize customer impact is near and dear to our company's mission. So I'll start with that. And obviously, based on what you hear today, if you have an interest in what we're doing or this topic in general, I'd love to connect. So let's start with something slightly interactive. So maybe a show of hands for those who actually were paying attention to this spacecraft yesterday as it was making its landing. Okay, so about what, half the people paid attention? Half the people, okay. So ironically, and I'll mention this actually, it actually does connect because it reminded me, so prior to DevRev, I spent almost 13 years at Apple, and there was a great Steve Jobs quote that it reminded me of where he really talked about tools and how mankind has developed efficiencies through tools. And really, that's what we're trying to do here with AI. And he talked about the personal computer being a bicycle for the mind. And I look at this spacecraft and I think, if the personal computer was a bicycle, then generative AI might as well be a rocket ship. So I think that's something that comes to my mind. And honestly, it's ironic because yesterday when I was coming from Bangalore here to Delhi, the takeoff time was 6 o'clock, so I sit down in my seat, and next to me is a gentleman who we came to talking, and he told me that he was from the aviation industry, and he had his phone out, and he was glued onto it. and he was watching the countdown. So I looked at his screen, I couldn't resist. 27 kilometers. I said, okay, I'm locked in. 25 minutes to go. Now I'm rooting for it. It says cheer for Chandrayaan. I'm like, yeah, I'm doing it. And we start watching it, 17 minutes, and it says 10 minutes. Okay, now you're in that dangerous phase, as they put it. Get down to 7 minutes. We're now backing out, taxiing to the runway. Things are getting very exciting. And then suddenly it goes from 7 minutes to 2 minutes, just like that. And I'm like, oh no, are we gonna make it or not? So now we're starting to capture speed. We're on the runway, and you can start hearing the applause. You can start to hear everybody start clapping. And you know what happened. And we lost connection, but they made the announcement. They said, we've done it, and we take off. So it was just a very, very exciting time at that moment in time. And, in my mind, that is delight. And when you talk about delight, we'll bring it back to, the topic of today, which is how do you create delight as a business owner, as a professional, as a company builder? How do you create delight? And really, that's the topic here, right? Because if we're talking about using AI in design, we're talking about leveraging tools to create delight. So the actual success criteria is really around customer delight, customer impact. So we want to start there and say, well, how do you really create it? And obviously, over the last couple of decades, at least in digital businesses, it's become pretty clear how you create delight. You make sure you manage expectations and you meet them, and you make sure that you lower the overall level of effort that the customer has to put in. And there's a lot more to it. But by and large, what we've done is we've created behaviors within companies to really attain those goals, which is to lower customer effort and to meet their expectations. And of course, then you get into omni-channel, you get into proactive support, and you get into a lot of different things. But at the crux of it, that's where we are at. So we'll start there. And what I want to do is maybe ask a basic question: is if we're starting to operate our businesses in accordance to that goal, then let's just figure out what does that make us. So what does your company look like? What is happening within the company? And the reason this is such a critical question is because if you know what your company is doing, or let's just say if you know what the various personas in your company are doing day to day, you can actually create a 10x or a 100x efficiency, and you can start to really understand what's the basis of where you'd want to apply AI in design. Where do you want to bring it in to actually achieve those efficiencies? So, if the question is, what's the day in the life of a product manager, or the day in a life of a customer success individual, or a support agent, or a marketer? It's the same question. And if you go through this exercise, you learn a lot about what are those things that if automated or if made incredibly efficient, they could actually help you maximize customer impact, right? It would help you perhaps sense the moment, maintain curiosity, bring focus, simplify, all the things that we look to do. So if we actually go through that exercise, you'll see that, and I hope some of you agree, these are the types of things that a lot of businesses, a lot of companies end up doing every day. Executive summaries, triages, roadmaps. Would you agree? Maybe a show of hands if this sounds familiar to the people in this crowd. Is this what you guys do? Absolutely. Updates, follow-ups, contract reviews. So this is really important because now from the ground up, you're really trying to understand what are those actions, those everyday moments that can actually get impacted, so you can then turn your attention to the customer. So let's have a look at this, because what you want to do is see if these things map well to generative AI. And the good news is it actually maps exceptionally well. Generative AI specializes in things like recall, patterns, adjacencies, and effectively mimicry, because that's how it's learned through billions and billions of nodes and parameters. And the good news is these things, whether it's clustering or embeddings or indexing, this is what you get when you're using generative AI. So let's get back to the business then. If we're looking at a business, and at DevRev, we're thinking a lot about founder's mentality. We're thinking a lot about simplicity and essentialism. But reality is this: a lot of companies, as they develop, they will start operating in silos because you have large enough organizational strengths in various operational functions. And what you end up with is a bit of an information gap in between. And this is super critical because when you have this gap, what it starts to do is it gets in the way of your ability to apply AI and ML. And I'll get to why. So what we're saying here is that software companies, once they start to operate in these distinct silos, this information void, it starts to have an adverse effect. And what you first want to do is start to understand what are those sophisticated tools that you can use that can actually allow you to at least bring some kind of a knowledge graph that brings this data together. And the reason that's important is because, like it or not, your companies are already constantly trying to summarize and effectively attribute information across these functions every day. So if you think about connecting all of this and thinking about what is a blueprint for taking this information that we just looked at and actually creating an effective strategy around AI, it really comes down to these types of things. So what you need is a platform that has arm's length extensions so you can continue to do automations. You can start to build connections to bring more and more data into your systems so that you can index the right information and have access to the right information for successful information retrieval. You obviously need a successful warehouse where you can keep this information and create this knowledge graph. You obviously will need an LLM infrastructure, something that can be fine-tuned, something that can allow you to have efficient access and information retrieval, something that gives you effective latencies to be able to be equal to the task. So again, what we're saying here is an effective strategy for using AI and design to manage and to maximize customer impact. It requires these pillars, LLMs and warehouses. And to integrate this information across your business requires a certain type of tool and a software set. All right. Now let's suppose you have this. Let's start to think about what's the realm of possible. So here's what we can talk about. Imagine this as an interface to show you the top end across many different fronts. And this is what we imagine at DevRev. So you can talk about your top-end account executives, your top-end college hires, your top-end features. And this information, it's not coming from a single thread of information. It's actually taking and capturing information from many different places. And it's actually taking that information, summarizing it, indexing it, creating embeddings, putting it into a vector store, and having it available so that through natural language, you can access this information to really focus and simplify, figure out where you need to put your attention, and so on. And you can think about this not just around top-end PMs and interns and things of that nature. You can start to talk about your code. You can start to talk about your services, your APIs, everything. And finally, you can even start to talk about things that matter to your customers. What are the busy work enhancements that you might be working on? What are the top-end aging tickets, things that customers have been waiting for and they're just not getting a response? Who are the top-end supporters? Who are the enablers? Who are the features and the capabilities that you're building that are very noisy, meaning to say that's very difficult to understand where things are actually headed. So this is what we imagine once you start to bring this information together and really create that knowledge graph. We imagine this is sort of the future of work, one that is actually maximizing customer impact by leveraging AI and design. All right. And in effect, once you have access to this information, we believe that you can actually time travel and you can actually ask the question, how does this compare to how I was doing last year or how we were doing last year? And this is incredibly powerful to be able to retrospect, go forward in time and project, roadmap, prioritize, but also go backward in time to really understand, did we really achieve what we said we were going to achieve when we completed that feature? When we actually actioned on that opportunity from that given customer, did we actually get the feedback that we expected? Did we actually get the revenue that we expected? So very important from that perspective. All right. We seem to be stuck here. Okay, let's see what's going on. Okay, so we've talked enough about the AI piece and the company piece. Let's talk about the design piece because we understand that any technology, if not designed well, can actually lead to more noise and more disruption. And what we're looking for is something that's actually going to allow us to do more deep work, something that's going to allow us to have just more focus towards maximizing customer impact. So if we think about that, what we really need to do is create an end user experience that allows us to not just leverage LLMs, but really operationalize them in the right direction. So let's imagine that, and let's look at a few examples for what that looks like. Okay, so first one I want to show you here is a build copilot. So here you can see that within the context of your application, you can actually ask to show the issues that have been resolved yesterday or today or in the last week. And this is incredibly powerful for people who have had to previously maybe go back to a data warehouse, go into a sophisticated data studio and try to write sophisticated queries. Now through the power of natural language, you can ask a question like this that actually can turn into complex SQL. You can go further. You can actually figure out if there's a release node that can be created for a given sprint. So for a team that's been operating on a sprint for the last 2, 3, 4 weeks, or maybe wants to know what's been delivered over the last quarter, you can easily ask this question. And you don't have to be a developer persona. You could easily have a marketing individual come into the system and actually ask that question within the context of a capability or within the context of a specific product. And finally, you can actually start to ask questions like, who are the impacted customers? And we think that these kinds of questions, when answered through natural language, very, very powerful. And the way this works is not just through design and not just through having access to a sophisticated LLM like ChatGPT, but to actually have the right knowledge graph to connect to that. And the way you do that is through proper retrieval augmentation and a lot more information like what we discussed earlier. You can actually see this extend further into the support space. So the support copilot, very similarly, if designed consistently, you can ask very similar questions like, how many tickets did we resolve last week? You can ask questions like, show me similar tickets. Through the power of clustering, you can actually not just discover similarities between asks from different customers, but you can actually take those similar clusters and you can actually name them, you can produce an enhancement, and you can actually start to argue that this is exactly the work that the team should be doing. By doing those and by taking those actions, you're really taking those next set of steps to maximize customer impact. And of course, things like how many tickets were received last week to sort of understand if things are getting better or worse. And of course, you have to get into the growth space as well here, because ultimately when you're talking about the customer, you need to have that voice of customer in the system. And once you have that in the system, you can take massive steps forward in terms of your growth strategy. So for a fictitious company like Acme Corp, you can ask the question, what does their usage look like? Or you can try to figure out how many customer meetings have we had. So you can organize that as engagements, and you can start to see what that looks like for a given company, or you can look at a specific cohort of companies. Very valuable, very useful. And then, of course, you can try to understand what your highest opportunities look like. And those can not only get surfaced to you through information retrieval, through natural language, but also the identification of this information, the sentiment analysis, all the mathematics behind it. This is happening behind the scenes. Truly powerful stuff. These types of ideas can really take you sort of an order of magnitude forward in terms of efficiencies and really kind of help people hone in on the customer. So kind of bring this all together, I would just say that the message here is to really utilize AI with appropriate design to really maximize customer impact. We see a huge opportunity to couple it with this knowledge graph and to really think about build, support, and grow as one. We think that a modern company is going to build meaningful relationships with customers, between customers and employees, and also between employees. And what that means is reducing middlemen and really creating these efficiencies. We've heard from the gentleman from Coursera talk about some of these white-collar jobs that were going to be automated. And we believe that by doing so, what you're doing is you're getting closer to your customer, and you're actually getting rid of sort of these spanners in between, and you're really kind of getting more frontline obsession across your entire organization. So converge, consolidate, collaborate is what we say. Okay? Kind of putting it all together, I'll show you a couple of slides that really puts it together in sort of something that can look more familiar to you. So imagine here you've got an application that is actually showing you the issues that you're working on, and you can see these issues, but you can also see what the enhancement looks like. And the selection of this enhancement and the prioritization of this enhancement was done very intentionally because it has impact to the customers. In fact, you can see in the middle there, you can see the customers directly impacted by this, either because they've asked for this or they're using this feature and they need this enhancement, or for a variety of reasons. And the attribution is there as well. This makes it incredibly easy to understand why somebody in a company is doing what they're doing. Very, very important. It's empowering, and I think it's also incredibly important to have an evidence-based strategy. A couple of other examples here. Obviously, we're talking about an AI copilot. You can see the automatic generation of enhancements from the voice of customer, from the voice of opportunity. You can start to even see automatic generation of release notes. You can see automatic generation of issues to break down an epic or an enhancement that you might be working on. Really, really powerful stuff, things that we have not seen yet. And of course, a copilot for customer support, everything from deflection to routing to being able to have a conversation and to actually resolve matters, and to also understand the sentiment of the engagement. So very quickly, I know we were almost an hour behind, so I wanted to run through this and just show you what the art of possible looks like. DevRev is thinking about these problems very holistically. We've got an application that we are excited to have all of you try, and we are product-led, so you are 100% allowed to go on our website, create an organization, and just get started right away. So with that, I'll close out by saying thank you, and I'm open to questions. Please.
Does the data leave the company, or do it will install, or how does this work? I mean, everyone has to learn about my data, my patterns, and all that. Does the data reside with me, or going to be with you, and the outcome will come back? Where does the data reside in this ecosystem?
Yeah, that's a great question. So I think the art of being able to effectively use AI is going to be around building multi-tenancy. And multi-tenancy is not just about isolating the data of an organization within their tenancy in the cloud, but it extends into how you fine-tune models, such that the information from one organization is not being used to tune a model that's going to be used by another organization. We've seen this in the past where people have actually allowed the information from their company be leaked into some of these large language models today, and they just realize that that information is going to be used for training and is going to be available to answer questions around the world. So those types of things are very, very important to maintain isolation of information and also to maintain tenancy. So the solution here is really having a multi-tenant object model and a multi-tenant deployment strategy, and that's part of the solution here.
Thank you.
Yeah. Questions? I left out a lot of details, so I'm expecting some questions.
Yeah, so my question is very similar to what he asked. What do you need to do to, I mean, can I summarize this as, business intelligence that a simple person can gather? So how does it get the data? Does the tool validate the data, and when let's say there is a person in an organization that types a question and gets an answer, but he's not supposed to get the answer. So do you get into all the security problems again, or?
Yeah, absolutely. So access to data is a solved problem in the sense that you have multi-factor authorization and authentication. So from our perspective, this is incredibly valuable, is not only to understand what the person's asking so that you can answer the question effectively, but also to be able to attribute where you're getting the response that you're providing. And the where you're getting the response that you're providing is important to being able to understand if the information is suitable for the person who's asking to be able to receive it. So between having the attribution piece and then, of course, authorization, this is how problems like the one you stated are being resolved.
All of the above?
Yeah, so I think the key here is to sit next to all the major sources. So generally speaking, what you want to do is be able to sync information from sources of information that are valuable to being able to build this knowledge graph. So whether it's the issues, the tickets, engagements, opportunities, and the key for our product is to actually be able to have that information be generated natively. So most of our customers are effectively generating that information while using the product itself. So a lot of this information is actually coming from the events that are generated from the application itself. And of course, any additional information that might exist through Slack, email, we have snap-ins that allow you to actually connect those channels so that you can actually take your support steps natively through our product. So by actually extending snap-ins to all of these different sources, you're creating a more holistic experience and ultimately coming up with a system that is more well-informed. Yeah. All right, no more questions. I think we're ready for our VVIP. Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Bashir, for that amazing presentation. Moving on to the next important session of today's evening. May I please request Mr. Ram Reddy to come up on stage and say a few words, please.
I told all of you that there will be a very exciting session coming up. So it's A and B. So the A part is a young man who's doing some amazing things here. So I want him to come and talk about his initiative and where he is with it. His name is Dhruv Sera, and he runs an initiative called 256. I think you can ask him why that name and everything else. So Dhruv, come on over.
Thank you, Ram. This was not planned that I should be here. I was supposed to be there. So, thank you, Ram, for the introduction. Is it better? Yeah. Thank you, Ram, for the introduction. So, just a quick what I do. I'm a founder of this organization called 256 Network Foundation, which I formed 5 years back with the idea of tapping institutional allocators, investing in India and private markets, keeping it a very private Chatham House rule sort of an organization. And me, what I do, I have our own multi-family office where we invest in funds, we do directs, but this whole thing is set up on top of a private club with few investors came together 5 years back privately, and we had a thought in mind, let's get capital to Indian market. And it started with 50 to 60 people back then. Right now we are some 720 odd members across sovereign funds, pension funds, endowments, families, patriarchs, next gens, VCPE, investing in private markets. So what we managed to do is we try and got old money and new money and in between financial institutions and only decision makers. And we've kept this organization very private in nature. We are 35 people globally running it. We are in 36 countries. We are one of the world's largest, but keeping it a very private affair. And a lot of people like somebody like Rajan is also one of my co-founders and founding board on the network. And on top of it, we are building various products. Right now, which one is a MFO, which is a multi-asset management firm. And then we are getting into a bunch of other activities. But this is more of a non-for-profit initiative. We are set up in India and UAE. And we've been running it last 5 years. And anyone who wants to talk to investors, you can reach out to us. We do work with a lot of frontier tech organizations globally, not only in India, to give them full support on strategic support in giving them access to right set of people globally. But it's just more of a non-for-profit private club of good people who have money and also willing to deploy money. So yeah, this is what the network is. Why it is called 256, why Ram mentioned, it started at a midnight with few alcohols down. And one of my friends suggested, I was just telling him, you know what, I've built some amazing relationships at the top and it'll go away if I don't do anything with it. And he said, let's start a community of top allocators. So this organization sits on top of venture capitalists. So it's a top of the food, we always call it, we always wanted to tap top of the food chain. People who invest in VCs and PEs. So people like them. It can be a big institutional family, or it can be a sovereign fund of a country, or it can be a endowment of a big university. So people like them. And then he said, I said, what do we want to call it? He said, let's start with the WhatsApp community. It's the limit then, back then it was 256. So we thought, let's call it 256. We'll bring 256 people on the planet coming to India. Yeah, right now we have we kept the name, we didn't change the name. We've surpassed that whole thing now. But yeah, this is what we have done. It's a community. So we believe in community-led world, the kind of world we saw in the last 2 years, 3 years with pandemic and volatility in the market. It's very trust-based, relationship-based, and that is the essence of this community, that it is built on trust, though it's very difficult to build that in a capitalist community because everyone is sitting on a lot of wealth, either their own wealth or somebody else's wealth. And we thought, let's build a trust-based network, and that's what we built. Yeah, I will not take more time. Thank you. Anyone who wants to reach out to me, please, happy to talk to everybody. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you. You want to join? Okay.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We continue with the next interesting and important session of today's evening, which is in conversation. May I please invite Mr. Rajan Navani, Co-Chairman CII Silicon Valley Committee, Chairman CII India at the Rate 75 Council, and Founder and CEO Jet Synthesis, Mr. Dhruv Sehra, Founder 256 Network, Mr. Veer S. Advani, Vice Chairman and Managing Director, Blue Star Limited, and Mr. Janmajaya Sinha, Chairman, CII Task Force on Data Security, Mission on Inclusive Growth, and Co-Chairman, CII Economic Affairs Council, and Chairman, India BCG, to please come on the dais. Can I please invite Mr. Ram Reddy, Co-Chairman, CII Silicon Valley Committee and Chairman and CEO of Strategic R USA, to please join us on stage. Thank you. I take this opportunity to welcome you all to the facilitation ceremony for recognition of EVOLV Global Elite Deep Tech Innovators. For this ceremony, may I please request Mr. Janmajaya and Mr. Veer S. Advani to come forward and give away this. Starting with, can I request Mr. Arvik Therapeutic Inc. to come forward?
So this is an award, Janmay and Veer, to 6 global elite deep tech innovators and founders from the Silicon Valley, selected out of a group of over 50 to 100 who are present here with us. So, you know, it's recognizing them and their excellence. Yeah, go ahead with them.
So first we have Mr. Arvik Therapeutic Inc. Please, sir, come forward. please invite Ms. Jyoti from Isera Inc. Ambient Scientific Inc., please. May I request the innovators to please come on stage? Next, may I please take the privilege to invite innovators from the Balbix Inc. Balbix Inc. Last but not the least, may I please invite DevNec Inc., please, to come on stage. Dr. Sarvagna from AngioSafe. Thank you so very much. May I please request Mr. Rajan Awani to say a few words about the elite deep tech technology innovators.
No, thank you. Actually, we had all that discussion in the morning, and I know, Janmay, you have to leave in 15 minutes. Is it okay? We can make it 6:50? Yeah. So we'll keep it as a 15-minute quick conversation. I know you all have all had a very long day, but I just thought that this is the richness of some people from India who I think you must be able to hear from. Really privileged here to have with me Veer Advani here first on my left. He is from Blue Star. He's the Vice Chairman and Managing Director. Every time the climate change weather goes up 1 degree, his opportunity opens up for multi-billion dollars. Is the largest air conditioning, and and I think you can talk a little bit about that. The best strategist or the best strategic person you can find, at least I have met in probably in my life, Janmay Sinha. He is of course the South Asia Chairman of BCG and many other roles with government and others that he plays in really building strategy not only for companies but for countries. And today I'm going to actually get him to share his thoughts on what could be the best way for us to exploit this one strong bridge between the US and India. And of course, Dhruv Sera, I think you all heard him a little while ago. So he's the founder of 256 Networks. And it's interesting, I don't know if he said, but the word 256 came because the maximum number of people you could get on WhatsApp were 256. So he was debating, how do I find a name, that will resonate, because that informal trust-based network of investors and institutional investors, I think now he's over $3.9 trillion of assets under management of that kind of a group interested in India, right, in investing in India, building India. So very different set of people, a corporate that can work with startups, acquire startups, learn from them, build for that, a strategist who can help us define the value of what this relationship could be, and of course, Dhruv, who can mobilize, investments across the borders to be able to see how we can. So that's the constitution of this discussion, and maybe to kickstart, we always start with strategy. So Janmay, the EVOLV program, just to give you, a little insight, and I know both Veer and Janmay as well as Dhruv asking me what is this about, so let me explain in a few words. Basically, CII over the years has built a very, very strong relationship with Indian industry in a manner that it is representative of industry in India. Along these years, CII has built offices in different countries around the world, but they've always been extension of what needs to be done in those countries. I think the EVOLV platform or the EVOLV program is really taking global innovation as the core value addition that will happen through this program, and out of Silicon Valley for India with India, right? So it's one bridge, but because the world's best innovation, now what we met today were Indian origin founders based in Silicon Valley, but like that, multiple founders from many, many countries are based there, or their innovation is happening there. So to build this one direct bridge and really strengthen this to a significant size and scale, because this is the time when I think India is going out to the world, engaging deeply with new technology and seeing how to bring that back, and also the India market opening up for large parts of the world. So that's the bridge. In that context, Janmay, my question to you is, this is the starting point. We had one small program in Silicon Valley. We are now recognizing around the B20, Silicon Valley startups that are here, and the whole day, some of the best companies from there have talked about their companies here along the B20. We'll do something in February, which is a larger event there. But how does one really look at this, opportunity now and over the next decade, 2 decades? Janmay, over to you.
So firstly, it's fascinating to be here, and just to see the true minds, of thinking and innovation. I'll make only 3 points. One is, there was a period of time where when I would go to the Bay Area, people would have interest in India because of connections, because they had family, they had gone from here, and they were always wanting to find a way to do something because they had been so successful there. What could I do here? So that was the original thought, and there was a little bit of an obligation to it. I want that shift from obligation to opportunity, because today there is true opportunity for a variety of reasons. So I want to just describe the opportunity. The opportunity is such that in 7 years, India will double its GDP. It will go from 3.5 trillion to, according to IMF, 7.6 trillion, which means it adds $4 trillion in 7 years. Now, this is what is completely shattering most companies I work with in India, because they do not know how to think about this. Experience is just not helping them. They need to imagine, and they don't have the courage to imagine of this order of magnitude, because we were a $1 trillion economy in 2007. In 23 years, we will go from 1 to 7 times that size. Every magnitude in India today will more than double. And I don't know, Indian companies, I tell you, Veer is struggling with it. He doesn't know how much to invest, Will it happen? Will it not? What could go wrong? But this is the opportunity that I'm foregoing. I mean, this is the order of magnitude of this opportunity, and this is where the bridge comes in, which you all are better at taking advantage of these opportunities based on imagination than people in India till now because of scarcity. So, bridging this scarcity vision with this massive opportunity is, the basis of a real partnership. Because the kind of things that will happen here, India will add more to global GDP than all of Europe. I mean, it's really fascinating. And all the numbers on China that I've seen during the next 7 years, I don't believe because China is slowing down so much. So it's an interesting thing. And then we have all the tailwinds of geopolitics, of the fact that, the digital public infrastructure that India is creating is truly world class and is actually providing, if you look at data, and don't misunderstand what I'm saying, but in the US, the companies own data. In China, Xi Jinping owns data. In Europe, the bureaucrats own data. But in India, data is being given to the citizen to make their lives easier, which is a very big difference. And so, we will have the largest LLM that will be there, with Aadhaar and everything else. It will be fantastic. So the opportunities are mind-boggling and really, really amazing. And so I think that this partnership has legs from the start, from the get-go.
Thank you, Janmay. I think very well contextualized and, put this opportunity there. Veer, he anyway brought you in. How are you thinking? How would a company like yours, really look at engaging with innovation from Silicon Valley, climate change? I mean, so many areas.
Yeah.
Your thoughts?
So thank you, Rajan. I'll pick up from where Janmajay started. He provoked me by saying that I'm probably under-planning my next 7 years. And he's right. I'll tell you this, the economy will double, like you said. In 7 years, the air conditioning industry in India, which is currently 8 million units a year, in my estimate, in 7 years will be about 30 million units. So that's about close to 4 times today's size. So that's the kind of opportunity we're looking at. So there's no limit to opportunity. What I'm going to talk about is different, which is about technology. You don't understand air conditioning technology. It's thoroughly boring. It's mechanical. It is old economy. It is legacy. But so maybe I'll relate it to automotive, since we all understand that. So we know what an internal combustion engine is. The equivalent of that in the air conditioning industry is a vapor compression technology, which has been around for 100 years. Willis Carrier invented it in 1900 something. So that's a technology that has been running till now. Then came hybrids in automotive. We remember that 10, 15 years ago. Nothing really happened in hybrid in automotive, I feel, because at the time it came to market, there wasn't enough awareness about global warming. That equivalent technology, the hybrid technology, is now coming into the air conditioning industry, and is coming at a time where global warming is very, very seriously being considered. So we're seeing a mass transition away from vapor compression to this hybrid technology. And our company is one of the few companies in the world that owns our own IP for this hybrid technology. The Japanese own it, the Chinese own it, the Koreans own it, and Blue Star owns it. And so we are actually looking at how we can export this technology to the world. So that's on what's happening in our industry. Coming to the bridge, while we will certainly migrate very quickly to this hybrid technology, finally we have to get to the equivalent of an electric vehicle, because this hybrid technology will also not take us very far. So that electric vehicle equivalent, which is non-vapor compression technology-based air conditioning, is something that Silicon Valley is working on. That is an area where companies like us, because this is the air conditioning market of the future. India is going to add more air conditioners per year over the next 20 years than any other country in the world. We need to connect with startups in Silicon Valley who are working on these technologies. I'm aware of a few that we are in touch with, but we need to build this bridge much more deeply And this is a great opportunity for a company like us, established legacy technology company, to partner with startups. So my purpose of coming here this evening, even though I was asking him on WhatsApp what this is about, is to get some of you excited in this. Because we as Blue Star are not going to, work ourselves on this technology today. We're too busy, producing those 30 million units. So any startups here and outside that we can reach out to Rajan, we would love to partner with you. And I'm sure, like us, there are other companies in India who are going to scale 3, 4, 5 times and would love to partner with startups and look at next-gen technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Veer. And I think, one other new angle that you brought to this is that while there are already so many, new technologies, existing opportunities that are coming out, but there are requirements from corporates in India that require innovation, and that itself can be a new piece to evolve. Ram, I think we should think about it. And by the way, Ram is the man behind all the data-driven processes, and I'll share some of that on the basis of which EVOLV has been, built. And, he's done this over many, many years, and now has really unlocked this entire potential, for us to be able to. So thank you, Ram, for that contribution. Dhruv, coming to you, you have talked to so many investors, looking at India over the years, Silicon Valley, India, your thoughts around, what is exciting investors about India? Where are the opportunities? So many entrepreneurs you see, and what can Silicon Valley and India do together?
Yeah. No, thank you, Rajan, and thank you, Rajan, for inviting me. I think when I used to go to US in early, like 8 years back or 9 years back, you talk about, I'm from India, I live in Bangalore, I do so-and-so things. Okay, fine. And the guy goes on, and talking about the big investors there. You know what, specifically last 8-9 years, but specifically last 4 years, has been so amazing, where you go to, you're talking to, I'll give you one very small example. Your normal institutional venture capitalists are investing in India for many years, from Tigers of the world or XYZ from the West, investing in Indian market and trying to bridge that gap. But a very small example, in my previous avatar, my boss used to tell me, there's one guy in New York who manages the money for all the top Jews in New York. Like, he manages $30 billion. He's the decision maker to deploy that money. He never used to respond. Never had any interest in Indian market. And I was like, how do I crack this guy? I mean, he's in late 50s, early 60s, sort of a gentleman. And one of the most powerful hidden investors in North America. And cut to last year, somebody invited him to one of our dinners in New York. And I just told him, you know what, I've been stalking you for the last 8-9 years and you never used to respond to me. Are you not interested in India, or you're not investing in India? What's the scene? And he told me one thing very beautifully, and I think which we should do more. All these guys, mostly investors or community outside, not only West, but the other parts of the world, their perception on India is only related and limited to what they hear from here and there, or maybe newspapers or magazines or some sort of reports. I think, Rajan, you've been championing for many years, that on-ground knowledge is still missing about India. And that is something we need to crack. Like, somebody has to tell them, this is what is happening in India. France is also using UPI, or UAE's opened the corridor for that, or XYZ things, right? And I think on that sense, I feel the on-ground bridging the gap is, really, really important. So that is one. And cut to last year, that Jew guy, literally he made 2 investments in India, and that was his success. So this is the importance, what I feel. And after China, with Tesla coming in India and everything coming in India, it's a good opportunity for all of us to do these on-ground parting of knowledge, then dependent on the other channels. So this is what I feel.
No, thank you. And I think, that perception of India, and then again, taking people from India to really showcase what is there is a great thing. And I think what, we've got now is for you to come and spend time here too also too. I'm going to end this panel. I know everyone wants to break for the networking. It's being a long day. But I'm going to end it. A large part of the deep tech innovation today, at least from the companies that have come here and what you hear, the word is generative AI. It's going to shape the world, like that. There was similarly, we heard blockchain a little bit ago. We do. What, according to each of you, is the one technology, right, or one aspect of technology that you feel is truly going to, what you consider is one of those path-breaking technologies for the next maybe decade? Veer, you want to take it?
Again, in the context of our business, the biggest pain we have is customer service, after-sales service. And I've been looking at generative AI as a solution or a part solution to that huge challenge we have of the millions of customers we have. I'm super excited. So I'm kind of a believer now. We're still not there, but I'm a believer.
Roy Amara, back in the 1960s in Stanford, had said, the impact of technology is always overestimated in the short run and underestimated in the long run. So I really believe that, and I feel that whether it's generative AI, whether it's quantum computing, whether it's hydrogen, whether it's space, I mean, the speed of everything is getting faster. I just don't have the brains to be able to say which one is going to win it.
Dhruv,
I feel, I don't know, last a year, I've been spending a lot of time on energy with technology, AI. So trying to see what can be done for the future. And I think energy is coming back. A lot of money in place. Yeah.
No, and since everything has been discussed earlier also, it's all about human imagination. Exactly. I think the chip in the brain, according to me, is one breakthrough thing that how things will change. But, there are so many moving parts, so many exciting technologies, and we can go on spending days. Thank you, Janmay. Thank you, Veer. Thank you, Dhruv, for coming in here. Sorry, last minute, I know, got all of you guys together, but really appreciate you making it. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That's asking.
Thank you all for joining us today at the CII EVOLV NextTech Summit. We had a very eminent gathering which was very well represented by senior participants from government, corporate, Silicon Valley innovators, investors, institutions, and our media partners. Thank you all once again for joining us today and making CII EVOLV NextTech Summit a grand success. May I please request our distinguished guest to join us for a networking reception and dinner. Thank you. Thank you all.